Kembali lagi kami informasikan bahwasanya acara akan segera dimulai. Bagi Bapak Ibu tamu undangan yang berada di luar, kami persilakan untuk bisa masuk dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disiapkan. Kembali kami informasikan acara akan segera dimulai. Bagi Bapak Ibu tamu undangan yang masih berada di luar, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk bisa masuk ke dalam ruangan dan menempati kursi yang telah disediakan oleh panitia. Before we begin the opening ceremony, we invite the representative of Governor of Central Sulawesi, Acting Director Health Polytechnic of Palu, our invited speaker, Professor Adi Heru, and Deputy Director 1 of Health Polytechnic of Palu to come forward to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second International Conference of Health Polytechnic of Palu, exploring the research in preventing cardiovascular disease. I'm Nurul Fitra as Master of Ceremony for this prestigious event. Now, we would like to begin this morning event with a cultural performance by our talented student from UKM Seni Musingkadi Health Polytechnic of Palu. Please enjoy their performance. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister of Health of Republic of Indonesia, Governor of Central Sulawesi or the representative, Acting Director of Health Polytechnic of Palu, Director of Polytechnic Cendrawasih of Palu, the Dean of Faculty of Public Health Tadulako University, our invited speakers and the valued participants, presenters, and invited guests, both from Indonesia and abroad, thank you for being part of the second International Conference of Health Polytechnic of Palu. Your presence and contribution make this event more impactful. Ladies and gentlemen, let us offer our gratitude for the blessing of God, which have allowed us to be present and participate in the second International Conference of Health Polytechnic of Palu, with the theme Exploring New Research in Preventing Cardiovascular Disease. This conference would not be possible without the support and contribution of many individuals, university, and organizations. Therefore, we would like to express our highly appreciation to the co-hosts of this conference, Faculty of Public Health at Tadulako University, and Polytechnic Cendrawasih of Palu. And we would like to express our appreciation to our sponsor, Maxima Laboratorium, UniHealth, and Werda Cosmetic. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the first agenda. Please let us raise and stand in respect to sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Next, we will sing words of Health Polytechnic.
Poltekkes Kemenkes di Indonesia siap mengabdi nusa dan bangsa. Berbudi luhur, berakhlak berbudaya, berbakti demi tugas mulia. Poltekkes Kemenkes di Indonesia bekerja profesional dan dunia. Semangat juang tak pernah padam untuk kesehatan bangsa. Siap melangkah untuk Menkes di Indonesia siap mengabdi nusa dan bangsa. Berbudi luhur, berakhlak berbudaya, berbakti demi tugas mulia. Polytechnic Kemenkes di Indonesia bekerja profesional mendunia. Semangat juang tak pernah padam untuk kesehatan bangsa. Siap melangkah untuk berbakti di Dharma sebagai pedoman kami. Membangun ibu pertiwi tak pernah henti untuk Indonesia tercinta. Oleh Kemenkes hebat, Indonesia sehat.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin our day with blessing, let's take a moment to pray. We invite Bapak Mustafa SKM MKM to lead this session.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Para hadirin sekalian, marilah sejenak kita menundukkan hati dan kepala seraya berdoa kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala agar konferensi internasional ini dapat menjadi momen berharga bagi kita semua. Saya akan memimpin doa secara Islam bagi para hadirin semua, mohon untuk menyesuaikan. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan yu'afini ni'mahu wa yukafi'u mazida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhiki qarima wa azimi sultani. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasad wa siyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizki wa taubatan qoblal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan baddal maut. Allahumma ghafir lana wa liwalidayna wa lil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat. Innaka sami'u qaribun mujibud da'wat ya qadiyal hajat. Ya Allah, hari ini Kamis 17 Oktober 2024, di tempat yang indah ini, kita berkumpul di sini untuk mengadakan konferensi internasional dengan tema Exploring New Research in Preventing Cardiovascular Disease. Jadikanlah konferensi internasional ini sebagai pertemuan ilmu pengetahuan yang bermanfaat, sebagai media untuk berbagi ide, pengetahuan, dan pengalaman yang bermanfaat dari para cendekiawan, peneliti, dan pelajar dari berbagai disiplin ilmu. Semoga konferensi yang kami selenggarakan ini bermanfaat bagi kehidupan kami, memperluas pengetahuan kami, mencemerlangkan gagasan kami, dan memimpin kami untuk menjadi orang-orang produktif yang sukses, yang pada gilirannya akan meningkatkan martabat bangsa kami. Ya Allah, tuntun dan berkatilah hati dan pikiran kami dengan cahaya bimbingan-Mu. Terapkanlah kebijakan-Mu pada kegiatan kami. Bantu kami untuk dapat berbicara dengan jelas dan fasih. Bantu kami untuk saling mendengarkan, saling menghormati, saling mencintai, sehingga kami termasuk orang-orang yang diberkati. Ya Allah, lindungi kami dari godaan-godaan yang tidak diinginkan. Perlihatkanlah kami bahwa yang benar itu benar, dan yang salah itu salah. Berikan kami pengetahuan dan kekuatan untuk melakukan hal-hal yang baik dan menghindari hal-hal yang buruk. Ya Allah, hanya Engkaulah yang bisa memenuhi doa kami. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamu ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next agenda. Let us listen to the report from the committee chairman in the Second International Conference of Health Polytechnic of Palu. To Ibu Christine SKM MKAS, times is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, moderators, co-hosts, academic journal partners, and respected participants. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the Second International Conference of the Health Polytechnic of Palu, with the year's theme being Exploring New Research in Preventing Cardiovascular Disease. First and foremost, we express our profound gratitude to Almighty God, for it is by His grace that we are able to convene at this significant event, dedicated to addressing one of the most critical public health issues of our time. The objectives of this conference are as follows. First, to support the transformation of healthcare systems in addressing cardiovascular health. Second, to enhance public awareness regarding the prevention and control of cardiovascular diseases, beginning with individual responsibility and extending to families and communities. And last, to facilitate the exchange of knowledge and research findings among academics and professionals from various institutions regarding cardiovascular health prevention strategies. This conference will take place over the course of 2 days, from October 17 to 18, in a hybrid format, accommodating both in-person and virtual participation. The conference has attracted participants from diverse backgrounds, including educators, students, researchers, and healthcare professionals, with a total of approximately 200 registered participants. During this event, we will be privileged to hear from distinguished speakers, all of whom are recognized authorities in their respective fields. Allow me to introduce our esteemed speakers. First, Mr. Budi Gunadi Sadikin, the Minister of Health of Indonesia, who will deliver the keynote address on national strategies for cardiovascular disease prevention, an innovative and evidence-based approach. Mr. Muhammad Al-Muiz Ismail from University Science Malaysia, who will present on controlling the risk of cardiovascular disease. Dr. Nobuyo Suboyama from the National Institute of Health and Nutrition, Japan, who will discuss fish consumption, hypertension, and obesity in post-disaster settings. Dr. Christy Simpson from the Christian Institute of Health Science and Research, India, who will explore early detection and management of cardiovascular disease in pregnant, postpartum, and postnatal women in primary care settings. Professor Dr. Adi Heru Sutomo from Gajah Mada University. Welcome to Palu, Prof. Give applause to Prof. Prof. Adi Heru will address building community resilience to cardiovascular threats through sustainable environmental management. Professor Dede Anwar Musadat from the National Research and Innovation Agency, or Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional, who will present on air pollution and its impact on cardiovascular health. Mr. I.I. Ismail from Harapan Kita Heart and Blood Vessel Hospital atau Rumah Sakit Jantung dan Pembuluh Darah Harapan Kita, who will elaborate on nursing management of patients with acute coronary syndrome in emergency settings. And last but not least, Mr. Ansar from Health Polytechnic of Palu, who will discuss the trend of cardiovascular disease in Indonesia and Central Sulawesi. Give applause to Mr. Ansar. And on the second day of this conference, we will proceed with oral presentations delivered by 88 participants, where they will share the latest research findings and innovations in the field of health. This conference has attracted participants from 52 institutions, including health polytechnics, universities, colleges, and academies, representing regions from across Indonesia, East, Central, and West. It is our sincere hope that this conference will serve as a platform for fruitful dialogue and academic exchange, leading to advancements in public health practices, particularly in the area of cardiovascular disease prevention and management. We trust that the insights and knowledge shared here will empower all participants to contribute meaningfully to improving health outcomes in their respective fields and communities. In closing, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to the organizing committees for their exceptional dedication and effort in bringing this event to fruition. Thank you for the organizing committee. The success of this conference is a testament to their commitment to academic excellence and public health advancement. Thank you, and I wish you all productive and enhancing and experience throughout this seminar. Good morning.
Now, we would like to invite Ibu Nurjaya SPD MKAS as Acting Director of Health Polytechnic of Palu to give the opening remarks.
Distinguished guests, it is my great honor to extend a warm and respectful welcome to our esteemed keynote and invited speakers. The Honorable Minister of Health, Mr. Budi Gunadi Sadikin, the Governor of Central Sulawesi, Muhammad Al-Muiz Ismail, representing the Hospital University Science Malaysia, Dr. Nobuyo Suboyama from the National Institute of Biomedical Innovation, Health and Nutrition, Japan, Dr. Christy Simpson, Principal of the College of Nursing, Christian Institute of Health Science and Research, Chumo Kedima, Nagaland, India, Professor Dr. Adi Heru Husodo, DCN DLSHTM from Gajah Mada University, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Dede Anwar Musadat, SKMMKes from the National Research and Innovation Agency Indonesia, II Ismail from Harapan Kita Heart and Blood Vessel Hospital, and Ansar SKMMKes from the Health Polytechnic of Palu. Assalamualaikum and all the invited guests. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincerest hope that this international seminar will serve as a productive platform for the exchange of ideas, research, and technological advancement in the prevention of cardiovascular diseases. Cardiovascular disease remains the leading cause of mortality worldwide, with particularly high prevalence among the productive age group. Beyond its direct health impacts, this disease imposes substantial social and economic burdens on communities and healthcare systems. According to the World Health Organization, cardiovascular disease claims the lives of more than 70 million people annually, with a significant portion of this death occurring in Indonesia due to stroke, coronary heart disease, hypertension, and other related conditions. The high incidence of cardiovascular disease can be largely attributed to modifiable risk factors, including unhealthy lifestyle behaviors such as tobacco use and poor dietary habits, both of which contribute significantly to the development of coronary heart disease and the increased risk of sudden cardiac arrest. Therefore, the importance and maintaining health, particularly through preventive measures, cannot be overstated, as it plays a critical role in sustaining productivity and reducing the burden of illness. As an institution recognized by the Director General of Healthcare as a center excellency for cardiovascular health, the Health Polytechnic of Palu takes great pride in contributing to the collective efforts aimed at addressing this global health challenge. This international seminar theme, exploring new research in preventing cardiovascular disease, reflects our commitment to advancing public health, particularly by enhancing public awareness and strengthening primary healthcare service to prevent cardiovascular conditions. It is our aspiration that the knowledge and insights shared during this seminar will be of practical value to all participants, and that the outcomes will be applied in their respective fields to improve the management and prevention of cardiovascular diseases. We are pleased to present a diverse agenda covering topics ranging from nursing and midwifery to nutrition, environmental health, emergency and disaster management, public health, and broader health science, all of which are integral to the prevention and management of cardiovascular diseases. In conclusion, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the organizing committee, sponsor, and volunteers who have worked tirelessly, both directly and indirectly, to ensure the success of this event. Their dedication, sorry, their dedication and hard work have made it possible to convene this gathering of distinguished scholars and professionals. While every effort has been made to ensure a seamless experience, I extend our sincerest apologies for any inconvenience that may arise before, during, or after the event. I wish all participants and a highly engaging and intellectually stimulating seminar, one that fosters meaningful discussion and a fruitful exchange of knowledge. It is my hope that the collective wisdom here will contribute to the advancement of innovative solutions and cutting-edge research in the ongoing effort to prevent cardiovascular disease. May we all be granted the health and success necessary to make this seminar a truly impactful and memorable event. Thank you and good luck. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning.
Thank you, Ibu Terjaya SPD Amkas, for the opening remarks. Next, we would like to invite the Governor of Central Sulawesi or the representative to deliver his welcome speech.
I am sorry myself. I use Indonesian language. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita sekalian. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Pertama-tama saya menyampaikan salam hangat teriring permohonan maaf dari pejabat sementara Gubernur Sulawesi Tengah tadi dalam perjalanan dari Jakarta ke Palu. Oleh karena itu saya dititipkan amanah hadir di sini memberikan sambutan pada seminar internasional yang dilaksanakan oleh Polytechnic Kesehatan, Kementerian Kesehatan Palu. Saya adalah asisten pemerintahan dan Kesra Setdaprop Sulawesi Tengah. Yang saya hormati, dari kejauhan saya menyapa Bapak Budi Gunadi, Menteri Kesehatan Republik Indonesia. Yang saya hormati pelaksana tugas Direktur Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Palu beserta segenap wakil direktur dan jajaran Politeknik Kesehatan Palu. Para narasumber, saya mendengar laporan tadi narasumber dari sejumlah negara, dari Jepang, dari Malaysia, juga dari India. Dari dalam negeri, para narasumber juga ikut bersama kita dari Rumah Sakit Jantung Harapan Kita, dari Badan Riset dan Inovasi. Hadir bersama kita langsung di tempat ini Bapak Profesor Dr. Adi Heru Husodo. Selamat datang di Palu, Sulawesi Tengah. Panitia penyelenggara, segenap insan kesehatan, saya mendengar ada dari Dinas Kesehatan Kota Palu, serta keluarga besar kesehatan yang menyempatkan diri hadir pada seminar ini. Puji dan syukur senantiasa kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, atas segala limpahan rahmat dan karunia-Nya, sehingga kita dapat hadir di tempat ini dalam keadaan sehat walafiat, guna mengikuti acara pembukaan seminar internasional. Tadi disebutkan Konferensi Internasional Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Palu tahun 2024. Hadirin yang saya hormati, atas nama pemerintah dan masyarakat Sulawesi Tengah menyampaikan apresiasi dan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya atas terselenggaranya seminar. Maaf ini agak flu ini. Ya, atas terselenggaranya seminar internasional ini. Saya menilai hal ini adalah bukti nyata serta komitmen yang tinggi dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan, khususnya bidang kesehatan. Sebagaimana yang kita ketahui bersama, perkembangan dunia kesehatan saat ini mengalami kemajuan yang signifikan. Namun masih terdapat beberapa tantangan yang perlu diatasi. Di antaranya adalah tingkatan kualitas layanan kesehatan, pengaksesan yang merata, serta penanganan masalah kesehatan yang muncul seiring perubahan demografi dan perubahan iklim. Oleh karena itu, seminar ini menjadi momen yang penting untuk mendiskusikan solusi inovatif dan mengembangkan kerjasama antar pemangku kepentingan di bidang kesehatan. Saya harap melalui seminar ini kita dapat menemukan strategi yang efektif untuk menanggulangi tantangan-tantangan tersebut dan memberikan manfaat yang lebih besar bagi masyarakat. Hadirin yang saya hormati, dalam meramu strategi pencegahan dan pengobatan penyakit, kolaborasi antara berbagai pihak seperti ahli, peneliti, dan praktisi kesehatan sangat penting. Pendekatan yang komprehensif dan inovatif diperlukan untuk menciptakan solusi yang efektif dalam menghadapi tantangan kesehatan yang ada. Kita dapat memanfaatkan kemajuan teknologi seperti telemedis, big data, dan kecerdasan buatan untuk meningkatkan efektivitas diagnosis dalam pengobatan. Selain itu, kolaborasi global memungkinkan kita untuk berbagi pengetahuan, sumber daya, dan praktik terbaik dari berbagai belahan dunia, sehingga kita dapat belajar dari pengalaman satu sama lain. Dengan pendekatan yang terintegrasi, kita dapat mengidentifikasi faktor risiko, meningkatkan kesadaran masyarakat tentang pencegahan penyakit, dan merumuskan rencana intervensi yang lebih tepat sasaran. Saya optimis bahwa dengan sinergi ini kita dapat mengatasi kendala-kendala dalam bidang kesehatan dan menghadirkan langkah-langkah baru yang lebih efektif dalam pencegahan dan pengobatan penyakit. Olehnya, melalui kegiatan seminar ini, saya berharap kita tidak hanya menjadi ajang berbagi pengetahuan, tetapi juga dapat memperkuat jaringan kerjasama antar institusi kesehatan, akademisi, dan peneliti dari berbagai negara. Sebagai gubernur, saya ingin menegaskan komitmen pemerintah daerah dalam mendukung peningkatan kualitas kesehatan masyarakat. Kesehatan merupakan salah satu pilar utama dalam pembangunan dan pemerintah Sulawesi Tengah berupaya untuk terus meningkatkan akses dan mutu layanan kesehatan di Sulawesi Tengah. Hadirin yang berbahagia, sebelum saya akhiri sambutan ini, ada beberapa hal yang ingin saya tambahkan. Tadi disebutkan bahwa isu dalam seminar ini adalah exploring new research in preventing cardiovascular disease. Kira-kira pencegahan penyakit jantung. Ya. Saya berharap bukan cuma penyakitnya yang diobati. Ya, kita harus bicara dari hulu ke hilir ini supaya tuntas persoalan. Pertanyaannya adalah kenapa banyak orang dalam upaya menangani masalah jantung, khususnya yang sudah terkena penyakit jantung, lebih banyak lari ke luar negeri. Kita sangat familiar dengan Malaysia atau Singapura. Apa tidak lebih baik Indonesia? Pertanyaan begitu. Nah, ini harus kita carikan solusi. Katanya di Malaysia biayanya lebih murah. Katanya di Malaysia dokternya melayani dengan maksimal. Mulai dari penggunaan obat sampai dengan waktu pelayanan. Sehingga tidak menimbulkan beban bagi pasien. Ini yang harus kita jadikan contoh untuk kita bisa terapkan di Indonesia. Sehingga para pasien penyakit jantung tidak ke sana lagi. Tapi cuma di Indonesia. Bahkan di Kota Palu pun saya melihat bahwa rumah sakit pemerintah Sulawesi Tengah, rumah sakit Undata, sudah siap dengan fasilitasnya. Misalnya, sudah ramai sekarang ini, pasang cincin. Sehingga orang ketika ada beberapa teman didiagnosis kena jantung, langsung pasang cincin di situ. Tidak terlalu lama. Nah, oleh karena itu, kita berharap cerita-cerita yang tentang Malaysia, tentang Singapura, tentang Cina, atau mungkin juga tentang Jepang itu, praktiknya juga di Indonesia ada. Itu yang kira-kira menjadi catatan penting dari saya Dan perlu kami ingatkan, pemerintah daerah Sulawesi Tengah berkaitan dengan pelayanan kesehatan ini sudah menjamin seluruh masyarakat Sulawesi Tengah mendapatkan BPJS. Ini kira-kira tambahan dari saya. Mudah-mudahan bisa memberikan informasi, referensi dalam rangka penguatan dari seminar internasional yang dilaksanakan oleh Polytechnic. Hadirin yang saya hormati, demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Akhirnya dengan memohon barokah dan ridho Allah Subhanahu wa taala serta dengan ucapan bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Acara seminar internasional Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan tahun 2024 saya nyatakan dengan resmi dimulai. Sekian dan terima kasih. Wallahu musta'an. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Dr. Fahrudin Yamtas, as the representative of Governor of Central Sulawesi for the welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our keynote speech. We are honored to introduce our keynote speaker, Bapak Insinyur Budi Gunadi Sadikin, as the Minister of Health of Republic of Indonesia, who will deliver a presentation on national strategies for cardiovascular disease prevention, an innovative and evidence-based approach. To our keynote speakers, time is yours.
Last week, I had the incredible opportunity to run the Berlin Marathon. That 42.2 kilometers run was a powerful reminder of what the human body can achieve when we truly invest in our health. Crossing that finish line left me thinking about how many people will never get the chance to experience such powerful moment because of cardiovascular disease. 18 million people lose their life to cardiovascular disease every year. This staggering number tells us that cardiovascular disease is not just a health issue, but also a social and economic one. The toll it takes on our families, and even bigger, our healthcare system, is enormous. In fact, cardiovascular disease consistently stands as the #1 cause of death and remains among the highest healthcare spending in our country. The rise in cardiovascular disease is driven by factors that many of us are all too familiar with: smoking, unhealthy diet, lack of exercise, stress, and now pollution has become a significant contributor. As the saying goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We must prioritize preventive actions as our national strategies, focusing on lifestyle changes, early detection, and public health initiatives. This conference, hosted by Polytechnic Kemenkes Palu under the theme Exploring New Research in Preventing Cardiovascular Disease, is an opportunity for experts from around the world to come together and explore innovative and evidence-based approaches, from community-based intervention to cutting-edge technologies. We commit to transforming the future of cardiovascular health. As I relied on training, endurance, and consistency to complete the marathon, we must take the same approach in tackling cardiovascular disease. Lifestyle changes, early detection, and public health initiatives are not just slogans. They are part of a marathon effort that requires persistence, innovation, and above all, teamwork. With great excitement and a deep sense of responsibility, I declare the second International Conference of Health Polytechnic of Palu officially open. Let's work together to create a healthier future, one where more people can cross their own finish line. Thank you.
Thank thank you Bapak Insinyur Budi Gunadisadikin for the insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next agenda, let's take a moment to take a picture together. Kami mohon kesediaan Bapak Ibu yang berada di atas panggung untuk izin difoto oleh pihak panitia. Setelah foto bersama di atas panggung, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk bisa turun foto bersama dengan seluruh tamu undangan yang ada. Baik, kami mohon kesediaan Bapak Ibu yang ada di atas panggung untuk bisa turun ke bawah. Dan kami undang kesediaan Ibu Wadir 3, Ketua Panitia, perwakilan organisasi profesi dari Persagi, PPNI, IBI, Hakli, co-host untuk bisa bergabung di sesi foto bersama kali ini. Dinas Kesehatan Provinsi Sulawesi Tengah, kami mohon kesediaannya juga untuk ikut foto bersama. Dinas Kesehatan Kota Palu, mohon maaf Bapak Ibu tamu undangan untuk bisa menghadap ke arah pintu. Iya, supaya terlihat spanduknya. Mohon maaf. Iya, baik. Berikan senyum terbaik di sesi foto bersama kali ini. Satu, dua, tiga. Well, thank you. Terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu tamu undangan yang sudah bersedia di sesi foto bersama kali ini. Kami persilakan untuk kembali ke tempat duduk masing-masing. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for a short coffee break and we will back at 10:30 a.m. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita masuk pada sesi coffee break. Kami berikan waktu 10 menit. Maaf, 10.30 acara akan segera berlanjut. Kami persilakan Bapak Ibu tamu undangan untuk menikmati coffee break yang telah disiapkan oleh panitia. Acara akan kembali kami lanjutkan di 10.30. Terima kasih.
Membawa surat cinta baru, kata-kata yang sedikit Betapa ajaibnya hidup ini, mencari-cari tempat sahabatku sendiri, hidupkan lagi mimpi-mimpi, cita-cita yang lama ku tunda sendiri. Berdua ku bisa percaya, ku bahagia kau telah terlahir di dunia.
Cek satu dua, cek satu dua, cek
Dan kau
satu
ada
dua, cek
di antara miliaran manusia, dan ku
cek satu dua.
bisa dengan radarku menemukanmu.
Baik, mohon maaf kami informasikan kepada seluruh tamu undangan bahwasanya materi itu menjadi diringkas oleh 10 acara akan kembali berlanjut setelah materi. Malaysia sudah siap. Kami mohon kepada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan untuk setelah ini kami informasikan bahwasanya acara akan kami lanjutkan di 10.15 karena pemateri dari Malaysia sudah siap untuk memberikan materi. Terima kasih.
Dan ku bisa dengan radarku menemukanmu. Oh, di dunia, dan kau ada di antara miliaran manusia, dan ku bisa dengan radarku menemukanmu. Perjalanan membawamu bertemu denganku, ku bertemu kamu. Sepertimu yang ku cari, konon aku juga seperti yang kau cari. Ku kira kita asam dan garam, dan kita bertemu di belanga. Kisah yang ternyata tak seindah itu. Ku kira kita akan bersama, begitu banyak yang sama, latarmu dan latarku. Ku kira takkan ada kendala. Kukira ini kan mudah kalau aku jadi kita. Kasih sayangmu membekas, redam kini sudah pijar istimewa. Entah apa maksud dunia tentang ujung cerita kita tak bersama. Semoga rindu ini menghilang. Konon katanya waktu sembuhkan. Akan adakah lagi yang sepertimu? Kukira kita akan bersama. Begitu banyak yang sama, latarmu dan latarku. Kukira takkan ada kendala. Kukira ini kan mudah kalau aku jadi kita. Kau melanjutkan perjalananmu, ku melanjutkan perjalananku. Kukira kita akan bersama. Begitu banyak yang sama, latarmu dan latarku. Kukira takkan ada kendala. Kukira ini kan mudah kau aku jadi kita. Kukira kita akan bersama. Hati-hati di jalan. Lembaran foto hitam putih. Aku coba ingat lagi warna bajumu kala itu. Kali pertama di hidupku manusia lagi memelukku. Lembaran foto hitam putih. Aku coba ingat lagi wangi rumah di sore itu. Kue coklat balon warna-warni, pesta hari ulang tahunku. Dimanapun kalian berada, ku kirimkan terima kasih untuk warna dalam hidupku dan banyak kenangan indah. Kau melukis aku, lembaran foto hitam putih. Kembali teringat malamku hitung-hitung bintang saat mataku sulit tidur. Suaramu buatku lelap. Dimanapun kalian berada, ku kirimkan terima kasih untuk warna dalam Aku coba ingat warna demi warna di hidupku. Takkan ku mengenal cinta bila bukan karena hati baikmu. Tubuh saling bersandar ke arah mata angin berbeda. Kau menunggu datangnya malam saat ku menanti fajar. Sudah coba berbagai cara agar kita tetap bersama. Yang tersisa dari kisah ini hanya kau takut ku hilang. Perdebatan apapun menuju kata pisah. Jangan paksakan genggamanmu. Izinkan aku pergi dulu. Yang berubah hanya tak lagi ku milikmu. Kau masih bisa melihatku. Kau harus percaya ku tetap teman baikmu. Oh, oh. Sudah coba berbagai cara agar kita tetap bersama. Yang tersisa dari kisah ini hanya kau takut ku hilang. Perdebatan apapun menuju kata pisah. Jangan paksakan genggamanmu. Yang berubah hanya tak lagi ku milikmu. Kau harus percaya ku tetap teman baikmu. Izinkan aku pergi dulu. Yang berubah hanya tak lagi ku milikmu. Kau masih bisa melihatku. Kau harus percaya ku tetap teman baikmu. Oh, 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 Beri aku kesempatan untuk bisa merindukanmu. Jangan datang terus. Beri juga aku ruang bebas dan sendiri. Jangan ada terus. Aku butuh tahu seberapa ku butuh kamu. Percayalah rindu itu baik untuk kita. Pergilah denganku menjelang siang, kau tahu aku ada di mana. Sore nanti tak pernah sekalipun ada malam yang dingin hingga aku lupa rasanya sepi. Tak lagi sepi bisa ku hargai. Baik buruk perubahanku tak akan kau sadari. Kita berevolusi. Bila kita ingin tahu seberapa besar rasa yang kita punya, kita butuh ruang. Menjelang siang kau tahu aku ada di mana. Sore nanti tak pernah sekalipun ada malam yang dingin hingga aku lupa rasanya sepi. Tak lagi sepi bisa ku hargai. Kita tetap butuh ruang sendiri-sendiri untuk tetap menghargai rasanya sepi. Wow.
Bapak Ibu tamu undangan yang kami hormati, acara akan baik, Bapak Ibu tamu undangan yang kami hormati, acara akan segera dimulai. Mohon bersiap Bapak Ibu dan kami mohon kesediaan Ibu Irsanti untuk bisa segera merapat ke area panggung. Perlu kami informasikan bahwasanya kita akan masuk pada sesi diskusi dan presentasi oleh pemateri pertama kita yang berasal dari Malaysia, Bapak Muhammad Al-Muiz Ismail, yang mana beliau akan menyampaikan materi terkait controlling the risk of cardiovascular disease. Baik, untuk Bapak Ibu tamu undangan bisa segera bersiap. Acara akan kami mulai. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoy the coffee break. Now I will hand over this event to our moderator. I am Nurul Fitra as Master of Ceremony have permission to leave, and please welcome Dr. Irsanti Kelain to guide this session.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to today's webinar on Second International Conference of Health Polytechnic of Palu, exploring new researchers in preventing cardiovascular disease 2024. And I'll be your moderator for this session. My name is Irsanti Kolein. For the first, I will call Mr. Muhammad Al-Muiz Ismail. Are you here? How are you today?
Assalamualaikum, I was here. Yeah.
Ya, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
How you there, sir?
Thank you. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to deliver my speech today, to talk today. Can I share my slide already?
Okay. I will introduce you for the first time. Our presenter today is Mr. Muhammad Al-Muiz Ismail. You a head nurse in cardiology unit hospital University Science Malaysia. This is correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I see your current position, head nurse at University Science Malaysia, education, master in nursing science, advanced diploma in cardiovascular healthcare, bachelor degree in nursing science. Do you involve in
advanced and specialized nursing cardiology and cardiovascular medicine ya in critical care nursing.
Yeah, true. I'm currently practicing I'm focusing more to heart failure management right now. Yeah. For generally
Okay.
in cardiology, but my focusing right now is always will be the heart failure management. Yeah.
Okay. Today you will present the theme about controlling the risk cardiovascular disease. Correct
Yeah.
ya?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. I will deliver about the controlling the cardiovascular risk factor.
Okay, there will be before we will begin, I would like to remind you that there will be you present the topic and we have a Q and answer session at the end of the presentation. We have 45 minutes. Will be divided into 13 until 35 minutes at your presentation and 10 minutes of Q&A session.
Yeah,
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah. I will share my slide.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Muhammad Al-Muiz Ismail, times is yours.
Okay, yeah. I will share my slide first. Sorry for the delay. Can you see my slide right now?
Already.
Oh, already can see slide. So again, Assalamualaikum. My name is Mama Al-Muiz Ismail. I'm currently working in Hospital Pakar University Science Malaysia under the constitution of the University Science Malaysia. So today I will deliver a talk regarding about the controlling the cardiovascular disease management. So a little bit briefing about the content today. I will touch about the global statistic about cardiovascular, and secondly, I go for the risk factor, and I will do the summary. This is a very simple topic that I will summarize to make all easier to understand about this topic. So for most of us, we know that the cardiovascular is the leading cause right now in worldwide. It's about taking about 17.9 million lives every year. So for me, cardiovascular is a major contributor for the mortality in this world right now. In 2021 alone, we have about 20 million deaths, comprising approximately third of the global death from before. Because from the previous data, WHO just released that the increasing is more than 20% about the mortality in cardiovascular right now. So I think the most factor that we must include are we have to trigger and manage the risk factor. So from that, we can reduce the mortality and reduce the uh, probability for getting the cardiovascular diseases. So this is the current, I think I take from the current latest journal. So right now, for us in Southeast Asia, it's more than all countries actually are reaching more than 200 mortality death per year. So I think it's not very good for us actually. So I think all people, like I want to say that all people must know that controlling the risk factor is the main treatment actually compared to post after patient already get the diseases. So that is important thing to be highlighted for this topic today. So in risk factor, actually for cardiovascular, actually we have two risk factor, which is we can separate from modifiable risk factor and non-modifiable risk factor, which is modifiable risk factor is a risk factor that you can modify, which is you can prevent from the happen, compared to non-modified, which there's something that risk factor you cannot control, which is something that is genetically somehow, which is we have to accept when we cannot change about it, but we can control. But for modifiable risk factor, which is the risk factor that we can control, we can manage to prevent from it occur, and we can, if you got already the risk factor, we have to do some plan to make sure that you can control, and prevent from the further damage to yourself. So on non-modifiable risk factor, we have the family history, which is for the family history, actually, this is something that what we call that God created. So we can't change, but we can control. Usually about genetic, we have a congenital heart disease, something that is a very hereditary disease. So it's something that we can't change, but we try to be healthy from side of that. For the second non-modifiable is a gender. For the gender, male are very persistently very high risk to get the cardiovascular disease compared to female. But bear in mind, for the female also, you can get cardiovascular disease. The risk will be same when you having a menopause, which is your hormone we reducing. Some example is estrogen. So after your having menopause, your probability to get the cardiovascular disease, it will be same to like the men. The third risk factor which is age, which is for the age, after you're reaching age about 45 years old, you are very high risk to get cardiovascular disease because of your artery is degenerative. Degenerative mean is that your vessel is your vessel become hardening, which is losing the elasticity. When you're losing the elasticity, so you're triggered but to getting your blood flow is very reduced, and then you are triggered for having hypertension. So it's increase the risk for you to get the cardiovascular disease. And the last one is race. For the race, actually from the research, we can see that population from the African, South Asia are very high risk to get cardiovascular disease. This is because of their blood vessel actually is a very narrow, and so increasing the very compared to the white people, East Asia, which is your blood vessel is normal compared to the black people. Actually, more easier to say it's a black people, colored people. They are very high risk because of the narrowing of their blood vessels. So the main topic for us actually today is a modifiable risk factor, which is something that we can control. First of all, we are going to about the smoking, and then we go through the obesity and diet and alcohol, and we go to the sedentary life, and we go for the chronic diseases. So for the smoking, actually, what we can see from the smoking actually is that nicotine inside the tobacco, we got the nicotine, which is extremely can produce, it can trigger your blood vessel to constrict. So then the chemical also inside the nicotine can cause the platelet become sticky, which is it's about when your blood is sticky, it's more easier for you to get thrombus. Thrombus is something like a blood clot lah. When you're having a blood clot, so you will be causes the formation blockage on your arteries. When the artery is a blockage, so you are trigger yourself to getting coronary artery disease, such as you'll be having a chest pain and you are untreated, and to the level of the severity, you will be able to get acute myocardial infarction. So actually, we as a medical professional, I always, for my side, I always teach my patient that the most important thing, you have to quit smoking. Smoking is something that what you call being debated all the time, and research already proven that smoking are the major causes actually for the cardiovascular disease. So for us as a medical professional, actually we have to suggest and we have to advocate our patient to stop smoking. And for my setting right now, we have called that quit smoking clinic, which is from the quit smoking clinic, we teach the patient to quit smoking. We explain to them what is the consequences of the smoking. We told to them, we planning also for the heavy smoker, then also chronic smoker, they will might struggle for them to stop smoking. So usually we will be advised to them to take what we call that. Here we also got the nicotine patch, which is from nicotine patch, and we also have a gum that the smoker can chew it that, so they will reduce their desirable for smoking. So I don't know in other side how it manage about it, but right now I think when we suggest patient to take nicotine patch or nicotine macam it's called like is it, so it trigger patient to reduce their desire to smoking. So for me, smoking is the most important thing. So if you can stop smoking, you will reduce your percentage. And also, we have to advise also, please do not be near to the smoker, because also statistics also show that secondary hand smoker also having a high risk to get the cardiovascular disease because of the smoke. You inhale the smoke, so you are very high risk to get the cardiovascular diseases. Next is actually we can conclude for about alcohol. Alcohol also is the main causes, because alcohol can raise the level of some fat in blood. We call the triglyceride, which is you have a compartment of oily, and it can cause the atherosclerosis, which is your blood vessel is hardening and narrowing. So from the statistic before, we can show that from the WHO, actually the main population are drinking are more to European region compared to us in Asian, because we can see that the major, because of the factor like in Southeast Asia, example, we are majority are Muslim country, so the risk for the drinker is very low compared to the European side lah. So and also we got that some certain I from our side, I'm not really dealing about I'm not much deal with the patient who drinking, because in my places a majority is a Muslim. So about my in my state is about 90% are Muslim, so I'm not really singing about this, but this is also one of the risk factor for having myocardial infarction or cardiovascular diseases. The next one, we go for the sedentary life. The sedentary life is actually we conclude as a behavior that we are spending time without doing nothing, such as we just sitting, lying and do nothing without the physical activity. Because for the cardiovascular, we always suggest that you have to do at least 30-minute daily exercise to reduce your risk to having the cardiovascular diseases. But nowadays, we can see that a lot of people are very enjoying the life. When you enjoy life, you are forgetting to do exercising, because what we call that, it's a choice actually. But we have to educate people to start doing the physical activity, because the main trigger thing that if you don't to do any physical activity, you are introducing yourself for another risk for developing cardiovascular disease and another risk for another diseases, such as you are, if if you are practicing a healthy diet, you will risk your potential to having hypertension. You will risk untuk having diabetic as well. So for having a very healthy life and prevent yourself from doing the sedentary life and performing exercise daily, 30 minutes at least, you will reduce the risk factor, you reduce the probability to get the secondary diseases. So that's very important to be highlighted, because doing a physical activity, which means that you being advocate yourself to become healthy, and you advocate yourself to prevent from having the risk for having cardiovascular diseases. So far, is any question, or we can go straight for until the lecture finishes? Can I continue my lecture until the finish, or we have stop for a question answering?
Yes, you can continue your
I continue the
presentation.
lecture first. So another trigger factor is this actually a chronic diseases, which is chronic diseases is the main indicator for having cardiovascular disease, such as the main right now is high blood pressure and a diabetic. For the first, I will touch about the high blood pressure. High blood pressure is always about the SVR, systemic resistant volume, SVR, which is we call that in high blood pressure, your blood vessel lose the elasticity. When your blood pressure lose the elasticity, we increase the pressure, and when increase the pressure, we increase the flow, the blood flow to the vessels, and cause your having a hypertension. So for the hypertension, I always advise to my patient to control the diet because we're living in Asia, which is Asia is a very vast food diverse, compared to the Westerners. So in Asia, you have to be very particular when you're teaching patient because of patient having because in Asia the variety food is a lot, so the sodium intake also very high. You have the MSG added to your food, so you must plan and explain to the patient how to control your sodium intake, how to reduce intake the food, the fast food, because also fast food got a very high sodium. So you have to be very very tricky when you teach the patient what kind of the plan you have to do, because the patient nowadays is a youngest patient. When the youngest patient, they have a lot of argument with you about why I can't take this. There is any proven that when you take this, you can have diseases. You have introduced yourself to have hypertension. So you have to plan very strategically when dealing your patient, because like I say before, the new generation have a new alternative. They are with Googling. When they are Googling, they are planning differently about how to control the diet. But it's actually when they manage themselves, a lot of come to us after that and having the hypertension and they increase the rate. So for us as a medical professional, it's very important for you to planning very well your health education to your patient. So the next one is the diabetic. Diabetic is also one of the major contributor actually. The glucose, the high glucose actually will damage your epithelial cell in your blood vessel, and then will damage your blood vessel. So it will increase your probability to get the cardiovascular diseases. So for diabetic, actually, you have to target it to your patient and to achieve HbA1c less than 5.5 and not more than 5.6 for the normal level. So for that, you have to educate your patient how to take diet, and because diabetic in unreversed diseases. So when in unreversed diseases, you have to educate patient to take medication, to get insulin injection properly, because when you having diabetic, it means that you have probability 50% 50% chance to get another diseases, and you be having like very low of quality of life, because when you have diabetic, you are increased. When you have the wound becomes slowly healing compared to the normal person. You'll be having sweating, you'll have frequent urination. So when you having diabetic also, in secondary, you will create stress to patient. And when you having stress, you put burden to your heart. When you put burden to your heart, we increase your that will increase your percentage to having the cardiovascular disease, because it's also stated that stress also one of the indicator for you to get the cardiovascular disease, which is when you stress, your body respond to fight and flight response, which is you trigger yourself your sympathetic response. So your body will stress, your body will release hormones, so you will trigger yourself to get the cardiovascular diseases. So the most important always to make sure that you control, because when you in a stage of the chronic disease, the only thing we can do is prevent it from the further damage. We can't reverse to the fully cure, but we can prevent for further damage. From that, we can from that So we have to advise the patient to follow the diet, to follow the doctor's orders, to take medication accordingly, because that is the saver for patient to continue the life, and at the same time also can improve their quality of life. Because when you have a chronic diseases, it's always that your quality of life will reduce. So when your quality of life will reduce, you will reduce the capability to do the ordinary thing. So you can human, when you cannot do the ordinary thing, you will stress and you will not satisfy your life. So actually prevention is always the best, but when you're having already, so we can control. So when you control diseases, so you can have a better life for your life. So the next one is actually the hyperlipidemia. This is actually one of the main trigger actually, because when you having a unhealthy diet, so you practicing unhealthy diet, so you are increasing your LDL, low deposited lipid cholesterol, which is from the guideline. The current guideline suggested your LDL must be less than 1.8 for the but right now for the Asian population is a very hard to achieve 1.8. With only the strict diet, you can achieve below than 1.8. So you can see that a lot of people will come for the Asian population. From my experience, they never achieve 1.8, but at least we have to advocate. So if you cholesterol for the youngest, we always suggest that to readjust their diet and readjust your daily life, so you can reduce your LDL, improve your activities daily, increase your physical activities. So when you improve the physical activities, you will introduce yourself to create the high metabolism. So when you're having a high metabolism, so you burn fat really well. So it's a very complicated to reduce LDL, but we have to do something planning. We have to advocate and giving health education to your patient, because when you successfully giving health education, it will help the patient to reduce the LDL level. But for certain person, if you can't reduce your LDL without by doing alternative, so the last option is always to take the statin. Statin actually is a proven one, will reduce your cholesterol. So example, you can take, you will always, the medication, I'm not sure, but the generic, the always being using commonly are atorvastatin, rovastatin. But we also right now we have a second generation medication by injection, which is we have Repata also. We have inclisiran, which is when you injected that medication, they will depose the cholesterol, LDL, so your LDL level will come down to the normal one. So, but the always thing for patient with hyperlipidemia, we always advise to take medication, and then you do your proper exercise, you control your diet. So, inshallah, you will be a good result for reducing LDL. So I think my lecture is very simple because it's only touched about the risk factor. I think I open the question to the floor right now.
Mr. Muhammad Ismail,
Yeah, I'm here.
your presentation is end?
Yeah, because it's a very simple lecture when you're introducing about the risk factor. So it's very simple lecture.
Okay.
Uh-uh.
So I will thank you for the insightful presentation about the factor that can cause or contribute to the heart disease, yeah, modificable and non-modificable factor, yeah.
Yeah, is it correct?
Okay, thank you. So we can go to the Q&A session. If you have any question, in the Zoom, you can type in the chat box if you have any question to Mr. Muhammad Ismail. Or to all the participants in this room, if you have any question to Mr. Muhammad Ismail, you can raise your hand and ask a question directly. Okay, Mrs. Vira. Yeah.
Ya, baik. Thank you moderator for the opportunity. Uh, Let me introduce myself. My name is Elvira Faisal from Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic of Palu. And I would like to give two questions for speaker. Talking about the controlling the risk of the cardiovascular disease, what are the most effective strategies that can be implemented to control the risk of cardiovascular disease at the community level, especially in the context of prevention and health promotion? And the second question, what technologies have been implemented in Malaysia that could be adopted by us to help control the risk cardiovascular disease in the modern health care system, especially for the field of nutrition, midwifery, nursing, and the environmental health. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, you point
Thank
the
you for
question.
Okay, thank you for the question. For the first question, actually, for the prevention on the site, I always advise to my staff, my student that you have to proper planning because you have to plan a module for the health education for your patient because you cannot only depend on doctors because we are as a my side as a nurses I always planning that you have to give an health education before you discharge your patient to home or you're visiting your patient because health education play a major role and also I always doing the analysis first which is area will I go what kind of the population there because you cannot assume your plan when you're giving health education is always can be applicable for others. So you have to always look for the sightseeing first, see how the population, and then you can plan based on their social and demographic. That's a very important tips I learned from my professor when I giving planning for health education because not everybody can accept our technique, our approach. So we have to understand their population first, and then when you understand, you can plan accordingly, according to their custom, according to their culture, how to advocate them to having a healthy disease, having a healthy diet, and so on. For the second question, right now in my institution, we currently introducing the tele app communication, which is we after the patient they discharge, we will contact the patient regularly. We will register them to our data. So when in already our data, before discharge, we will give the health education. After we giving health education, we are going to do we getting feedback every for the first phase we always do for about after 2 weeks we contact them using the we do the telecommunication. So we contact them at the same time we advocate them via phone so to remind them what is the thing that they have to do. So it put the reminder to the patient actually. So when we trigger patient and always keep reminding them, so they will alert. When they will alert, they will try to improve themselves. So it's actually the percentage of the admission post our telehealth teaching program is reducing the admission compared to previous when we not introduce the education teaching program. Yeah.
Okay, it's a quiet and interesting answer. I hope Miss Vira can adopt the answer. Okay, thank you, Miss Vira. Any question in this room? Okay, before the question in this room, I will read the chat box from Mr. I don't know, Mr. or Miss Gerardine Ranin Karinia. For smoking as a modified risk factor for chronic disease, wearing nicotine pads to reduce the urge to smoke. Please elaborate, is it has been used globally? Okay, maybe you can answer the question.
Oh, for the nicotine patch, actually we are in R&D process right now. So, but we are trying to do to the patient. So actually, in my region area is not what we call that urban area. Is like a very small state area. So when it was small state area, we must be creative how to help patients. So from the research we do, the nicotine patch is actually the patch that will like, so we put the patch, so you will reduce the what we call that desire. It seems like the chewing gum actually. I don't know how your side do it, but we also have like chewing gum that when they're chewing that, so they reduce the what we call that desirable to smoking. So I think it's not a lot of places still doing that because the nicotine patch is still under research, but we do to our clinical trial. So right now, Alhamdulillah, is a good result, but it's not the program is still under ongoing. So later on, I think I will share for you guys how the total full report how what we can do with the nicotine patch result.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muhammad Ismail. Okay, and we have a second question in the chat from Mr. Takwin. Which is the most common cause of coronary heart disease? Hyperlipidemia or hyperglycemia? Which is worse in terms of prognosis?
Actually, both are the major contributories because if you are having hyperlipid, you are introducing, you are also high risk. If you're having hyperglycemia, also is high risk because of the both of them causes the damage to the blood vessel. When your blood vessel is damaged, so you introduce yourself to have a cardiovascular disease, which is your artery will narrowing. When you're narrowing the artery, so we reduce the blood flow. When you're reducing the blood flow to your heart, you reduce the output to the rest of body, and because when reduce the output, so you will damage your what we call that heart muscle walls, and heart muscle wall is damaged, so the strength of the heart to pumping to contract and until you will reduce. So when the capability of your heart will reduce, so it causes another contributing and secondary effect to your person. So right now, both hyperlipidemia and hyperglycemia have been proven by the research that they are major contributor for cardiovascular disease, and also smoking also the main contributor for cardiovascular disease because right now we can see that every region have their main contributor. But for the general, smoking, hyperlipidemia, hypertension, and hyperglycemia or diabetic are the main causes right now, have been recognized globally by the WHO as the main contributor for the cardiovascular diseases.
Okay, is there any question? Is there any effective treatment for coronary heart diseases other than medical measure?
For right now, for the cardiovascular disease, is always the best is the prevention. But for patient with the cardiovascular disease, we are usually introduce patient to do the echo to see how the function, and also we do if patient are in regular chest pain, we'll do the coronary intervention, which is you do invasive procedure, which is you do the coronary angiogram to see whether your blood vessel is normal or not. Is something that we injected the dye to see your coronary arteries. So if you got the blockage, we open the blockage and put the stent. So hopefully after that, patient will taking antiplatelets to maintain the stent. So that is actually coronary angioplasty is the best right now. So if you can't stand the patient, so the next step is always to do the coronary artery bypass for the last options.
Okay, I think it's a interesting topic because we have
A lot of questions to ask. It's okay.
okay, three question.
Uh,
Okay,
I
we
can
have
read.
5 minutes more, but you can answer it in the chat. In
Okay,
Malaysia, it
I'm reading
turns
already.
out, okay, it turns out that the death rate due to heart diseases is high in women. How to control and the program that Malaysian government?
Uh, for the women right now, we have their own society, what we call the WHO. So WHO Women Health Organization. Right now, they are very active organization that giving advocate for actually for the women. We do same teaching. I don't see any differentiate, but they have the union right now under Women Health. So they always advocate. And then we also for my setting, we have when for the antenatal patient with pregnancy, we do also put a little bit talk about the cardiovascular. So because nowadays I can see that the trend is increasing, even though you are protected with your women are protected with the hormone from the cardiovascular, but nowadays you can see that it turning down that if you become unhealthy, you practice in sedentary tribe, the risks are equal. So for me it's just like you have to same like a man, give her education, advice for a healthy lifestyle, increase the physical activity and reduce stress. So the potential will be reduced. So that's for a woman, I think right now. I don't think we got a different type of the treatment control program for the women. It's still under generalized prevention. Yeah, I do believe that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muhammad Ismail. I think is the good presentation of you and the sesi Q and answer question you can and the participant will interest about your topic ya. I think it's enough because we have a session two about in another presenter ya. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Ismail. That's wraps up our webinars for today. Thanks for the first time and the first presenter of you. Thank
Yeah.
you
Thank you so
very
much for
much.
inviting me. I do hope to see you again this year. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. See you in next time.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we go to the second topic about the new moderator, Mr. Andi Respito. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let us give a big applause for the first presentation and the moderator Ibu Dr. Irsanti. Yeah, thank you. I will guide all of you with the second presentation, and we have the speaker from Japan. Wait a minute. I have to wear my glass. And the topic is fish consumption, hypertension, and obesity post-disaster. This is really suit with our condition in here in Palu. All of us every day we eat fish. So this will be really interesting topic for us. But first of all, I will try to say hello to Dr. Suboyama. Dr. Suboyama, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, of course. I can hear your voice. All of us in here can hear your voice. How do you do?
Good. Thank you very much for this opportunity to me.
Yeah, we are also very grateful that you can join with us with this conference. And this will be really interesting. And by the way, what time is it in Japan?
Oh, now around noon, lunchtime.
Oh, yeah, but not really so far within here. We
1 hour
also,
difference.
yeah, 1 hour
Yes.
from Central Sulawesi. Yeah, Dr. Suboyama, I will inform to you that our conference held by hybrid. In here, in the room, there are about 50 people. There are lecturer and also student and some participant from government that attend in here in the room. And then also there are about 100 those participants that join with us in the Zoom meeting. So it will be interesting.
Great.
And then, yeah. But first of all, I will introduce myself. My name Andy. You can call me Andy. I'm one of staff in the Polytechnic of Health of Palu. And then let me introduce you to the audience, Dr. Suboyama. Your name is Nobuyo Suboyama Kasaoka. Is it true, my spelling about your name?
Yes, it's true.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Suboyama, she is head of Laboratory of Disaster Nutrition and Information in National Institute of Health of Nutrition in Japan. And she is also the vice president of Japan Disaster Food Society. And then her expertise is in nutrition and disaster nutrition, especially. There are many awards that she already got, and then many articles that already write by her. I can read it one by one because it will take times. And I think there are 2 points that really interesting from your expertise, Dr. Suboyama. First, I noticed there are 2 words. The first one is disaster, and then the second one is fish. in our area in Palu, Central Sulawesi, yeah, we live in the ring fire, and then disaster is our problem in here. And then also we live in a coastal area, so fish is everyday menu in our table. So it will be interesting. And your topic is fish consumption, hypertension, and obesity post-disaster. We got about 45 minutes there. 45 minutes, Dr. Suboyama, and I will give you about 20 until 30 minutes to present your topic, and then we will have Q&A session. Is it okay, Dr. Suboyama, with 30 minutes or 20 minutes?
Yeah, around 30 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, you can share your slide right now.
Okay, I already shared my slide. Can you see my slide?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, I will try again.
On the way, maybe. Okay, while waiting, Dr. Suboyama share her material, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you will give your best concentration and your best focus, because this topic will be really interesting and really related with our daily life in here, because it related with disaster and related with fish consumption.
Can you
Okay,
see my
we already
slide?
see. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will with Dr. Suboyama to hear her presentation. Dr. Suboyama, time is yours.
Okay. So everybody, good morning. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And I really appreciate giving me this opportunity. Today, I'd like to talk about disaster nutrition and health, especially fish and dairy consumption, hypertension, and obesity post-disaster. My message is here. Don't forget nutrition to prevent cardiovascular disease after disaster. I have no COI to disclose. So let me introduce myself. My name is Nobuyo Tsuboyama Kasaoka. I'm a researcher and registered dietitian and PhD. I'm currently working for the National Institute of Health and Nutrition, Japan. This is world's oldest of the National Nutrition Institute. In this institute, we established disaster nutrition section 6 years ago. It is first section for disaster nutrition in Japan. It may be the first section in the world. Our mission is to reduce nutrition and health problems according to disaster. Our slogan is evidence to action. So we are doing research and also nutrition assistance at disaster-affected area. Also, we provide assistance too after disaster. In fact, I dispatched too many disaster area as a dietitian. So my expertise is not cardiovascular diseases, especially. However, risk factor of cardiovascular diseases are major health problem after disaster. So that's why today I will talk about evidence as well as latest action for disaster in Japan related to cardiovascular diseases. So this slide shows the ranking of top 10 cities for the high risk by disaster. Top 1 is my country, Tokyo, Yokohama, Japan. Top 2 is Manila, Philippines. Number 3 is Palu River Delta in China. Number 4.
Dr. Suboyama, sorry
Yes?
to interrupt you. Your slide doesn't move.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, I will share again.
Only stuck in the first page.
Oh my God. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Yeah, we already see.
Okay. Okay. This slide shows the ranking of top 10 city for the high risk by disaster. And top 1 is Tokyo, Yokohama, Japan. And top 4 is Osaka, Kobe, Japan. This is my place now. And number 5 is your country, Jakarta, Indonesia. Jakarta is high risk by disaster. And number 6 is Nagoya in Japan. Number 7 is Kolkata, India. Number 8 is Shanghai in China. Number 9 is Los Angeles, United States. Number 10 is Tehran, Iran. So you can see Japan has 3 cities in top 10. Oh. So this year, huge earthquake occurred in the Noto Peninsula in Japan. Also, you can see most cities are Asian countries. However, disasters have also occurred in the world. I switch to next slide. Can you see next slide?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
I see.
Okay. These photos are recent world disaster. Turkey and Syria earthquake last year. Hurricane in Mexico this year, last week. And massive flood in Pakistan, 2022. Also landslide and flood in Venezuela. Also, Indonesia, your country had many disasters. Flood and landslide, 2022. And also, Sulawesi earthquake in Palu, 2018. Like this, disaster prevention is necessary everywhere in the world. This is the content of my presentation today. I have 3 topics. Firstly, I'm going to talk about evidence, health and nutrition problem after disaster related to cardiovascular disease. Second topic is disaster food. It's new trial. Finally, I will share new topic, the collaboration, disaster food and aerospace food. It's the future of health and nutrition. So topic 1. What is a health and nutritional problem after disaster? I will share Japanese experience. You might already know a Great East Japan earthquake occurred in Japan 13 years ago. About 20,000 people lost their lives. Characteristic of this earthquake were having caused damage in wide area, having had many evacuees because of tsunami. Huge tsunami destroyed communities, such as house, school, hospitals, lifeline, and others. It made many homeless. Evacuees lived together at emergency shelters. They don't have house, food, or anything. To get water and to get food, they have to make a long line like this, even in winter season. The elderly people had a hard time waiting in line. After that, evacuees developed health problems, too much stress, tiredness, poor appetite, sleep disorder, infections, physical inactivity. Also, today's topic, hypertension, hyperglycemia, stroke, cardiovascular disease. Also, obesity developed after long-term evacuation. These health problems are associated with nutrition. This slide shows the incidence of cerebral vascular disease after disaster. Before and after the Great East Japan earthquake. In both affected areas, Iwate Prefecture and Miyagi Prefecture, cerebral vascular disease increased rapidly after earthquake, like this. Here is earthquake and rapidly increase. We can see that disasters have an impact on vascular disease. This slide shows a comparison of blood parameter before and after Great East Japan earthquake. Hypertension is a major risk factor for cardiovascular disease. 4 months after the earthquake, blood pressure were rapidly elevated, like this, among diabetes patients. Also, blood glucose level and HbA1c level were increased after 4 months earthquake. So health problems rapidly get worse by disaster. We need to find effective food, effective care that prevent these health problems related to cardiovascular disease. This slide shows the salt intake and risk of disaster hypertension Do you know disaster hypertension? Disaster hypertension is associated with quality of living in shelter, such as poor sleep quality, caused sympathetic activation, and increased salt sensitivity. On the other hand, initial food delivered in shelter, such as cup noodle, canned food, lettered food. These food increased salt intake. Both pathways result in disaster hypertension. This paper mentioned if salt intake increased by only 1 gram, the risk of disaster hypertension increased by 16%. So salt intake is important after disaster. Also, we found some evidence recently. Milk and dairy products are candidate food to prevent disaster hypertension. We analyzed cohort study with around 10,000 disaster survivors, 2 years follow-up after Great East Japan earthquake. This slide shows the association between the prevalence of hypertension and daily consumption, milk and dairy consumption among survivors. You can see negative relationship was observed between increased intake of milk and dairy products and hypertension. So milk and dairy product intake is important to prevent disaster hypertension after disaster. Furthermore, we focused on obesity. Obesity was a serious problem in the long-term evacuation. This paper shows the obesity among male evacuees increased around 10% up after 1.5 year disaster. So obesity increased after disaster. It's a serious problem after disaster. Obesity is also risk factor for the cardiovascular disease. So we need to find effective food, effective care to prevent obesity after disaster. We found candidate food. It's a fish. This is a very hot data. This study is my life work. We have found that overweight obesity risk reduced by fish and seafood consumption after disaster. As you can see, seafood intake was inversely associated with becoming overweight. A clearly linear inverse association was found, seafood intake and obesity development 2 years later. So seafood intake is important to prevent obesity after disaster. We already published the mechanisms of seafood against obesity by using mice. Taurine is a free amino acid rich in seafood, shrimp, and octopus, and others. Taurine increases fat conversion in adipose tissue. Also, omega-3 fatty acids are also increased fat oxidation in liver. Sufficient seafood intake is important to prevent obesity related to cardiovascular disease after disaster. However, food was poor after disaster. We investigated what support wanted after disaster by open-ended survey. We extracted 4 categories for necessary support: goods, system, information, human resources were needed after disaster. Among goods, food was the most needed support. Also, goods category included special nutritional diet and water. So it means food and water was shortage after disaster. So we made DVD to spread the importance of food. Please see short video, post-disaster nutrition assistance. However, if you don't want to see damaged situation, please close your eyes for 2 minutes. After that, we created disaster dietitian system. And as mentioned in video, the food shortage was a big problem. In fact, most of food were lack in emergency shelter 1 month after disaster. Especially milk and dairy product, meat, vegetable, bean, seafood were lacking. Energy and nutrients are also insufficient in emergency shelter. This graph showed the percentage of emergency shelter which reached the nutritional reference value. In Japan, we have special nutritional reference value for disaster. Red color indicates undernutrition. For energy, calorie, 71% of emergency shelter did not reach to energy requirement. Also, for protein, 70% of the shelter did not reach to protein requirement. These data indicate food volume and food quality were insufficient after disaster. This picture shows meal at emergency shelter flood disaster in Japan. These are rice ball, sweet bread, rice ball, cup noodle, sweet bread, rice ball. So most food are carbohydrate. Also, these pictures show after typhoon habitus. Recently, lunchbox are started to provide relatively early. However, the food quality was still insufficient, such as no vegetable, no fish, no milk and dairy product. Appropriate disaster food are needed. That's why disaster food is necessary to maintain health. Japan has disaster food certification system. Japan Disaster Food Society started certification of Japan disaster food in 2015. I believe this is the first system for disaster food in the world. Disaster food is extension of daily diet, can be stored at room temperature, produced in a hygiene-controlled facility, food safety. This logo is a mark of useful food after disaster. These food are disaster food. However, some evacuees need special food at emergency shelter. Do you know who are nutritionally vulnerable group at emergency shelter? In particular, infant and elderly people needed nutrition care in acute phase. Elderly people care needs have increased and prolonged until 6 months. Also, there are many patients, diabetes patient, hypertension patient, kidney disease patient. Their needs have increased and prolonged. So to support these vulnerable people, special emergency food are needed. For this purpose, Japan has special disaster food for vulnerable people certification system. We call Omoiyari disaster food. This logo is low protein diet for kidney disease. This is for food allergy and soft food diet and rehydration. However, this system is for only in Japan. We need global system. Now, we are developing international standard ISO quality requirement for emergency food. Last year, our proposal was approved, a new project by international ballot. So now we started discussion with overseas country. I will show you video, the first international meeting for emergency food. We have tasting session.
We'll introduce Japan's cutting-edge research on emergency food. Currently, Japan's emergency food is leading the world.
I'm leader of this project.
The certification system that started in Japan 9 years ago verifies the quality and food safety management of emergency food. In 2023, the International Organization for Standardization, ISO, approved to start discussions on a global standard based on Japan's criteria. Detailed discussions among various countries are scheduled to take place in the future.
We have tasting session like this. So this slide shows a post-disaster dietary problem. After disaster, there are restricted access to water, gas, and electricity. In this situation, cooking is difficult. Also, they are limited to use refrigerator and freezer, and difficult to eat hygienically. Washing the hand can be difficult. In some cases, emergency food are stocked or placed outside, so strong package is required. That's why we are planning to develop emergency food standard that can be solve these problems. We think are necessary as a requirement. Easy to prepare, easy to eat, room temperature storage and transport, hygienic diet, also tough, strong packaging. Furthermore, we are thinking emergency food will be useful in various situations, such as mountain climbing, camping, traveling, stock in a car, yacht, and cruise ship. Furthermore, emergency food can be used for activity in space. The final topic is collaboration of disaster food and aerospace food. I will show you the future of health and nutrition. This slide shows the similarity between disaster food and space food. Because space environment and disaster area are very similar, such as insufficient lifeline, living in group, high stress, and others. So we compared certification standard of Japan disaster food and Japanese space food. There are many commonalities. For both, room temperature storage, tough, strong packaging, hygiene management in facility were standard. Also, both mentioned habitual food and easy to eat. So emergency food international standard will also create space food environment. Now, space food project is started in Japan. I'm also director of this project. I will share the video 3 minutes. Evidence and activity of disaster nutrition and disaster food will be applied to develop space food environment now.
2050年には世界人口が100億人に迫ると言われている地球。食糧危機、資源の枯渇、災害やパンデミック時の極限環境下の生活。地球と人類が直面する課題に対して私たちはどのような姿勢で立ち向かうべきでしょうか。持続可能な社会へ向けて課題は多く残されています。一方で、近年世界的に躍進している宇宙開発。2040年までに月面での長期滞在を目標に掲げる民間企業も現れ、人間が宇宙で暮らす宇宙時代の到来が現実味を帯びてきました。
一番の課題は誰も課題と思ってないこと。だけどものすごくリスクになり得るものに まだ誰も気づいてない。
SDGs はどちらかというと地球が幸せになる。ただやっぱり人間は本当にその時に幸せと言い切れるんだろうかみたいなところがやっぱりありまして。
プラネタリーバウンダリー、すなわち地球の限界が叫ばれる中、一方で宇宙への生存権拡大は進んでいる。その大きな転換期に私たちは共通のキーワードを見つけました。地球と宇宙で共通する食の課題。私たちは宇宙という極限環境における暮らしの課題から学び、地球での持続的な生活をも可能とする食のソリューションを競争します。
宇宙を目指すということが、地上の課題解決につながる。いつ、どんな災害が起こるかもわからない。パンデミックのようなこともいつ起こるかわからない以上、より究極的な環境を目指して、私たちが解決をしていく。今、ここでやらなければと。
災害時の健康問題も宇宙の健康問題もとても似ているので、宇宙の空間というのは地上の健康問題の縮図で言えるんです。
将来、その地球上に人が住めなくなった時に、じゃあどこに活路を見出すかといった時に、地球の、外、そこで生活できる仕組みが実現できれば。やはり、宇宙から地球を見ると、一つなんですね。この食に関する課題の解決というのは、もう絶対にやっていかなければいけない。これを何としてでもやり遂げたいと。
私たちの足跡が未来の人類の道しるべになると信じて。So evidence and activity of emergency food and disaster nutrition will be applied to develop space food environment. As you know, in the space, there are many health problems. Some astronauts caused cardiovascular disease before, so we need to think about their nutrition in also space environment. To progress this project, we need professional. So breaking news, space nutritionist education course has started in last year in Japan. Evidence and activity of disaster nutrition were applied to educate space nutritionists in graduate school. This project by Tokushima University and Kyoto Prefecture University of Medicine and our institute, National Institute of Health and Nutrition. If you are curious, please contact us. This is final slide. This is our goal. Create space from disaster nutrition and health related to cardiovascular disease. Save disaster area from space know-how. Important point is today's topic. Food and providing system, support staff, and evidence. So I want to create interactive problem solution space to Earth and save the Earth and space by nutrition. Don't forget nutrition to prevent cardiovascular disease after disaster and space. Thank you very much for your attention.
We're just thinking about our food needed in the earth, but you thinking about food in the space. I'm sure that all the audience and all the participants in here or in a Zoom meeting cannot wait so long to discuss with you. So I will be open the Q&A session, question and answer session for discussion, and I will divide into, we still have 15 minutes. I will give for the first session, I will give for 3 people or 3 participants to ask or to discuss with you. I will give the first from people in here, participant in here in the room. Please raise your hand.
Oh, Andy, I'm
Dr.
sorry.
Boema, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So I'm sorry, my presentation is a presenter view mode.
No, we can hear you.
Okay. My slide, is that okay, my slide?
Yeah.
Okay.
All of us, we can hear your voice and we can read your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Many people raise their hands, so it will be good discussion, I think, Dr. Suboyama. You have to ready to answer their question. Maybe one of them want to join with you with your space food project, maybe from here. Okay. I will give from the right side, the ladies with brown, with brown shirt. Say your name and from where you are.
Okay, thank you for the time. I will ask one question.
Your name, please.
Yes, of course, I will introduce myself. Myself is Nima Deridla. I am from nursing department of Health Polytechnic of Palu, especially in Poso. I am come from Poso. So I will ask you one question for this topic. Can you explain the mechanism? Yes. Can you explain how the mechanism milk and dairy product can prevent us from the hypertension, because the product contains a lot of cholesterol, which is contribute to hypertension disease. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Suboyama, you can answer the question directly.
Okay,
Please.
thank you very much for your question. It's very good point. And actually detailed mechanism is not still unclear. However, milk and dairy product block the enzyme synthesis related to the blood pressure. That's why it's a reason of the milk and dairy product associated with hypertension. However, as you mentioned, milk and dairy products is not perfect to hypertension. This result, I believe this result I found this result among Japanese population. It's one reason. In Japan, milk and dairy product is very low compared with Western country. We are not drinking milk too much. We are not drinking milk too much. That's why we can find difference milk and dairy product level. So I don't know the Indonesian intake level. So that's why I'm not sure this evidence is useful for the Indonesia country. However, if the intake level is low country, milk and dairy product is effective, I think effective for the hypertension. Is that okay for your answer?
Well, how about the answer? Is it answer your question, Miss Ridla? Are you sure? Yeah, you give the thumb for your Dr. Suboyama. She said that, yeah, your answer is already answer her questions. Well, okay. The second, yeah. We will give the opportunity to, Dr. Suboyama, we also have student in here, so I will give the opportunity to our student here to asking or discuss with you. Okay, say your name and from what department.
Okay. Okay. My name is Ana Sabrina. Hello, Dr. Nobuyo Suboyama.
Thank
I'm
you.
a nutrition student. Okay. I'm amazed by an idea that I never even imagined in my life. It's space nutrition. As a student, I'm interested in your presentation about space nutrition. Can you tell me a little about what I will do if I register as a space nutritionist? I'm interested with space nutrition. Yes. As a student.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for your interest to space
Yeah.
nutrition.
Can you tell me a little about what I will do if I register as a space nutritionist? Okay, thank you.
Do you mean the how?
I think that she is interesting with this kind to learn
Okay.
about space nutrition, or maybe
How to be a space nutritionist.
Okay, I understand. Okay. Space nutrition is a brand new system in the world. Maybe it's the first system in the world. And in Japan, Tree Institute has a course program of space nutrition. You can apply to the graduate school for the space nutritionist. So you can learn about the space nutrition. And we have three institutes, Kyoto Prefecture University of Medicine, and also Tokushima University, and our institute, National Institute of Health and Nutrition in Japan. If you pass the examination for graduate school for three institute, you can learn space nutrition, and after that, you will be space nutritionist. If you need more information, please contact me.
Is it answer your question, Sabrina? Yeah. I think that she's really interesting, and maybe she will contact you soon to be, to be the member of your team. Yeah. Okay. I will try to read. There is one question in the chat room in Zoom from Miss Hadriani. What are the strategies to increase fish consumption among disaster affected communities to reduce the risk of hypertension and obesity in Japan. So this is this kind of the strategy that you already doing in Japan. I think Japanese is every day eat fish. Is that true, Miss Dr. Suboyama?
This question is in chat.
Yeah, in chat room.
Chat room.
The point is what is the strategies to increase the fish consumption among disaster? They already do it in Japan, especially. Maybe
Okay.
you can share your experience in there for us in here.
Okay, thank you very much. As I mentioned, so Japan has disaster food certification system. Now we have already over 250 products for the certification. But most of disaster food is rice and bread. However, we need more fish or something side dish, and also milk and dairy products, something like that. And now we are promoting to develop disaster food with fish, such as a tuna, can with tuna and can with salmon and can with mackerel, something like that. And also, we have the soup with fish. It's a little pouch food. Also, we have rice with shrimp. It's a dried rice. And then many kind of fish disaster food. So, however, it's still now, it's not enough. So we need more promotion to increase disaster food with fish. And also now we are developing international standard of disaster food. I think Indonesian country is needed to disaster food because Indonesia has many disasters. So if you are curious about disaster food, I will do collaboration with your country. Also, now we are planning to interview survey about disaster food in your country. So if you are curious about this interview, please contact us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. So your strategy in Japan is the first step is you try to educate people to eat fish and then give them a food, especially fish in can, something like that, yeah, Dr. Suboyama. Okay, I will try to find someone that in this room. Yes, there is a one lady that already raised her hand.
And also, can I ask? Can I say one more? And
Yeah, please.
yes, disaster food important. Also, after disaster, we have many system on-site cooking at affected area. During on-site cooking, sometimes using fish and seafood to evacuate. So we are planning to many strategy to promote fish consumption after disaster. Thank you.
Yes, okay. To the next question. Yes. Microphone.
Thank you.
Mr. Andi Respito. Good morning, Dr. Nobuya.
Good morning.
First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Nurmiati. I am lecturer at Midwifery Department, Health Polytechnic of Palu. As we know, Central Sulawesi, especially Palu City, experienced a major natural disaster a few years ago.
Yes, yes.
We know Palu City has many sources of food, sources of carbohydrates like rice, sweet potatoes, corn, and sago. Fresh vegetables and fish are available and accessible to everyone. However, when there is a disaster, the usual aid given to victims is usually instant food, such as instant noodles and eggs. Of course, consuming food like that for the long term will cause a health problems. Maybe we need advice as expert nutritionists. Maybe you can give us suggestions on how to start preparing food that can be stored longer from ingredients available from each home to prepare for a disaster. And as a midwifery, maybe we have some struggle about how to give food for babies, especially how to feed babies under 2 years, under 2 years old after disaster. Maybe you can share your experience in Japan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. It's very important. So I think we need two type of prepare. One is the food stockpiling is important. I'm not sure there is food stockpiling custom in Indonesia. However, food stockpiling is important. If the family has baby or vulnerable people, they have to stockpile at least 2 weeks food. This is Japanese guideline. And it's important. Also, I think we need a system to provide vulnerable people appropriate food, including logistics and transport or something like that, as someone mentioned in chat. That's why now we are developing next international standard. It's a food system, including stockpiling, food system after disaster, including logistics and stockpile and stockyard and something like that. So if we develop the food system after disaster, it's a model case. After that, we can provide the system to every country. So, and you can improve the food situation after disaster. I believe that. Is that okay?
Sorry, the second question about how to provide feeds for babies under 2 years
How
after
to
disaster.
How
Baby
to feed?
for babies, yeah. Under 2 years. Because
okay.
sometimes our experience, the government give formula. So how about your experience in Japan?
Okay. Our disaster food certification product include for the infant and young baby. This product is a baby formula, powder or liquid milk, also baby food, soft food, also baby snack and porridge rice, or something like that. We have many type of disaster food for baby and young children. These are good for stockpiling for the family with infant. Maybe in Indonesia, you have many products for baby. It's good for after disaster also. So please keep many food product as a stockpiling. Is that answer for your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank
So
you
clear.
very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Suboyama. I think I will give the last chance for one question from this room. Is there any person that will discuss with Dr. Suboyama? Oh yeah, there is one lady that already raised her hand. The microphone, please.
Baik, before thank you for moderator opportunity to give for me, and before I wanna say hello to Dr. Noboyo, konnichiwa dokter.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. Ya, watashi no namae wa Tarisa desu, and watashi wa Palu no Setgususei desu. Ogienka desu, Dr. Noboyo.
Oh.
Okay. Before I courses 1 month in the Japanese class. Thank you.
Great.
Yes. Arigato. Yeah. In the Indonesian journal, I got one of the data that consumption pattern contributes greatly the occurrence of hypertension. And the thing was then by comparing people who consume meat and fish, which is have quite an impact on hypertension. Hypertension. My question is, what is the first element that contribution greatly to the composition to consumption of seafish on the occurrence of hypertension? Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you very much for your question. I show the data, fish and milk and dairy product against hypertension. However, I think most important point is salt. Salt reduction is the major major effective point, I think. After that, if possible, milk and dairy product eating will be effect to the hypertension, I think. But strong effect has a total reduction, I think. Is that okay for your question?
Is it answer your question, or maybe you need a further discussion with Dr. Suboyama?
Hi, desu.
ありがとうございます。
Understand what you say before to question answering my question. Thank you and arigato gozaimasu.
ありがとうございます。
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Suboyama. So I think that there are big difference between your experience in Japan and we are here in Indonesia, because you said that Japan in your country you already developed some regulation, especially about the standard of food for emergency condition, and then Japan already produced many product of food that think about nutrition inside it. So people in the worst condition, in the post-disaster condition, it can be eat the proper food, so the needed of nutrition can already can serve by the product. But we here in Indonesia, we got many problems, especially we got yeah, technology like transportation and to store food, and then about the condition of geographic condition. So what do you think about the problem with us in here? Do you have any suggestion to solve the problem about the technology, and then problem like transport, food transport? Do you have any experience in maybe in another country that similar condition with Indonesia, Dr. Suboyama?
So do you mean the logistic and transportation?
Yeah. We are in here in Indonesia. We have problem about logistic and transportation, and also technology, especially post disaster.
Okay,
Many
I
system
understand.
many system broke down. We don't have electricity, and then that logistics and transportation also disturbed with this condition. Do you have any experience about that condition, Dr. Suboyama, that maybe you can share in here?
Yes, it's very important, and also it's very difficult to improve. However, especially the food and nutrition area, we have disaster food with heating material. So if we cannot use electricity and gas, but that disaster food has heating material, so we can eat hot meal with heating material. So we are developing new technology. So it's one possibility to improve the food and nutrition and health after disaster, I think. Also, now we are creating the logistic support to create international standards. So yeah, maybe next time I will show the new data, I think. Also, we are doing research to improve food and nutrition and health after disaster. And also many health research we are doing our institute. And our institute has a program of fellowship from overseas country. Last year, we had a fellowship from Indonesia, Palu. Mr. Ansa came to our institute. If you are curious about to run our institute, please apply to fellowship to our institute, and please collaborate with us to improve health and nutrition in your future.
Well, okay, Dr. Suboyama, it's such a great discussion with you, and then people in here really enjoy the discussion. But I think we had a limited time, so maybe if we still have any discussion, we will do it in the next time. But before you leave the room, I will the committee will be share the certification for you. Maybe can you share the certification?
Wow.
Yeah,
Thank you
this is our,
very much.
that's as appreciation for us for your contribution in our conference, Dr. Suboyama. Again and again, thank you for your great presentation of materi, but we're looking forward to see you directly, not only in a screen, not only in a Zoom meeting. Maybe some of us will visit your country, hopefully.
Thank you
Okay.
very much. Yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big applause for Dr. Suboyama
Thank
with
you.
our great presentation. Dr. Suboyama, thank you very much for your times, and we're looking forward to meet with you soon, hopefully. So we can end this session, and then thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Andy, and
yeah,
for all of participants. Thank you
yeah,
so much.
yeah. Okay, see you. And
See
then for ladies and
you.
gentlemen, we will step to the next agenda, which is it's a lunchtime. We will do the next agenda, and give back to the MC. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our discussion. So now we will move to lunch break. Kami informasikan kepada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan untuk bisa menikmati hidangan makan siang yang telah disiapkan oleh panitia. Terima kasih. Cherry produk kosmetik yang berkualitas. Boleh ke depan ada booth dari Wardah Kosmetik. Terus juga ada display produk Uni Health buat Bapak Ibu tamu undangan yang ingin cari produk kesehatan untuk menjaga kesehatan tentunya ya. Boleh melihat display produk dari Uni Health selaku sponsor kita. Yang ingin melakukan pemeriksaan kesehatan juga boleh ke booth Maxima Laboratorium. Ada pemeriksaan yang dilakukan oleh sponsorship kita. Baik, selamat menikmati sesi lunch break kali ini. Selamat menikmati santap siang yang telah disiapkan oleh panitia. Bagi yang ingin cari kosmetik boleh ke booth Wardah. Yang mau cari produk-produk kesehatan boleh ke display produk Uni Health. Untuk yang mau melakukan pemeriksaan kesehatan juga boleh ke Maxima Laboratorium. Terima kasih kami sampaikan kepada para sponsor yang telah mensupport, mendukung kegiatan kita kali ini.
Gemar sekali kau lukiskan bintang untukku. Sungguh lihai tanganmu menatap kembali hati yang hampir mati. Kan ku letakkan hangat di tengah dekat kita. Jangan bilang
Baik, kami informasikan juga sebentar akan ada kuis. Kuis berhadiah berhadiah sponsorship ya. Ada banyak hadiah dari sponsor kita, dari Wardah Kosmetik, dari Maxima, dari Uni Health. Jadi persiapan diri Bapak Ibu sekalian partisipan untuk bisa mengikuti kuis berhadiah ini. Selamat menikmati santap siang. Terima kasih.
Simpan cinta membuatku terlena ke dalam pesona sukma yang begitu indah. Apa yang kau inginkan dari senyumku ya Tuhan. Oh, gemar sekali kau lukiskan bintang untukku. Sungguh lihai tanganmu menatap kembali hati yang hampir mati. Kan ku letakkan hangat di tengah dekat kita. Jangan ditutup ke rumah yang bukan engkau. Jika mampu ku pelajahi langit, kan ku pergi ke langit untuk bernai harimu. Jangan khawatir, masih ada aku. Jangan khawatir, masih ada aku. Sekali kau lukiskan bintang untukku. Sungguh lihai tanganmu menatap kembali hati yang hampir mati. Kan ku letakkan hangat di tengah dekat kita. Kan ku persilahkan kau menetap di sini.
dari rumput, dari laut. Ku susuri setiap keindahan di wajahmu, ku samakan rindu.
10:30. I think so. Now break. She gives it TV. I was thinking, okay, in that break I should have posted. Sweet potato, I was thinking.
Katanya tertulis di langit, di telaga di ujung daun itu, rindu mengekalnya bersamamu berulang-ulang, rindu mengekalnya bersamamu berulang-ulang, rindu mengekalnya bersamamu. Seperti burung yang sedang membuat sarang dari rumput, dari laut. Ku susuri setiap keindahan di wajahmu, ku semakan jalanan mengurang waktu menjamah pertemuan demi pertemuan, catatannya tertulis di langit malam, di telaga dan di ujung daun itu, rindu dalam perjalanan mengurang waktu menjamah pertemuan demi pertemuan, tatanya tertulis di langit malam, di telaga dan di ujung daun itu, rindu mengekal menyebut namamu berulang-ulang, rindu mengekal menyebut namamu berulang-ulang, rindu mengekal menyebut namamu.
Tenggelam jiwaku dalam angan, tersesat hilang dan tak tahu arah. Ku terjebak masa lalu yang kelam, tak kulihat lagi cahaya cinta. Dan kamu hadir coba bawa bahagia, ketika ku masih mati rasa, karena dia yang pertama membuatku cinta, dia juga yang pertama membuatku kecewa. Kamu yang pertama menyembuhkan luka cinta, jadi kisah yang sempurna. Tenggelam jiwaku dalam angan, tak kulihat lagi cahaya cinta. Dan kamu hadir coba bawa bahagia. Ketika ku masih mati rasa, karena dia yang pertama membuatku cinta. Dia juga yang pertama membuatku kecewa. Kamu yang pertama menyembuhkan luka. Tak ingin lagi ku mengulang keliru akan cinta. Jadi kisah yang sempurna. Tuhan, yakinkan cinta ini. Oh, hati yang terkunci terbuka kembali. Dia yang pertama membuatku cinta. Dia juga yang pertama membuatku kecewa. Kamu yang pertama menyembuhkan luka. Tak ingin lagi ku mengulang keliru akan cinta. Dia juga pertama membuatku kecewa. Kamu yang pertama menyembuhkan luka. Tak ingin lagi ku mengulang keliru akan cinta. Kamu untuk selamanya.
Dari jauh tergambar cerita tentang kita, terpisah jarak dan waktu. Ingin kuungkapkan rinduku lewat kata indah. Tak cukup untuk diri, sebab kau terlalu dari sekedar kata. Dunia berhenti sejenak menikmati indahmu. Dan apabila tak bersamamu, pastikan ku jalani dunia. Tak seindah kemarin, sederhana, tertawamu sudah cukup. Oh, hidup bersamamu. Hingga hari berlalu tanpa percuma menyusul dengan dia. Dari keadaan dunia berhenti sejenak menikmati indahmu. Oh, oh. Dan apabila tak bersamamu, pastikan jalani dunia. Oh, tak seindah kemarin, sederhana tertawamu sudah cukup lengkapi sempurnanya. Dan apabila tak bersamamu, pastikan jalani dunia. Tak seindah kemarin, sederhana tertawamu sudah cukup lengkapi sempurnanya hidup bersamamu.
Meski dirimu bukan milikku, namun hatiku tetap untukmu. Berjuta pilihan di sisiku, takkan bisa menggantikanmu. Walau badai menerpa, cintaku takkan ku lepas. Berikan kesempatan untuk membuktikan ku mampu jadi yang terbaik dan masih jadi yang terbaik. Ku akan menanti meski harus penantian panjang. Ku akan tetap setia menunggu.
Bersamanya jalan lebih terang. Tetaplah bersamaku, jadi teman hidupku. Berdua kita hadapi dunia. Kau milikku, milikmu. Kita satukan tujuh. Bersama arus derasnya waktu. Bila di depan nanti banyak cobaan untuk kisah cinta kita, jangan cepat menyerah. Kau punya ku punya kamu. Selamanya akan begitu. Tetaplah bersamaku, jadi teman hidupku. Berdua kita hadapi dunia. Kau milikku, milikmu. Kita satukan tujuh. Bersama arungi derasnya waktu. Kau milikku, ku milikmu. Kau jiwa yang selalu aku puja. Hari ini kau berdamai dengan dirimu sendiri. Kau maafkan semua salahmu, ampuni dirimu. Hari ini ajak lagi dirimu bicara mesra. Berjujurlah pada dirimu, kau bisa percaya. Maafkan semua yang lalu, ampuni hati kecilmu. Luka-luka hilanglah luka, biar tentram yang berkuasa. Kau terlalu berharga untuk luka. Katakan pada dirimu, semua baik-baik saja. Bisikanlah terima kasih pada diri sendiri. Hebat dia, terus menjagamu dan sayangimu. Suarakan, bilang padanya jangan paksakan apapun. Suarakan, ingatkan terus aku makna cukup. Luka-luka hilanglah luka, biar senyum jadi senjata. Kau terlalu berharga untuk luka. Katakan pada dirimu, semua baik-baik saja. Bila lelah menepilah, hayat tiada nafasmu. Luka hilanglah luka, biar tentram yang berkuasa. Kau terlalu berharga untuk luka. Katakan pada dirimu, semua baik-baik saja. Luka hilanglah luka, biar senyum jadi senjata. Kau terlalu berharga untuk luka. Katakan pada dirimu, semua baik-baik saja. Semua baik-baik saja. Kau bisa patahkan kakiku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Kau bisa lumpuhkan tanganku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Kau bisa merebut senyumku, tapi sungguh tak akan lama. Kau bisa merobek hatiku, tapi aku tahu obatnya. Manusia kuat, itu kita, jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita, manusia kuat. Itu kita, jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita, kau bisa hitamkan putihku, kau takkan gelapkan apapun. Kau bisa runtuhkan jalanku, kan ku temukan jalan yang lain. Manusia itu kita, itu kita, itu kita, itu kita. Manusia kuat, itu kita, jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita, manusia kuat. Itu kita, jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita, manusia kuat. Itu kita, jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita. Tak bisa patahkan kakiku, patah tanganku, rebut senyumku, hitamkan putihnya hatiku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Saya kok ganti ban motor dong? Nanti diganti. Tak mungkin secepat itu kau lupa air mata sedihmu kala itu. Mengungkapkan semua kekurangannya, semua dariku yang tak dia punya. Daya pikat yang memang engkau punya, sungguh-sungguh ingin aku lindungi. Dan setelah luka-lukamu reda, kau lupa aku juga punya rasa. Lalu kau pergi kembali dengannya. Aku pernah menyentuhmu, apa kau malu? Di bawah basah langit abu-abu, kau di mana? Di lengannya malam menuju minggu, kau di mana? Kadang dering masih ada namamu, beberapa pesan singkat untukmu. Entah apa maksudmu yang ku tahu, sayangimu aku telah keliru. Ayo tulis di buku harianmu, kelak jelaskan bila engkau punya waktu. Di bawah basah langit abu-abu, kau di mana? Di lengannya malam menuju minggu, kau di mana? Bertemukah kau dengan sang puas berarsenaka? rasa hatimu. Bertemukah kau dengan sang bebas? Benar senangkah rasa hatimu?
Tanganmu menatap kembali hati yang hampir mati. Ku letakkan hangat di tengah dekat kita. Jangan biarkan ku pulang ke rumah yang bukan engkau. Jika mampu ku menjelajahi langit, kan ku ketika langit tuh pernah harimu. Jangan khawatir, masih ada aku. Jangan khawatir, masih ada aku. Sekali kau lukis dan bintang untukku, sungguh lihai tanganmu menatap kembali hati yang hampir mati. Kan ku letakkan hangat di tengah dekat kita. Kan ku persilahkan kau menetap di sini. Walau tak ada yang pasti yang kau beri, sanggup kita terus begini. Tak ingin cinta usai di sini. Ku rindukan senyummu, ku ingin peluk dirimu. Rasa ibuku terlalu tinggi. Tuhan tolonglah diriku. Tak ingin pisah denganmu. Bahagia telah hilang. Maaf jika memang aku ingin bersalah. Kalah dengan kesunyian ini. Bersama pun tak saling bicara. Aku sanggup kita terus begini. Tak ingin cinta usai di sini. Ku rindukan senyummu, ku ingin peluk dirimu. Tapi rasa egoku terlalu tinggi. Tolonglah diriku. Tak ingin bisa dengannya. Tuhan tolonglah diriku. Tak ingin bisa dengannya.
Aku selalu terus berusaha sabar yang aku bisa menjadi pengertian. Sakitmu selalu ku simpan, jadi yang terbaik untukmu. Apa itu tak cukup? Senyum yang ku beri selama ini palsu, itu bukan aku. Ku tutupi semuanya agar kita baik-baik saja. Kini sudah tak mampu dengan caramu itu. Sikapmu seakan-akan menyuruh diriku pergi, tapi perkataanmu seolah aku penting bagimu. Sebenarnya aku siapa? Tak dianggap tapi ada bersamamu. Ku terluka melepaskanmu, aku lebih terluka. Lelah bertahan denganmu, namun terlalu sayang untuk melepasmu. Biar ku jalani sampai melepasmu. Tiada lagi sedih bagiku. Sikapmu seakan-akan menyuruh diriku pergi, tapi perkataanmu seolah aku penting bagimu. Sikapmu seakan-akan menyuruh diriku pergi, tapi perkataanmu seolah aku penting bagimu. Sebenarnya aku siapa? Terdianggap tapi ada. Bersamamu ku terluka melepaskanmu. Aku lebih terluka.
Bukan, 5 menit. Oke.
Baik, Bapak Ibu, mohon izin kami informasikan bahwasanya sesi speaker ketiga akan segera dimulai dalam 5 menit ke depan. Sekali lagi kami informasikan, bahwasanya sesi speaker ketiga akan segera dimulai dalam 5 menit ke depan. Selamat melanjutkan kembali makan siang. Terima kasih.
Sesi ketiga
Where is Paul? Where is your Paul?
Sekedar informasi, pemateri ketiga berasal dari India, Dr. Christy Simpson, Principal College of Nursing, Christian Institute of Health Science and Research, Mokodamia, Nagaland, India. Yang mana beliau akan menyampaikan materi terkait early detection and management of cardiovascular disease in pregnant, postpartum, and postnatal women in primary care. Sesi ini akan dimulai dalam 5 menit ke depan dan akan dimoderatori oleh Dr. Irsanti Colleen. Untuk sesi kuis yang saya sampaikan tadi akan dipending di akhir acara setelah sesi pembicara ini telah selesai kita lakukan. Sekali lagi kami informasikan bahwasanya acara akan segera kami mulai dalam 5 menit ke depan, yang mana kita akan mendengarkan materi oleh Dr. Christy Simpson, Principal College of Nursing, Christian Institute of Health Science and Research, Kedima, Nagaland, India, yang mana beliau akan menyampaikan materi terkait early detection and management of cardiovascular disease in pregnant, postpartum, and postnatal women in primary care, yang mana sesi ini akan dimoderatori oleh Dr. Irsanti Colleen. Selamat melanjutkan kembali makan siang Bapak Ibu tamu undangan. Terima kasih. Yes. Tolong ya. Ya. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will move to the next agenda with our third speaker, Dr. Christy Simpson from India, with her topic Early Detection and Management of Cardiovascular Disease in Pregnant, Postpartum, and Postnatal Women in Primary Care. This session will moderate Dr. Irsanti Colleen. So I will hand over this event to our moderator. To Dr. Irsanti Colleen, times is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, meet me again in session 3. For the first time, I will Mrs. Christy Simpson, are you here with us? Mrs. Christy Simpson. I want to say hello to Mrs. Christy Simpson. No, I cannot hear your voice. I think you are mute. Can you open the microphone?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you so much. Good
Okay.
afternoon to one and all. Thank you for the opportunity given. Now I would like to share my slide.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Christy Simpson. Uh, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the third speaker. Today, we are privileged to have Dr. Christy Simpson from India. From sorry, I will to read your CV first. Miss Christy Simpson from Christian Medical College and Hospital, correct? Hello, Mrs. Simpson.
Yes, shall I start?
Okay.
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 My topic for today is early detection and management of cardiovascular disease in pregnant, postpartum, and postnatal women in primary care. So, cardiac disease during pregnancy is a great concern for all the nurses and also the doctors. Actually, the cardiac disease, when there is a pre existing condition, it may exacerbate. So, the midwives taking care of the pregnant women have to be very careful because of the hormonal changes. If there is any cardiovascular disease existing, that can be exaggerated, or if there is any mitral, usually the mitral valve stenosis during pregnancy, it manifests also. So, evaluating the cardiac disease in pregnancy is very, very important. It is a interprofessional team in managing the condition that is more important. So, when you look at the epidemiology, points 2% to 4% of pregnancies have complications with cardiac disease. A meta analysis of 25 studies done in Southeast Asia revealed that the prevalence of heart disease among pregnant women was 1.46 percentage. Among those with heart disease, 70.25 had rheumatic heart disease and 18.10 had congenital heart disease. Can you see my slide? Hello? Hello?
Yes. Yes, we
Can you
can.
see? Can you see my slide?
Yes, we see your slide, but can you open the camera, please, so we can
Yes, camera.
point you?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Nice to see
Okay.
you, Miss Christy Simpson.
Thank you so much. Can I proceed? Hello?
Yeah.
You can see the slide, no?
Yeah, we can see your slide.
Okay. So as I said, the incidents are very common actually. Study done, 25 studies revealed that the heart disease on pregnant women was 1.46 percentage. Among that, rheumatic heart disease is more than the congenital heart disease. Then women with cardiac disease can go into preterm labor and delivery. 17.6 percentage can go into preterm labor and delivery. Similarly, the pooled maternal and fetal mortality rate was 26.14 percentage and 50.48 per thousand pregnant women with heart disease, respectively. Then another study done in Mumbai revealed that a total of 12,880 delivered patients in 2 years, 0.07% cases were diagnosed and managed as peripartum cardiomyopathy. The cardiac disease patients, after they deliver, they develop peripartum cardiomyopathy. The postpartum pericardiomyopathy was common in the age group 21 to 30. And among that, 55.6% actually were primigravidas and 44.4% multigravidas. Among that, 56% of case presented antenatally. So when you look at antenatal and postnatal, the manifestation of cardiac problems are more than postnatal. 56% presented antenatally and only 44% postnatally. Majority of them fall into the New York Heart Association grade 3. Preeclampsia was also noted in 66%. Then type 1 diabetes mellitus was also present in 11% and chronic hypertension 22%. Usually preeclampsia, diabetes, chronic hypertension are more common among pregnant women. And if they have cardiac disease, that will exaggerate. And they can go into cardiogenic shock immediately after delivery. So when you look at the maternal mortality, it was seen in 22% cases. So as midwives, we have to be very, very careful because the primary care is given by the midwives, and when the midwife is able to detect complication, and she should refer the women immediately to the cardiologist. When you look at the physiology of pregnancy, the physiological changes as early as 5 weeks, it starts. As soon as the conception takes place, you know the cell division takes place. Immediately, lot of changes in the hormones. So this, as soon as the placenta attached to the uterine wall, it releases lot of hormones. So as we all know, the blood volume increases. So there will be a changes in hemodynamic and it has to be counter-regulated. So in general, it maintains the arterial pressure during pregnancy, but in cardiac disease complicating, it is little difficult. So when you look at the cardiac output, 40 to 50% increase in pregnancy. So if the heart is weak with a disease condition, I'm sure the heart may not be able to compensate. When you look at the stroke volume, 30% increase. So imagine 30% increase each ejection. The heart push blood so much to the systemic circulation, and the heart rate also increase 15 to 25%. Then intravascular volume increases, systemic value resistance decrease. Because of the increased blood volume, the peripheral resistance decrease. When peripheral resistance decrease, the BP goes down and there will be changes in the systolic BP. When you look at when you hear the murmur, systolic 1 is normal, but in pregnancy, systolic 2 will be there. And cardiac disease patient, systolic 3 also can be there. So that means the heart is not able to compensate the increased blood volume. Then diastolic BP also 20% decrease. Oxygen consumption is more. The central venous pressure usually does not change so much. Just to briefly mention about the New York Heart Association grade, they have divided into 4 classes. The class 1 asymptomatic. So the pregnant woman may not have any symptom. Then the class 2 symptoms with greater than normal activity. Then third, symptoms with regular activity. Then symptoms at rest. So these are the classes of New York Heart Association. Then some of the common cardiovascular disease of pregnancy and their hypothesis etiology. Why cardiomyopathy? Heart disease patient will have, but it will be accelerated with some of the exposure. Exposure like alcohol abuse, abuse of drugs such as cocaine and methamphetamines, which aggravate the condition. So they go into cardiomyopathy. Then the risk factors also for the coronary heart disease. Coronary heart disease, the people who already have ischemic heart disease, Mainly, the predisposing factors are hypertension, hyperlipidemia, diabetes mellitus, obesity, smoking, and immobility. These are the conditions predispose the woman to coronary artery disease during pregnancy. Then, pregnancy associated myocardial infarction. Myocardial infarction also can be aggravated. Certain conditions like preeclampsia, eclampsia can contribute for myocardial infarction. Here, the midwives have to be very, very careful because we know that during pregnancy, preeclampsia is very common. And if preeclampsia is neglected, the woman eclampsia. So as we monitor, usually we refer them for the institutional delivery where the institution has a cardiologist. The expert must be there so that as midwife monitor the patient and immediately if there is any problem she can notify and they can also come and see the woman immediately. So it's very important that preeclampsia, which can dispose to myocardial, we must be aware of it. Preeclampsia can predispose the woman to myocardial infection. Aware of that, we will be very careful when the woman is in labor or when the woman comes for regular checkup. Then valvular disease also another concern. Hemodynamics of pregnancy can exacerbate certain valvular disease. As I told you earlier, mainly the mitral valve stenosis. In general, there are some risk factors for pregnant women. The cardiac disease may not be there, but maybe it is hidden, but that can be predisposed to woman. These are the risk factors a midwife giving primary care have to rule out. High risk approach is very, very important. Any pregnant woman, when they come, it is our responsibility to approach in a high risk manner because she may look normal, but we have to investigate and find out whether there is any risk factors are there. These are some of the risk factors. Being over age 30, most of the countries, the Asian countries, women get married about 30. So we have to be very careful. Then diabetes. Diabetes may be pre-existing before pregnancy she would have had diabetes or she must have developed gestational diabetes, so we have to rule out. Then family history of cardiovascular disease, that also we have to be careful. Then if the woman has high blood pressure, again that can predispose the woman to cardiac problem. Then high cholesterol or high triglycerides, history of spontaneous coronary artery dissection, then overweight, obesity, and tobacco use. These are some of the predisposing factors, risk factors. These risk factors we have to rule out. Any woman, when they come for checkup, we have to make sure that they are free from all these risk factors. Some of the investigation, special investigation done to rule out. One is the WBC. It can be elevated in case of inflammatory condition of the heart. Then serum creatinine indicate hypoperfusion. Liver enzymes all increased. Okay, liver enzymes increased. Maybe the liver is enlarged. That is hepatopathy. Then urinalysis can reveal preeclampsia, urine albumin in the urine, and also the high BP, and sometimes generalized edema, lower extremities edema, sometimes it is normal because of the gravity. But if the woman has generalized edema, we should worry about that. Then brain natriuretic peptide that indicates peripartum cardiomyopathy, and ECG, dysarrhythmias, ischemic changes can be noted in ECG. Then echocardiography, that also pericardial effusion and myopathy. So these are some of the conditions cardiac patients can develop. So we have to do all these investigations. What are the effect of cardiac disease in pregnancy? The cardiac disease in pregnancy can affect the woman, mother and also the fetus. So, what all can happen to the mother, the woman? Abortion, it can cause abortion, it can cause preeclampsia, antepartum and postpartum hemorrhage, gestational diabetes, pulmonary edema, and arrhythmia, progressive heart failure and stroke, and death, sudden death, sometimes it happens. So we have to look for these complications. For the fetus, intrauterine growth restriction, premature labor, and intrauterine death. So carefully we have to do fetal monitoring also. What are the roles of the midwife, primary care giver, responsibility? What are our objectives of care? That is facilitating risk assessment and detection of problem. Assessment, we have to be very, very careful in assessing the woman. Sometimes we take it for granted, pregnancy is normal, and we neglect certain areas that shouldn't be. We have to at least 3 times we have to do assessment to rule out cardiac problem. Collaborating with other professional in multidisciplinary team is important if for the cardiac woman. Then performing risk assessment, ensuring parental health education, and ensuring maternal awareness and self management. These are the objectives of our care. Then history. As I told you, the primary objective is assessment. Assessment, sometimes they give you some history. Like, for example, fatigue. The woman is saying, in general, also pregnant women can have fatigue, but we should not take it for granted that is because of the pregnancy. We have to rule out. She may be a cardiac woman or she may not be a cardiac woman. In general, cardiac woman will have fatigue, she will have shortness of breath, she will have dyspnea on exertion when she works hard, or certain activity when she does, she will have breathing difficulty. Then paroxysmal nocturnal dyspnea, orthopnea, sometimes they cannot sit properly, the different position they look for. Then increasing edema, the body, chest pain or angina, lightheadedness they may have little bit of giddiness and familial history. So we have to rule out history. When I say, we have to look at the signs and symptoms, the subjective data and the objective data. Here we have the subjective data and also the objective data. Then we have to do a physical examination. When you do a physical examination, I'm sure that we count the respiration, we count the pulse. When you count the respiration, the lady may have tachypnea, increased respiratory rate, then tachycardia, increased pulse rate she will have, then peripheral edema, hypotension. When you check the BP, you may identify hypotension. Then when you check the, do the palpation and inspection, you may find cyanosis, clubbing, jugular venous distension, Rales and Gallagher, the sound the changes. Then some women, ascites they may develop if it is neglected. Okay, primary care is given effectively, they may not go into these complications like ascites, hepatomegaly, then systolic third and fourth murmur. These and all may be congestive cardiac failure. If the woman comes with, then you may identify all these ascites, hepatomegaly, S3, S4 murmur, hepatojugular reflex, prominent V waves, apical impulse shifted to mid-clavicular line. So the heart is enlarged, it shifted. So all these symptoms and signs you can make out. So it is our responsibility to give respectful maternity care. Now, everybody talks about respectful maternity care because we have to give autonomy to the woman and we have to respect her in all her ways. But sometimes we may not be able to oblige to her always because cardiac disease, the prognosis, she may not know. So we know as medical person, we know what will happen. So we have to explain. If they don't want institutional delivery, we have to tell them, see, this is cardiac patient, so you may have problem at home. If there is, then it is difficult to contact the doctor. By the time you come to the hospital, she will deliver or she will die. So all that we have to explain. That is very, very important. We have to respect her concern, but where there is interference, we have to interfere. So we'll see some of the respectful maternity care. We must be able to distinguish between normal and abnormal cardiovascular symptoms and explain to her in such a way that she has got all these. These are the symptoms of cardiac problem. Initiate early referral and investigation. Sometimes they come to the midwife for checkup, and if the midwife identifies and she wants to refer the woman to the cardiologist, sometimes they may not agree, but we have to make sure that they understand the problem and go to the expert for further referral. Recognition and response to clinical deterioration during pregnancy, as I told you earlier also, when we have seen some of the symptoms earlier, all these symptoms, as midwife, we should be able to observe and then immediately we have to respond to the symptoms. Okay, clinically she may be deteriorating. We must be able to identify and refer immediately. Then provide skilled, knowledgeable, and respectful and compassionate care. Compassionate care is also very, very important. Sometimes they do not come regularly for checkup and we get angry with them. So, no point in getting angry with them. We have to adjust because family problems will be there. Many siblings may be there, and she may not be able to leave the children and come. So practical issues may be there when she is not coming for checkup. I think we should never condemn them, understand them, and provide compassionate care. Anticipate and to recognize any changes that may lead to complication and additional care. So you have, suppose for example, she comes with a tachypnea, that means increased difficulty in breathing, increased respiratory rate. Then you must be able to recognize and immediately you must start oxygen therapy. It's additional care. So if you recognize, I'm sure that we'll be able to do that. Here I would like to give one illustration. What happened when I was working in postnatal ward? Where I was working, it was a medical college hospital. So where the maternity patients are admitted. This lady was admitted with fatigue, weakness, swelling in the legs, irregular heartbeat, and she had wheezing, cough that brought up lot of white mucus with spots of blood, diagnosed as congestive cardiac failure. So the doctor advised for strict bed rest. So one day, as I told you, medical students they come and examine the women. So one day, the medical students, when they wanted to do the assessment, that particular student wanted to check the weight of the woman. She was congestive cardiac failure, strict better. She should not come down from the bed. But this student made her to come down from the bed and she checked the weight and asked her to go back to the bed. When she went back to the bed, immediately she was arrested and we couldn't revive her. She died immediately. So we have to be very, very, very careful with the cardiac complicating pregnancy. We are the one always with the woman. Doctors are not always there. They trust us. They have a lot of confidence on midwives. that midwife will be able to detect problem and then manage the care. So when this fellow, when she came, if the nurse gone there and told, no, I'm sorry, you cannot bring the patient down, she is on strict bed rest, like that, if the nurse or the midwife, if you should have told immediately, then that should have been avoided. So midwives have to be very, very careful. It is also important that we collaborate and referring interdisciplinary and multi-agency colleagues. Like, no, we have to collaborate with cardiologists, we have to collaborate with the laboratory technicians, and we have to collaborate with the nutritionists. That's very important because they need special diet. Then we have to do with the physiotherapists. They cannot do vigorous exercise. The physiotherapists know what they can do, what they cannot do. So according to that, they will be able to help the woman. So we have to collaborate with the interdisciplinary team. Then responsibility for continuity and coordination of care. Coordination of care is also very, very important. For example, I know that in Indonesia, you have the independent midwife practitioner. So when your woman who is having cardiac problem, and now you wanted to go on leave for 1 week or 2 weeks, I think you must have a coordinating care. I'm sure you may have, but we have to make sure that we cannot take it for granted. Oh, this lady is only 4 months, 5 months, nothing will happen. We should never take it for granted like that. We have to tell the woman also, if you have any problem in the absence of me, you have to contact the midwife name, you can give the phone number also, so that in the absence of you, she will be able to contact the person for better care. So coordination of care is very important. In India, we don't have that. In India, the women, if there is any problem, they have to come to the hospital, and immediately the obstetrician admit and then give the referral, because obstetrician also, they will not be able to handle the cardiac problem. So once the woman is admitted, immediately they send the referral and the cardiologist will come and see. So the coordination of care among the midwives working in the maternity unit also is important. In one shift, something would have happened if that midwife did not convey the message to the next shift person. It will be a problem. It will be a disaster when there is any emergency. So coordination of care among the midwives are very, very important. So because we give ongoing midwifery care, ongoing midwifery care is very, very important. See, 10 women come to you for checkup. All 10 women may not have any high risk, one or two will have high risk, they need more care. So we have to be very careful in coordinating the care. Then we have to act as an advocate for the women. So care always focuses on the needs. As I told you, the needs different. Okay, suppose if the woman needs expect opinion of the pediatrician, we have to advocate. Pediatrician must come and see, and the pediatrician also have to be around when the woman is delivering, because we do not know whether we do a scan, anomaly scan, and see whether the fetus has any congenital anomaly or not. Sometime if it is not identified, then at the time of delivery there will be a problem. So we have to make sure that the pediatricians are around, and their views, preferences, that you sometimes the women may have some preferences. They'll say, I want this particular doctor to come when I am delivering. Do it. That is very important, because she would have seen 2 3 cardiologists, but she may be preferring only one person. So we have to oblige that. Then decision of the woman and the needs of the newborn infant is also taken care of. So the this is what the respectful maternity care. The decision of the women has to be respected in terms of the welfare of the woman. If know that the welfare of the women will be affected, then the decision may not be accepted. Then accurate documentation of observation conducted at appropriate frequency. That is also very, very important. I have noticed with my experience, we do so much for the women, but we fail to document. Documentation is very, very important. When somebody comes for inspection, they ask, did you give teaching on this? We will say, yes, she was given a teaching on maybe diet or drugs, something like that, but it is not documented. So, where is the fact to accept that you are given the education? There is no evidence. So, documentation, the same way care. You would have given the drug, but you forgot to write. So, they will ask, where is the evidence that you have given? So, all the drugs, cardiac drug, we have to check the pulse and then vitals before giving and record. We say, yeah, I checked, the pulse rate was above 70, so I gave the digoxin. But where is the record? After giving digoxin, the woman would have collapsed. We don't know. So if you would have checked, if the pulse is very low, you avoid giving digoxin to the woman. So like that, we have to be very, very careful. Examine severe maternal morbidity as well as mortality, because you know that the pregnancy can accelerate the problem if the woman is cardiac. So we have to be very, very careful, prevent morbidity and mortality. Administration of cardiac drugs, manage anemia if the woman, usually most of the cardiac patients will be anemic also. So we have to be very, very careful. Anemic patients also can develop preeclampsia and diabetes. So we have to be very, very careful. In labor, they can have postpartum hemorrhage, anemia patients. Cardiac disease also can have. So all precaution must be taken to prevent complications. Then fluid restriction and diuretics as per the condition. We know that according to the condition, the fluid amount of intake is recommended. So we have to be very careful how much fluid the woman can have according to that. Diuretics, not for all the cardiac patients, diuretics will be there. Some patients will be there, but those who are having pulmonary edema especially. So we have to be very careful and make sure that's given. Then observe the side effects. That is also our responsibility. You are giving a drug, then after that you ask the woman. Unless we know the side effects, we can't ask the woman. So we have to ask the woman, do you have nausea, vomiting, any abdominal pain after taking the drug? Then she will say, yeah, I did not have any abdominal pain earlier. Now suddenly I am developing. Well, I don't know the reason. So immediately we have to stop the drug and then inform the cardiologist, let them come and examine. After that we can continue. So watch for side effects of the drugs. Then appropriate antibiotics to prevent infection. Diet, sometimes the doctors may forget to prescribe antibiotics, but it is our responsibility. We know that cardiac patient, they should not develop endocarditis. So we have to make sure that antibiotics is given to, especially during labor. Then bed rest, frequent follow-up during pregnancy. Labor and delivery. So labor and delivery, we have to recommend for institutional delivery, and induction is contraindicated because when you give oxytocin, it constricts the blood vessels and the smooth muscle. So women can go into cardiac arrest. So induction is usually contraindicated. If needed, you can give low amniotomy. You can rupture the membrane. That is known as low amniotomy. Forcefully, it won't come. Slowly, you drain the leg. Then plus oxygen concentration in glucose, very slow drip, okay, because some women may need and they may not have severe cardiac problem. In that case, very maybe 0.25 units, and with 1 or 2 drops per minute you can give. Ordinary normal we gave 2.5 to 5 units of oxytocin, but this women we have to be very very careful. You can start with maybe 0.1 and watch the contraction, watch the condition of the woman. If there is no complication, continue. If there is a complication, we immediately stop the oxytocin. So the midwives play a major role in that, because the cardiologist and the obstetrician depends on the midwives. So we should be knowledgeable and we should be skillful. Then close monitoring of condition of the woman. Cardiac output increases, as I told you earlier, 15% to 50%. Imagine so much fluid. The heart has to compensate. So we have to monitor carefully. Then watch for progress of labor. With my experience in labor room, I have seen many cardiac patients. The cardiac patient, when they go into labor, within 2 to 3 hours they deliver, irrespective of the obstetrical score. Very fast progress will be there. So you have, very carefully you have to monitor the woman. No trial of labor, because we don't want it to strain. Adequate analgesia, here we give either morphine or pethidine, because morphine, it depresses the respiratory center. So because already the woman may have tachypnea. So if you give that, it will reduce that also. It helps both ways. It minimizes the pain and also it depresses the respiratory center. Then avoid bearing down effort with accompanying Valsalva maneuver. The breathing, sometimes we say, no, hold the breath and then push down. Like that we used to say when they are in labor. But that has to be avoided in cardiac patients. Then epidural is ideal. It avoids bearing down disserum. So we will identify and then we will be able to apply forceps and then deliver. We will not allow her to bear down normally. Then maintain semi-sitting position, and if the woman prefers and if she doesn't have any breathing difficulty, left lateral position is also ideal. Then oxygen mask if needed. Sometime the cardiac congestive cardiac failure patient may need oxygen. The mitral valve stenosis, mild block also will not affect so much, but looking at the respiratory rate, whether she needs oxygen or good to give oxygen. Then prefer vaginal delivery, but no prolonged labor. Do not allow her to go for more than 8 hours to 10 hours in labor. As I told you, usually the cardiac patients progress very fast, but if at all they don't go, we cannot. Then you have to have active management of third stage of labor, because as I told you earlier also, these women are prone to have postpartum hemorrhage. So we have to be very, very careful. Active management of third stage of labor. As you all know, we give oxytocin within 1 minute of delivery of the baby. 10 units. Here what we follow, I'm just telling. 10 units of oxytocin IM, intramuscular, we give. Then we deliver the placenta with controlled cord traction. And as soon as the placenta is out, massage the uterus. These three are the components of active management of labor to prevent postpartum hemorrhage. Then administer slow intravenous bolus of oxytocin, as I already told you. Avoid ergometrin. Instead, you can give IM oxytocin, because ergometrin constrict the blood vessels. Already systemic circulation will have more blood volume. So when you give ergometrin, sudden constriction will push the blood to the heart and the heart may not be able to compensate. Now we go on to the role of the midwife in postpartum. Prophylactic antibiotics to avoid subacute endocarditis. Observe the women for 72 hours. Every 15 minutes, we have to monitor the pulse, especially the pulse. BP, maybe once in 2 hours you can. If the pulse, if you identify any deviation, then you check the BP and see whether it's normal or not. So monitor vitals every 15 minutes for 72 hours. Then strict bed rest, yearly ambulation to avoid thromboembolism. Then breastfeeding is allowed unless heart failure. If the woman is having congestive cardiac failure, we do not encourage breastfeeding. Otherwise, they can breastfeed the child. Then estrogen should not be used for suppression of lactation. Sometimes if there is any intrauterine death or neonatal death, we may suppress. So estrogen products we should not give. Sterilization is advised if decompensation identified in the present pregnancy. Present pregnancy, lot of symptoms, and she was not able to compensate, not able to tolerate her symptoms, and the pregnancy is eventful, then we must encourage the woman to have sterilization after the delivery. Then judicious management of fluid therapy and epidural anesthesia. Anticipate and be prepared for sudden clinical. Postnatal period also is a critical period. As I told you earlier also, soon after the delivery of the baby and the placenta, the extra blood volume goes back to the systemic circulation. So when it goes to the systemic circulation, the heart has to compensate that. So sudden cardiogenic shock can come. So we have to carefully monitor the woman. Then combined contraception can, if the woman is not willing for permanent method, you can advise for temporary method, and usually progesterone only pill is preferred for cardiac patients. That also should be recommended by the cardiologist. So now here I would like to conclude saying that midwives play a major role in early detection of women with cardiac condition during pregnancy, intrapartum and postpartum. So the primary care includes surveillance is very, very important. Carefully monitor and assess the risk factors as she progress. Is she developing any risk factors or not? That should be done. And quality care to the mother and baby. Mother after delivery, during pregnancy also quality care is important, and most of the time they may not know a lot of information. So parental health education is very, very important. Make them understand, make them repeat what the instruction you have given, so that you know that the instruction which you have given she understood, and you know that she'll be able to follow it up also. Then maternal awareness and self-management to optimize outcome. She also should be able to manage if any symptom comes. What is she supposed to do? Whether she can manage on her own by taking drugs, or immediately she has to come to the hospital. So these are some of the primary care the midwife should be aware of. So here I would like to conclude. Thank you so much for the opportunity given.
Okay, give applause to Miss Christy Simpson for the insightful presentation. Miss Simpson?
Yes.
We have a streak of time, but
Yes.
if you don't mind, we can give audience one question.
Sure.
Okay. Participant in this room? Yeah, you can give one question for Miss Simpson.
Yes. I see in the chat box, accurate documentation of observation time to time for pregnant women can be assessed by their medical record. How about in India? Do every hospital or healthcare services India have access to everyone's medical record? There is a case I know when the time to deliver the baby has come, women come to hospital, turn out the hospital didn't know that the patient has a history of high blood pressure, because the patient never come to hospital and to check up. Therefore, hospital never had the medical records of the patient. Okay. So here we have booked case and unbooked cases. So unbooked cases are the women who did not come for checkup. We may not know, but When they come to the hospital, it is our responsibility to monitor the vital signs. As I told you, high risk approach, we see whether she has any symptom. We have subjective data and objective data we try to collect from the patient. Then we know. But all the patients' vitals are checked, including the blood pressure. Then if it is high, we will be able to know. And if they develop preeclampsia, by looking at the women having edema, we know that immediately we check the BP will be very high, and then we know that she has come with the preeclampsia. For this booked cases, we don't have electronic medical record, but we have folder, we say, antenatal card. This antenatal card the patient will have, and every time when she comes, she has to bring the card. In the card, we write all the history. So next time when they come, we go through the record, what all the problems last time she had, and then we try to monitor and see this time whether she had or not. So like that, we will be able to identify.
Okay, thank you. One question for the participant, only one question. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. I am Nurul Fitra, a nursing student from Health Polytechnic of Palu. Based on your presentation, Dr. Christine Simpson, I have a question. In your experience, what factors are most influential in the successful early detection and management of cardiovascular disease in pregnant and postpartum women within primary care, and what strategy do you find most effective in improving awareness and screening for cardiovascular risks among pregnant and postpartum women in primary care setting? Thank you.
Yes. See, the hypertension patient, you know that it is a predisposing factor. When they come, preeclampsia, diabetes, and also hypertension, we always do the ECG and see whether there is any deviation. Okay, so then family history, that is very, very important. If the woman say that her mother had or father had cardiac problem, definitely we do the investigations and see. And liver function also we do and see whether there is any elevation in the liver function, the enzymes. Okay, so we rule out that, so that we are able to detect early. Okay, by
It's very
history
clear.
and physical assessment, physical examination, we will be able to detect.
It's very clear. Thank you, Dr. Simpson.
Okay.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Fitra. Miss Simpson.
Yes.
I think we end the topic, but I have some point of your presentation.
Yes.
Some parameter will change because of pregnancy. So
Yes.
the midwifery must detection
Yes.
and anticipate the complication and additional care, so
Yes.
the woman pregnant can have a phone number of healthcare. So if she has awareness, she can call the healthcare primary. It's
Yes.
correct. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Miss
Yeah.
Simpson, thank you for your presentation. But
Welcome.
before the end your presentation, as the appreciation from the committee of today's, we would like to give a certificate to you, to Miss Christy Simpson, as shown on the screen. Okay, this certificate give to you as a speaker to second international conference in Health Polytechnic of Palu. Thank you,
Thank
Miss.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Christy Simpson. I hope someday we will see in India.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. And
Welcome.
okay, I'm Irsanti Kolein, have a permission to leave the session, and please welcome to the next moderator, to the fourth speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Halo Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen. Masih semangat ya? Iya, masih pagi, masih semangat-semangatnya kita. Ini jam-jam segini ini jam-jam semangat-semangatnya. Jadi di saat sudah makan siang, baterai sudah full, konsentrasi full, dan apa namanya materinya menarik. Well, let's us give a big applause for the previous of moderator Ibu Dr. Irsanti Colin and yeah, and for the next, maybe for this season I will little bit gado-gado, little bit English, and maybe sometime I will use bahasa when I was confused, when I'm confused, when I'm not find the proper word to say something. So, this is the next topic, and this will be also very, very interesting. And the next speaker is very, very outstanding speaker. I will try to read his curriculum vitae in a brief. Our speaker is a professor from Gajah Mada University Yogyakarta atau Universitas Gajah Mada, and then in here he was born in Kediri, East Java, Indonesia, 9 October 1950, and his field of studies professor in public health. And please welcome and give a big applause for Bapak Profesor Dr. KRT Adi Heru Husodo MSc DCN DLSHTM IKK DLP SP KKP. Monggo Pak, lenggah Pak. I said that I will say a gado-gado language. Sometimes I will use English, sometimes I will use bahasa, and if I will talk about a little bit secret, I will use Javanese bahasa with Pak Prof. Ya, Pak Prof Adi, beliau adalah profesor dari Universitas Gajah Mada, dan and the topic that will be present today is the building community resilience to cardiovascular treat through sustainable environmental management. In here, if I read his curriculum vitae, many publication, whether in the national or international, I can read it one by one. Yang saya berhenti, paus tunggal-tunggal menopno di panjang. Oh, anjay. Maaf ya, rahasia. So, to maximize our time, because this is the golden time for us to hear something, to learn something, I will directly give the time to Prof to present his topic. And again, maybe we can share the situation for us. Can all of us we stand up a little bit? The participant, just move your body left and right, up and down, front and back. Okay, thank you. Give applause for all of us today. And then also I will ask for all the participants that join with us in the Zoom meeting, prepare your concentration. So after Prof Adi present his topic, we will be held discussion session, maybe, not maybe, sure, we will be doing some discussion with Pak Prof. So, Pak Prof, time is yours. Monggo Pak, langsung mawon. Oh ya, share dulu. Oh, ya Allah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Uh, the topic of my paper is building community resilient against cardiovascular disease through sustainable environmental management. Monggo, next. Salajengipun. As the introduction, the health status of the Indonesian population should be continuously improved and maintained in line with the spirit of our nation from the past to the present. Thus, everything that's good to make our people good should be emphasized. Salajengipun malih. Next. Treat to the health resilience under Indonesian population can occur from various possibilities, such as treat from cardiovascular disease, respiratory disease, infection disease, myalgia, increase of stomach acid, stress, insufficient income, lack of school funding, food insecurity, lack of education, and others. Salajengipun malih. Due to the complexities and difficulties in building community resilience, this presentation has been prepared to seek answer to address to these issues. Monggo. Recently, there has been an epidemiology transition or a shift in disease pattern from dominant of infectious disease to the dominant of non-communicable disease, which certain requires deep reflection on what strategies should be implemented. The epidemiological transition is closely related to the demographic transition. It means that other than epidemiological transition, there is also a demographic transition, which is increasingly felt within the Indonesian society as well right now. The epidemiological transition or shift in disease pattern show that prior to the 1960, infection disease is very dominant, and then right now, non-communicable disease going up. Next. This is the picture of the Indonesian disease, which number one is infection disease, and then non-communicable disease more or close to going up. Next. Look, the first is, this is the case of Jogja. Influenza and diarrheal disease, number one and number two, and then number three and number five is non-infection disease. You know that non-infection going up will come to the number one. Very, very different from the 1960 or 1950 it was. Yeah, next. That is what I have said already. That infection disease is the first, but non-infection disease again come close to going to be number one or number two. Next. Yeah, as you know, example of non-infection disease is diabetes, hypertension, and obesity. Yeah, that is what we call it as epidemiological transition, transisi epidemiology. So we have epidemiological transition, but we also have demographic transition. Yeah. Next. Look, to address disease related to cardiovascular issues or heart disease, it is important to be aware of the first is PHBS or PHBS, perilaku hidup sehat. And then secondly, the 5 level of prevention. The 5 level of prevention is WHO number first that should be aware by all people that learn more about health. Next. Actually, what I call as the 5 level of prevention is that the Pak Fakhrudin Yambas this morning told that if because of I have told to Bapak Fakhrudin already when I was in Malaysia, the doctor, the midwife, and even the nurse of Malaysian hospital is almost 90% is Indonesian people. Even in Penang, Malaysia, where the Indonesian people come close to Malaysia to have a drug, the doctor and midwife and even nurse is Indonesian people. And then Pak Fakhrudin is saying, he told me, oh, Pak Adiharu, it must be something wrong with the management. Look, in Indonesia, the doctor, the midwife, the nurse is Indonesia. And then in Malaysia, the doctor, the nurse, the midwife is Indonesia. But in Indonesia, the director of hospital is Indonesian man. But in Malaysia, the director of hospital of Malaysia is Englishman. So Pak Fakhrudin bilang, oh, that is management problem, Pak Heru. You got what I mean. Then, if we come to 5 level of prevention, that is the answer of the management of the people of Indonesia. Come again, kembali lagi sebelum ini, Pak. The 5 level of prevention. 5 level of prevention. That is the management that made by WHO. Next. Yeah, next. Next. That is the 5 level of prevention by WHO. 5 tahap pencegahan dari Badan Kesehatan Dunia. Ini loh yang dimaksud oleh Pak Fakhrudin tadi itu. Jadi Pak Fakhrudin walaupun bukan dokter, bukan sarjana kesehatan, Pak Fakhrudin sudah ngerti, mesti ada kesalahan manajemen ini Pak Adir. Inilah manajemennya. That is the management of Fakhrudin saying. The first is health promotion. Reading health book. Banyak membaca buku. Ya, banyak membaca buku. Kebetulan saya ini lulusan Inggris, Bapak Ibu. Saya 3 tahun di Inggris. Di sana promosi kesehatan itu tidak dijual, Bapak Ibu. Buku, majalah, koran, itu di drop saja di stasiun-stasiun, di kereta api. Semua orang ambil gratis, Bapak Ibu. Promosi kesehatan di situ. Di Indonesia dijual-jual, pelit sekali. Gitu. Ini loh Bapak Ibu. Pak Fakhrudin sekali lagi bukan dokter, bukan sarjana kesehatan. Mendengar begitu aja sudah ngerti, wah mesti kesalahan manajemen ini. Lah inilah dia. Nomor 2, maaf saya campur bahasa Jawa, bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris ya. Biar malah lebih dong. Health prevention. Taking a soap shower. Jadi mandi pakai sabun mandi, sikat gigi, membersihkan rambut dengan sampo, memakan makanan yang sehat, meminum minuman dan makanan yang sehat. Ini loh Bapak Ibu. Mestinya seperti itu. Tetapi maaf kita makan aja susah. Ya toh, cari minuman saja mungkin ya susah. And then that link with health prevention, health protection. Menggunakan sepatu, menggunakan helm, menggunakan sabuk, jaket, dan lain-lain. Itu proteksi, itu adalah pelindung. Sementara kita kalau tidak pakai pelindung, polisi marah-marah. Jadi pekerjaannya polisi ya hanya mengatur itu saja. Justru kalau enggak pakai helm, dia harus bayar duit. Bukannya malah mencarikan helm untuk diberi helm. Jadi ya repot, serba repot. Ya. Number 3, medical curation and early diagnosis. Ini Bapak Ibu. Medical curation itu adalah misalkan untuk bisa cek tekanan darahnya, bagaimana cara bisa memiliki kartu asuransi, BPJS, itu terkait medical curation itu tadi. Boro-boro medical curation dengan baik, early diagnosis saja susah kita ini. Jadi bukan early diagnosis, yang terjadi adalah late diagnosis. RP mati baru ketemu dokter. Ini Bapak Ibu. Padahal jelas sekali WHO dengan medical curation and early diagnosis. Number 4 is disability limitation. Jadi disability limitation ini jarang sekali kalau di Indonesia. Jarang sekali. Kenapa? Karena dokternya itu mendapatkan pasien kan bila pasien butuh. Kalau pasien tidak merasa butuh, dokternya ya tidak datang. Iya toh. Beda dengan di negara maju Bapak Ibu, di sana sistemnya dokter keluarga. Bukan dokter keluarganya BPJS di Indonesia loh. Itu kan dokter yang cari uang itu. Kalau dokter keluarga di negara maju, itu satu dokter mempunyai berapa pasien, dan dia rajin mendatangi rumah-rumah itu. Pak dokter kadang-kadang datang ke rumah, "Hey John, your water is so bad." Dia akan membuka lemari keluarga, dia akan mencari makanan. "May I have a look, the example of your food?" Dia akan melihat sampai seperti itu Bapak Ibu. Ya kebetulan saya ini dengan kawan-kawan yang di Jogja dan di UI merintis pendirian dokter keluarga. Jadi sekarang saya ini seorang spesialis dokter keluarga. Baru pertama kali ini, kira-kira 2 tahun lalu ini berdiri di Indonesia. Nah, disability limitation itu bisa mengerjakan seperti itu Bapak Ibu. Itu dokter keluarga. Padahal dokter keluarga itu sudah 100 tahun yang lalu adanya di dunia ini. Kita di Indonesia baru 2 tahun yang lalu. Ya enggak apa-apa, lebih baik terlambat daripada tidak sama sekali. Ya mudah-mudahan nanti BPJS itu punya dokter seperti itu. Ya enggak tahu lah. Jadi yang sekarang sedang mengembangkan dokter keluarga baru UI, UGM, dan UNPAD Bapak Ibu. Lain-lain belum ada yang bisa. Nah sudah saya lanjutkan. Number 5 is rehabilitation, regularly getting health check up. Jadi rehabilitasi itu adalah pemulihan. Jadi kalau pada tahap 1, 2, 3, 4 bagus, maka pasien masuk ke rehabilitasi, pemulihan kembali ini. Kalau sudah pulih, ya dikembalikan ke tempat kerja lagi. Dia dodolan jualan di pasar. Kalau dia sekolah, dikembalikan ke sekolahnya lagi. Kalau dia pekerja kantor, dikembalikan ke kantornya lagi. Ya. Nah, di Inggris, Bapak Ibu, orang-orang tua, pensiunan-pensiunan itu dikumpulkan lagi. Dan mereka yang sakit disembuhkan, yang punya cacat kaki dibuatkan kaki palsu, tangannya cacat dibuatkan tangan palsu, kemudian bagaimana? Dikembalikan ke tempat kerja lagi, bisa mendapatkan uang lagi. Itu fungsi rehabilitasi di negara maju. Di Indonesia kan, Mas Gusman umurmu berapa? 56 Pak. Oh iya, 3 tahun lagi pensiun ya. Oh, wes mandek, berhenti ya sudah. Tidak seperti itu Bapak Ibu. Keinginan WHO malah lebih daripada itu. Ya, lah inilah ya. Inilah 5 level of prevention yang tadi Pak Fakhrudin itu ternyata paham betul. Saya pikir wah hebat Pak Fakhrudin ini. Sehingga Pak Fakhrudin kan tadi dalam pidato di sini kan bilang bagaimana caranya ini supaya arus orang Indonesia yang berobat ke Pineng, Malaysia bisa diturunkan. Diturunkannya tidak dengan cara membangun rumah sakit hebat di Palu, tidak Bapak Ibu. Tapi dimulai dari level 1 itu loh. Level 2, level 3 itu dimulai pencegahannya. Tadi di sebelah saya, ibu siapa tadi di sini, yang dari Kendari itu, ya itu preventing Pak Dokter, preventing. Ya betul, ya itu pencegahan itu. Jadi Ibu Kendari tadi sama Pak Fakhrudin paham betul. 5 level of prevention inilah sesungguhnya kuncinya. Dan ini sudah dibuat WHO bertahun-tahun yang lalu. Jadi sekali lagi bukan dengan cara mendirikan rumah sakit hebat-hebat, medical curation and early diagnosis itu yang diutamakan. Bukan. Justru level 1, level 2 itu yang didahulukan. Dengan banyak orang sehat, tidak banyak orang sakit. Tidak banyak orang sakit berarti menghemat dana. Begitu. Paham ya Bapak Ibu ya? Nah sekarang kembali ke sebelumnya lagi. Sabar ya, pelan-pelan. Sebelumnya lagi. Sebelumnya lagi. Ya, jadi saya ulang lagi. PHBS and 5 level of prevention. Next. Sekali lagi. Sabar ya Mbak ya. Sabar bersama saya. Tidak. Kembali lagi sebelumnya. Kembali lagi sebelumnya. Ah, ini next. Ya, inilah dia. Clean healthy living behavior itu meliputi maintaining personal and environmental hygiene. Apa? Makanan dan minuman yang sehat, rumah yang sehat, sekolah yang sehat. Ya. Sekolah yang sehat ini Bapak Ibu, hasil penelitian saya dengan seorang mahasiswa bimbingan saya di Pulau Sika dekat Flores sana. Itu penelitian kepada anak-anak sekolah dan rumah-rumah di mana anak-anak sekolah tadi bertempat tinggal dengan bapak ibunya. Kira-kira 80% kesehatan anak di sana buruk sekali. Kira-kira 80% rumah anak-anak sekolah di sana buruk sekali. Contohnya buruk apa? Kalau adik-adik, maaf yang sedang makan dan minum ya, maafkan saya. Kalau adik-adik sekolah di sana tuh sedang batuk. Kalau batuk itu, gitu. Yang keluar cacing Bapak Ibu. Dari mulutnya 2, 3, atau 1 ekor cacing. Cacing lagi. Ya Allah ya. Kemudian kalau siang atau sore, atau terutama malam-malam, di pinggir laut kan pulaunya kecil, semacam Kendari gitu, kecil seperti Buton kecil. Kalau di pinggir-pinggir laut ada semak-semak goyang begini, itu mesti ada anak atau orang tua, maaf, buang air besar. Itu Pulau Sika dekat Flores. Lah, kalau kehidupannya saja seperti itu, rumahnya ya bagaimana, sekolahannya ya bagaimana, ya. School, home school, kitchen, playground, market, makanya inilah maintaining personal and environmental hygiene. Ya. Regularly exercising in order to burn of excess calories, jadi membakar kalori biar tidak gendut-gendut badannya, ya, olahraga. Bapak Ibu tidak percaya ya, saya ini rajin latihan Tai Chi, saya juga rajin latihan, saya Tai Chi tiap hari Jumat, saya latihan Taekwondo tiap Senin dan Kamis, Bapak Ibu. Saya ini ban hitam Taekwondo, Bapak Ibu. Bukan untuk menjadi jagoan, tapi untuk menjadi sehat. Karena saya sudah merasa tua, going to be old, itu saya harus memelihara badan saya. Nah itulah ya, burning of excess calories. Achieve balance between weight and height. Reach ideal body mass index. Lah ini loh Bapak Ibu. Monggo ciptakan ini di kalangan anak-anak keluarga, juga para tetangga. Nah ini kalau dikerjakan berarti level 1 and level 2 tadi. Next mari Pak. Maafkan saya campur-campur bahasanya ya. Regularly getting health check up to enable early detection and any disease. Lah ini dia, check up. Check up ke Bu Bidan untuk melihat tekanan darahnya, melihat gula darahnya, melihat apakah ada yang lain-lain. Ya. Kalau ini tidak menyelesaikan, ya konsultasi dengan dokter, konsultasi dengan puskesmas, ya itu ya. Regularly consuming healthy food and beverage which include plenty of vegetable. Orang tua-tua semacam kita ini harus banyak makan buah dan sayur, minum air putih yang matang, ya dan lain-lain. Walaupun itu sepertinya orang duduk itu kan ngobrol enak, tapi sesungguhnya mereka saling tukar pikiran. Which one is the right one? What are we going to do? Lah itu. Yeah. Jadi kalau di Inggris Bapak Ibu, Inggris, Perancis sekali lagi, majalah itu gratis, nggak seperti dipasang-pasang gitu, tinggal ambil saja Bapak Ibu. Gila ya. Kita ini pelit sekali. Apa-apa dijual, rakyat goblok. Iya, semuanya dijual, rakyatnya bodoh. Next. Ini sudah ya, jelas. Ini, wah, ya. Nah, ini dia. Coronary artery disease is a damage or a disease in the main blood vessel of the heart. Jadi penyakit arteria koronaria itu adalah penyakit yang berbahaya yang terkait dengan blood vessel, aliran darah. Kemudian high blood pressure atau tekanan darah tinggi itu bila tekanan darahnya tinggi dan sehingga dindingnya itu terasa tegangannya tinggi. Cardiac arrest is a sudden and unexpected loss of heart function. Jadi fungsinya sudah rusak sehingga susah bernafas dan menjadi tidak sadar ya. Stroke is hypertension accompanied by the rupture of blood vessel. Jadi pembuluh darah rusak, ya pecah, gitu. Akhirnya tidak sadarkan diri, kebanyakan mati. Ya. aritmia itu apa bunyinya terganggu, peripheral arteria disease, high cholesterol atau hyperlipidemia. Salajengipun next. Nah ini loh, risk faktor, faktor risiko untuk gangguan jantung, smoking, merokok, overweight, berat badan tinggi, hypertension, high blood pressure, ya, monggo. Jadi kalau kita lihat makanan ya, sebetulnya jangan langsung diambil, pikirkanlah dulu. Yang saya ambil yang mana, berapa banyak, ya, itu. Ya, sekali lagi kita harus berpikir banyak. We need to think more about everything in front of our eyes. Salajengipun. Jadi cara to prevent penyakit jantung itu adalah praktekkan PHBS 1. Hentikan merokok, aturlah stres kita, cegahlah tekanan darah tinggi, cegahlah kegendutan. Ya. Jadi monggo ini seperti saya itu kalau stres gampang Bapak Ibu kalau saya ngobatinya. Saya dengan zikir, wirid, tahajud. Aduh, bahagia di sini. Dah ya. Kemudian kalau tekanan darah tinggi ya sudah, kalau bisa senang dengan mendengarkan musik, ya musik lah. Kalau bisa olahraga, ya olahraga lah. Jadi do the best you can, do the best you choose is the best for yourself. Makaten ya. Salah jengipun malih, next. Ini dia ya. Kalau Bapak Ibu tidak suka olahraga, menari boleh. Kalau tidak suka pencak, karate boleh. Kok tidak bisa apa-apa? Sujud rukuk bisa. Ya, apapun. Do the best you can, ya. Exercise ini lebih baik. Salah jekipun malih. Next. Iya, ini dia Bapak Ibu, antioksidan consumption. Bisa kita meminum tablet antioksidan. Bisa kita makan ikan-ikan yang dimana kendari, buton, apa ini, ya wilayah kita kan banyak ikan. Jadi antioksidan banyak sekali. That is the way, the best food we have. Yeah. Kemudian lagi kalau menghindari faktor risiko yang berkaitan dengan keturunan, maaf bila ingin menikah, pilihlah calon itu dengan baik-baik. Jangan langsung ketemu langsung, ayo nikah yuk, jangan. Tapi pelan-pelan tanyailah dia, bapak ibumu sakit apa, keluargamu sakit apa. Ya, karena itu menyangkut faktor keturunan Bapak Ibu. That is hereditary. Jadi kalau di negara maju itu genetik consultant, married consultant, di sana sudah biasa. Jadi akhirnya kalau kemudian menolak calon yang tidak disukai karena faktor genetik, dia akan bilang, sorry sir, sorry, I'm sorry. Because of we need to stop our relation. Enggak apa-apa, itu lebih baik daripada nanti menyesal. Ya. Dulu pada waktu saya masih SMA itu saya dimarah-marah oleh bude saya. Karena saya dekat sekali dengan wanita cantik yang ternyata ya begitu itu, bude saya yang marah-marah. Nggih sampun bude, nggih matur nuwun, saya bilang begitu. Saya diingatkan. Ya, married consultant. Next. Nah, ini healthy food for heart. Jadi makanan-makanan yang sehat untuk jantung kita. Pisang, apel, ya, seleri, mango. Wow, banyak sekali, banyak sekali. Indonesia itu adalah eh, apa namanya? Janatul fil alamin. Saya pernah ke tanah suci, ke Mekah sana, saya ngobrol. Oh, where you from? Orang Arab tanya ke saya. Indonesia. Oh, alhamdulillah, janatul fil alamin. Surga dunia itu. Ya memang benar, surga dunia buahnya banyak, sayurnya banyak, ikannya banyak. Untuk sehat mudah. Maaf, sengaja saya campur bahasanya supaya kita understood it very well. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, oh iya, 5 menit lagi ya. Jadi banyak pilihan, misalkan kita perlu mengurangi garam, karena garam yang tinggi itu tekanan darah menjadi tinggi. Ya, mengurangi makan yang berasal dari kulit-kulit ikan dan kulit-kulit daging itu, ya. Pilihlah yang lemaknya rendah, ya. Next. Jadi sesungguhnya pencegahan itu amat sangat bisa dilakukan. Seterusnya saya percepat, next lagi. Ini ya next lagi. Demi 5 menit, next lagi. Nah, ini dia Bapak Ibu. Dokter nanti akan mengutamakan pemeriksaan seperti ini untuk metabolisme, yaitu low density lipid, high density lipid, triglycerid, kolesterol, total lipid. Nanti kalau sudah berbahaya, maka akan mengarah kepada troponin dan NP-proBNP, yaitu bila jantung itu sudah rusak. Sehingga juga akan dilakukan pemotoan irisan jantung, multi-slice CT scan. Salajengipun, next. Ya, next. Next. Lah inilah sebetulnya tujuan dunia Bapak Ibu. Dunia itu what the word want is to be having no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, dan seterusnya sampai dengan 17 itu partnership for the goal. Next. Apa partnership for the goal? Ini Bapak Ibu tujuan dunia. Di antaranya dulu akibat Yusuf Kala datang ke PBB, akhirnya 5P for the goal of the world ini dia. Protect the planet, pertahankan planet bumi ini. Protect the people, orang-orangnya buatlah sehat. Partnership, semua orang harus kerja sama, tidak ada permusuhan, tidak ada lawan, semua kawan, semua saudara. Seperti orang Ambon dulu. Orang semua wah saudara, nenek saya orang Ambon Bapak Ibu. Jadi nenek saya itu Indo-Belanda Ambon. Jadi saya senang sekali datang ke sini ini. Keempat adalah peace, perdamaian. Kelima, prosperity in harmony. Jadi keharmonisan seluruh jagat Bapak Ibu. Jadi sesungguhnya kita menuju sehat itu memang bagian dari tujuan dunia. And the end of everything, the goal of the world is 5P ini Bapak Ibu. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah ya bahwa ternyata apa yang saya sampaikan 5 menit selesai sudah. Matur nuwun. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Iya, demikian paparan dari pemateri kita hari ini tentang bagaimana menguatkan komunitas, membuat komunitas itu tangguh untuk mengatasi penyakit kardiovaskular. Saya mau cek dulu ke tim panitia apakah masih bisa ada sesi Q&A. Satu pertanyaan ya, ini satu pertanyaan. Satu pertanyaan, jadi saya akan membuka yang di link Zoom. Di link Zoom mungkin ada yang mau bertanya di kolom chat. Ya, sudah ada satu pertanyaan dari Gerardin Ranin Kirana. Prevention program seems like has been done by its primary health care that has cooperated with GKN, such as Prolanis. What do you think, Prof? How effective are those programs implemented in Indonesia? And please do tell me more about dokter keluarga dari uh, Ibu atau Mbak Geraldine Ranin Kirana. Silakan, Prof.
Jadi the program for old people in Indonesia quite good indeed because of they give information for the old people. They bring the old people to be happy, and then they also giving health education, giving medical check-up, and so on. That is quite good. I mean, good enough. But they need to 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 bring it or more and more. I mean, much better program is indeed need to be given for them. And then the family medicine, yeah, family medicine doctor is going increase in Indonesia right now. What I want is we need to have more the development of family medicine doctor, because of the family medicine doctor is just 2 years from now on, not yet enough. And I mean, different from the developed countries. Developed countries having family medicine doctor 100 years ago, and we have it just 2 years. That is maybe that can I give you as an answer.
Yeah, the point is there's a big difference between dokter keluarga or family medicine with any other program that already held by the government, like Prolanis and some programs. Different ya, Prof ya, berbeda ya berarti ya sebetulnya.
Iya,
Program dokter keluarga.
iya. Jadi kalau program dokter keluarga ini kan sedang dibangun, sedang berjalan, belum bisa dinilai dengan cukup. Tapi kalau ditanyakan bagaimana program Prolani saat ini, ya sudah bagus. Walaupun kurang bagus juga kan. Kita beri penghargaan, penilaian bagus, walaupun sesungguhnya masih perlu diperbaiki lagi. Contohnya ya, kenapa kok saya bilang kok sulit untuk dikatakan. Stunting, anak-anak stunting yang diteliti oleh UGM itu kan adalah di Kepulauan Banggai, di Gorontalo, Parigi Motong, Nabire Papua, di Kabupaten Malaka, NTT, di Kepulauan Nias, Sumatera. Itu ada 52 kabupaten yang kita teliti stuntingnya. Nah, ternyata bagaimana? Ya, di sana ada program Prolanis, ada. Ya, di sana ada penyuluhan untuk remaja. Tapi kenyataannya seperti di Kepulauan Banggai, anak-anak wanita 15-16 tahun sudah menggendong anak kecil, yang itu anaknya sendiri. Saya pikir tadinya itu adiknya. Bukan Pak, ini anak saya, ya Allah ya. 16 tahun sudah menggendong anaknya. Lah, dulu sekolah apa? Nah, sehingga kalau seorang remaja menggendong anak, bisa dibayangkan bekerja apa, pendidikannya apa, lantas gizi untuk anak itu dari mana? Ini dekat-dekat kita saja loh ya, di Kepulauan Banggai, Parigi Motong, Gorontalo, di dekat kita ini aja. Itu yang remaja, yang lansia. Yang lansia ya hanya kumpul-kumpul, ngobrol. Kan mestinya mereka harus diberdayakan lebih daripada sekedar seperti biasanya. Memberi penyuluhan kepada anak-anak, cucu-cucunya. Kalau masih kuat ya membangun dunia ekonomi sehingga ekonomi semakin lebih baik begitu. Jadi saya tidak berani mengatakan bagaimana kalau begitu pengelolaan lansia jelek. Aduh janganlah. Kalau kita vonis jelek sudah nggak berdaya nanti. Paham ya Mas Andi ya. Jadi itulah ketidakmampuan saya mengatakan satu itu jelek atau baik. Ya. Matur nuwun.
So yeah, I will give it back to the person that give the question. Geraldine, you can open your mic. What do you think about the answer from Pak Prof? Is it clear with your question? The answer, it's
Ya,
okay.
cukup jelas Pak, terima kasih.
Yeah, Miss Geraldine. Yeah,
Matur nuwun.
yeah. Thank you, Miss Geraldine. Okay, because of the time, the limited time, Prof, and then
Nggak apa-apa.
yeah, actually, I'm sure that there are so many topic that will be discussed with Pak Prof, but our time is so limited. So I think and the committee only give us one question. Jadi kita berikan tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk Prof Adi dengan materinya. Kemudian dari panitia ada yang mau diserahkan sertifikat? Ya, sebagai apa ini? Tanda mata ya berarti ya. Tanda mata dari panitia akan ada penyerahan sertifikat kepada Pak Prof Adi yang akan diserahkan oleh Ibu Wadir 1. Ini yang tadi Pak Prof tanyakan, Ibu dari Kendari, Bu Wadir 1, Pak. Bu Nurmiati, Pak. Ya. Ya, baik Bapak Ibu, kita berikan tepuk tangan kepada Pak Prof untuk materinya dan Pak Prof boleh kembali ke tempat. Untuk selanjutnya saya kembalikan lagi ke MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next agenda. Well, ladies and gentlemen, We will move to the next agenda with our 5 speakers from Badan Riset dan Inovasi Negara, or BRIN, nasional, yang mana pada sesi kali ini akan dimoderatori oleh Bapak Andrea Sipta kembali. Thank you.
Ya oke, makasih Nurul Fitra. Mudah-mudahan ini terakhir saya janji Bapak Ibu. Terakhir saya ada di panggung ini. Besok nggak ketemu saya lagi dah pokoknya. Saya takut bosan nanti Bapak Ibu. Jadi kita akan lanjut lagi ke pemateri berikutnya. Peneliti dari BRIN namanya Bapak Profesor Dr. Dede Anwar Musadat SKM MKes. Temanya adalah air pollution and its impact on cardiovascular health. Jadi ini akan membahas tentang pencemaran udara dan dampaknya terhadap kardiovaskular. This is the outstanding topic for me karena sejujurnya saya juga nggak nyangka kalau ternyata polusi udara itu ada dampaknya juga ke kardiovaskular. Oke, saya akan menyapa Pak Dede Anwar. Pak Dede Anwar, apakah sudah bisa mendengar suara kami, Pak?
Siap, Pak Moderator.
Iya Pak.
Apakah suara saya kedengaran?
Kedengaran Pak, jelas
Ya.
sekali kedengaran Pak. Ya, let me introduce myself Pak. Nama saya Andi Respito. Hari ini
Pak
saya
Andi.
dipercaya untuk menjadi moderator Pak Dede Anwar. And this is the international conference Pak. Some of speaker use English but feel free. Tadi kami juga pakai gado-gado Pak. Sometimes English, sometimes Indonesia, sometimes bahasa. Jadi saya akan membacakan CV Pak Dede Anwar secara singkat. Pak Dede Anwar pendidikannya S1 Kesmas di FKM UI Jakarta, Yellow Jacket ya Pak ya berarti ini. Ada beberapa Pak alumni UI di sini Pak. Kemudian S2 Epidemiologi Lapangan, FKM UI Jakarta juga, dan S3 di UI juga. Riwayat pekerjaan dari mulai Dinas Kesehatan Kabupaten Kuningan Jawa Barat, peneliti Puslitbang Ekologi, peneliti Pusat Teknologi Intervensi Kesehatan, sampai akhirnya sekarang menjadi peneliti ahli utama di BRIN. Organisasi profesi ada sekian banyak, ada IAKMI, IPENINDO, dan sebagainya. Dengan pengalaman penelitian 5 tahun terakhir banyak sekali. Mohon maaf tidak saya sebutkan satu persatu Pak Prof. Mohon maaf ini banyak ya Pak penelitiannya 5 tahun terakhir. Iya Pak Prof, apakah sudah siap dengan paparan yang akan disampaikan Pak?
Siap, sudah ada di panitia kayaknya.
Oke, baik. Untuk menyingkat waktu, for the efficiency of time, I will give the time to Prof. Dede Anwar to present his topic for today. Prof. Dede, time is yours.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Andi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and greeting to us all. I would like to extend my respect to the speakers, the seminar committee for inviting us to be speakers, our moderator Pak Andi, and all seminar participant. Saya mungkin juga pakai bahasa Indonesia saja ya, karena presentasinya sudah ditulis dalam bahasa Inggris walaupun acak-acakan. Slide-nya sudah siap. Jadi mungkin saya ingin mentes dulu apakah suara saya cukup jelas, dan saya juga mohon maaf karena kami sedang di ruang sidang juga. Kita ada kongres Perhimpunan Rumah Sakit Seluruh Indonesia di GCC Jakarta. Jadi dan saya juga dalam waktu setengah jam lagi saya harus jadi moderator di dalam sidang. Jadi mungkin nanti saya berharap tidak banyak pertanyaan. Kalau ada pertanyaan silakan ditulis saja dalam ke email atau ke WA saya. Slide.
Iya Pak, masih di ini Pak.
Oke.
dipersiapkan.
Ya.
Kalau suaranya clear Pak, audionya
Clear ya.
clear, kemudian gambarnya juga.
Oke. Jadi mungkin saya ingin menyampaikan terkait CV saya. Dulu memang saya di Badan Litbangkes. Jadi seluruh periset di kementerian lembaga itu semuanya pindah ke BRIN. Jadi saya sudah 2 tahun ini ada di BRIN, Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional. Oke. The title I have presented in accordance with what the organizing committee requests, which is air pollution and its impact on cardiovascular health. Okay, next. Jadi presentasi saya itu yang pertama adalah terkait dengan key facts dari WHO. Kemudian yang kedua terkait dengan pengertian pencemaran udara atau air pollution. Saya tadi melalui Bu Christine kirim juga yang PowerPoint ya, jadi bukan PDF ya. Tapi mungkin waktunya jadi lama ya. Baik. Jadi yang bagian ketiga, bagaimana pentingnya cardiovascular disease issues, ya. Kemudian yang keempat, bagaimana dampak terhadap kardiovaskular. Kemudian yang kelima, bagaimana mekanisme masuknya air pollution ke dalam tubuh kita. Kemudian nanti terakhir ada kesimpulan dan rekomendasi. Oke, next. Ya. Jadi di dalam kesempatan ini saya akan share mengenai key fact dari WHO terkait dengan ambient air pollution. Jadi outdoors air pollution. Ya, jadi itu keluar Desember 2022 ya. Jadi di mana disampaikan bahwa polusi udara merupakan risiko lingkungan yang paling besar terhadap kesehatan. Jadi dengan mengurangi tingkat polusi, maka negara atau pemerintah bisa mengurangi beban penyakit dari stroke, penyakit jantung, penyakit kanker paru, dan penyakit-penyakit kronik lain lah ya, termasuk asma begitu. Nah, kemudian kombinasi dari efek dari pencemaran udara baik ambient maupun household atau indoor air pollution itu berhubungan dengan kejadian sekitar 6,7 juta ya kematian prematur setiap tahunnya. Ini WHO yang menyampaikan ya. Dan ambient outdoor air pollution itu diperkirakan menyebabkan 4,2 juta kematian di dunia ya pada tahun 2019. Dan sekitar 84% dari kejadian kematian prematur itu terjadi di negara-negara low and middle income countries ya. Dan yang paling besar jumlahnya adalah di Southeast Asia ya dan Western Pacific region ya. Itu ya termasuk Indonesia di situ. Dan akses terhadap penggunaan energi bersih di rumah itu tentu akan mengurangi ambient air pollution di beberapa negara. Next slide. Nah, ini ada key facts juga, tapi terkait dengan household air pollution. Jadi kalau tadi ambient air pollution ya, yang di luar rumah, tapi sekarang yang household air pollution. Ini keluar pada Desember 2023 karena didasari oleh satu kenyataan bahwa polusi udara itu bukan semata-mata apa yang dikeluarkan oleh industri, oleh lalu lintas begitu, tapi juga bisa dari indoors, khususnya household air pollution. Dan itu disebutkan bahwa sekitar 2,3 miliar orang di dunia itu menggunakan bahan bakar yang tidak ramah lingkungan lah ya. Itu disampaikan. Kemudian yang kedua adalah household air pollution which responsible for an estimated 3.2 million deaths per year in 2020, including 237.000 kematian pada anak di bawah 5 tahun. Dan di sini disebutkan khusus untuk household air pollution exposure leads to NCD, ya kan, non-communicable disease, including stroke, ischemic heart disease, COPD, and lung cancer. Dan perempuan dan anak-anak ini merupakan kelompok rentan ya, dan yang paling banyak berhubungan dengan pengumpulan, pengolahan atau penggunaan kayu bakar ya, atau penggunaan bahan bakar yang tidak aman di lingkungan rumah begitu. Bahkan di beberapa studi kami bahwa memang ibu-ibu pada saat memasak itu lebih senang membawa anaknya atau bayinya itu untuk ke dapur. Kalau di masyarakat Jawa biasanya di dapur itu dibuat ayunan buat anak. Jadi anak-anak lebih atau ibu lebih tenang kalau anaknya ada di depan dia saat masak. Tapi tanpa disadari sebetulnya dia memaparkan bayi atau anak itu kepada polusi, ya kan? Dan kami juga sudah melakukan analisis menggunakan data IHME bahwa ternyata kasus-kasus penyakit saluran pernafasan itu tidak terkait dengan outdoor pollution ya, tetapi justru indoors air pollution ya, di mana itu berhubungan dengan penggunaan kayu bakar di rumah serta berhubungan dengan penggunaan atau bukan penggunaan pembuangan sampah dengan cara dibakar, karena itu juga memang menimbulkan pencemaran udara. Jadi saya kira ini penting ya di dalam hal bagaimana membuat bahan bakar atau bahan bakar dan teknologi untuk mengurangi household air pollution ya, dan melindungi kesehatan masyarakat. Jadi poinnya di sini bahwa baik pencemaran ambien atau outdoor air pollution maupun indoors air pollution, dalam hal ini household air pollution, itu semuanya adalah berbahaya ya terhadap kesehatan. Next. Jadi ini mengenai pencemaran udara ya, air pollution. Jadi secara definisi saya kira banyak pengertian dari pencemaran udara, tetapi pada intinya adalah pencemaran udara itu sebagai keberadaan zat-zat berbahaya di dalam atmosfer yang dapat memberikan dampak negatif terhadap kesehatan manusia, lingkungan, dan kualitas hidup ya. Dan menurut referensi akademik gitu bahwa pencemaran udara itu terjadi ketika konsentrasi polutan di udara itu melebihi tingkat yang dianggap aman ya. Jadi aman atau tidak aman sehingga dapat merusak kesehatan ekosistem dan iklim. Next. Ini adalah sumber atau penyebab dari terjadinya pencemaran udara. Jadi sumber pencemaran udara ini sebetulnya secara umum itu dapat dibedakan menjadi dua kategori utama, yaitu sumber alami dan sumber buatan atau antropogenik ya. Nah, yang sumber alami itu bisa berasal dari letusan gunung berapi, di mana di situ akan menghasilkan asap, sulfur dioksida, dan partikel halus lain ya. Kemudian debu alam juga dengan adanya angin itu dapat mengangkat debu dari tanah kering, kemudian berkeliaran berkontribusi pada pencemaran. Kemudian kebakaran hutan juga menghasilkan asap dan partikel yang dapat mencemari udara. Intinya demikian, walaupun sebetulnya ada beberapa sumber lain yang sifatnya alami. Sementara yang sumber buatan atau artificial source ya, atau antropogenik itu bisa dari transportasi ya. Jadi kendaraan bermotor seperti mobil, truk, bis gitu ya, pesawat, itu semuanya menghasilkan emisi gas buang yang mengandung karbon monoksida, nitrogen oksida, dan hidrokarbon. Kemudian industri ya, yang kedua itu juga proses produksi dari pabrik itu akan mengeluarkan berbagai polutan termasuk sulfur dioksida, partikel halus ya, dan bahan kimia yang berbahaya begitu ya. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah pembakaran bahan bakar fosil ya. Jadi walaupun kita sudah menggunakan gas listrik, tapi prakteknya di daerah terutama penggunaan batu bara, minyak, kayu bakar itu masih banyak gitu, dan ini bisa menghasilkan emisi yang merugikan termasuk karbon dioksida dan sulfur dioksida. Kemudian jangan dikira pertanian juga ini bisa menyumbang ya, terutama di dalam penggunaan pupuk dan pestisida itu menghasilkan amonia dan senyawa organik volatil yang bisa mencemari udara. Kemudian terakhir adalah sampah dan limbah. Tentu ini juga sangat tergantung kepada bagaimana proses pemusnahan atau pembuangan dari sampah ya. Jadi apakah aman atau tidak ya. Jadi pembakaran sampah terutama limbah plastik itu dapat menghasilkan polutan yang berbahaya seperti dioksin dan furan. Serta saya kira banyak sumber lainnya. Yang jelas banyaknya sumber cemaran udara dan kandungan zat dan partikel yang ada di dalamnya menjadikan pencemaran udara ini menjadi masalah yang serius, sehingga perlu dicari strategi untuk menurunkan dan mengendalikan pencemaran udara ya, sehingga kesehatan kita menjadi lebih terlindung. Oke, next slide. Nah, apa pentingnya ya isu cardiovascular disease ini ya kan? Jadi kenapa ini penting? Pertama adalah dari sisi besaran masalah, magnitude of CVD problem, atau mungkin prevalen dari CVD ini, cardiovascular disease ya. Jadi in the global data from WHO, cardiovascular diseases is still a global threat and is a disease that plays a major role as the number one cause of death in the world ya. Jadi ini sangat besar dan lebih dari 17 juta orang di dunia itu meninggal karena memang penyakit jantung dan pembuluh darah. Di Indonesia sendiri, prevalence dari cardiovascular disease ini masih belum jelas, tetapi dari hasil SKI, ya. Jadi survei kesehatan Indonesia, Indonesian Health Survey, the prevalence of health disease in Indonesia is 0.85%. Itu didasarkan kepada diagnosis dokter. Apakah pernah didiagnosis dokter terkait dengan penyakit itu? Jadi 0,85% ini juga sebetulnya cukup tinggi kalau kalau dikalikan dengan jumlah penduduk Indonesia. Bahkan data dari IHME, ya, kematian karena jantung koroner di Indonesia itu sekitar 0,25 juta, dan kematian karena jantung hipertensi itu sekitar 50.000. Itu data IHME tahun 2019. Next. Nah, ini saya mengutip data burden of disease dari International Health Metric and Evaluation, ya. Dari diagram ini saya ambil dari hasil analisis IHME. Jadi ada satu perubahan pola penyakit antara tahun 90 dan tahun 2021, ya. Di mana pada tahun 90-an itu beban penyakit terbesar adalah penyakit-penyakit menular. Nah, sedangkan pada tahun 2021 ke sini, atau mungkin sebetulnya ini sudah terjadi sebelum 2021, tahun 2000 juga, tahun 2010 itu sudah terjadi, di mana urutan teratas itu didominasi oleh penyakit tidak menular. Jadi kalau kita lihat di tahun 2021 itu stroke dan ischemic heart disease itu berada pada urutan teratas, ya, jadi 1-2. Memang kalau untuk stroke ini baik pada saat yang lalu tahun 90-an maupun tahun 2021 tetap nomor 1, ya. Cuma di tahun 90-an di situ banyak kasus-kasus penyakit menular seperti diare dan lain-lain. Nah, sementara di 2021 itu ranking PTM jadi pada naik ke atas, sementara yang penyakit menular itu banyak yang turun ke bawah rankingnya. Ya, next. Nah, sedangkan pada slide ini, jadi kalau kita lihat pada slide ini menunjukkan bahwa penyakit jantung di Indonesia itu sudah menjadi penyebab utama beban penyakit, baik dalam hal penyebab kematian maupun pada tahun hidup yang hilang, ya, ILLS dan YLD, kemudian juga terhadap disability adjusted life years, jadi DALYS, ya. Jadi itu ada warna merah, ya. Itu adalah penyakit jantung di mana porsinya cukup besar terkait dengan beban penyakit. Jadi kenapa jantung ini menjadi penting begitu. Next slide. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya kemarin juga dapat data dari IHME bahwa di Indonesia itu ternyata sudah tergambarkan menurut provinsi, ya. Jadi pada tahun 2021 ada variasi beban penyakit karena jantung ini, ya. Di mana bila melihat peta ini dari hasil burden of disease analysis oleh IHME itu menunjukkan bahwa di Pulau Jawa, terutama Jawa Timur itu udah merah semua, ya. Artinya jantungnya tinggi, terutama Jawa Timur. Tapi kalau lihat peta lain adalah di Maluku, ya, Maluku Utara, Sulawesi Utara, ya, kemudian Kalimantan Barat, ya, kemudian Sumatera Barat, Utara, Kalimantan Selatan itu juga relatif tinggi. Jadi dari data ini kita bisa melihat bahwa jantung bukan hanya masalah orang kota, bukan masalah orang Jawa, tapi juga sudah menyeluruh, ya. Oke, slide berikutnya. Nah, ini adalah the second issue of the importance of cardiovascular diseases. adalah the economic impact of CVD. Jadi bagaimana beban biaya dari CVD ini. Jadi kalau kita melihat biaya perawatan kesehatan untuk CVD ini itu sangat tinggi. Ini termasuk untuk medical cost, hospitalization, kemudian juga lost productivity, jadi kehilangan waktu produktif ya karena sakit gitu. Impact kedua dari ekonomi ini adalah maksud saya bahwa mengurangi CVD, kasus-kasus CVD itu bisa membantu mengurangi beban ekonomi dari sebuah sistem kesehatan satu negara begitu. Oke, next. Nah, ini saya dapatkan dari Direktorat Penyakit Tidak Menular ya, di mana data ini berasal dari data BPJS ya. Jadi jumlah kasus dan biaya dari penyakit-penyakit katastrofik di Indonesia. Jadi di sini menunjukkan bahwa baik di global maupun juga Indonesia bahwa penyakit-penyakit tidak menular khususnya penyakit katastrofik itu merupakan penyakit dengan pembiayaan yang sangat tinggi atau menjadi katastrofik ya. Jadi dari data BPJS tahun 2023 penyakit katastrofik di Indonesia itu telah menghabiskan biaya sekitar 34,8 triliun ya. Di mana setengahnya adalah untuk CVD, untuk cardiovascular diseases ya. Dan kita lihat di row paling atas bahwa dalam waktu 1 tahun 2022 ke 2023 itu ada kenaikan biaya untuk penyakit jantung mencapai 5,4 triliun dalam setahun dari 12,14 triliun tahun 2022 menjadi 17, triliun pada tahun 2023. Nah, ini menjadikan tentu dalam hal ini pemerintah Indonesia melalui Kementerian Kesehatan bagaimana mengutamakan di dalam pengendalian CVD ini ya, termasuk bagaimana menyediakan pelayanan ya. Jadi kalau kita bisa menurunkan prevalensi CVD, maka kita bisa akan menghemat biaya yang sangat signifikan. Next. Nah, the third issue dari importance of cardiovascular diseases ini adalah the risk factor of CVD can be controlled. Ya, sebetulnya faktor risiko dari kardiovaskular ini bisa dikontrol. Tadi sudah disampaikan oleh pembicara sebelumnya bahwa faktor risiko CVD ini sebetulnya meliputi perilaku dan gaya hidup. Ya, seperti kebiasaan merokok, masalah obesitas, pola makan yang tidak sehat, kemudian kurangnya aktivitas fisik, hipertensi, dan ditambah dengan faktor-faktor lingkungan, ya, termasuk polusi udara. Jadi dengan merubah gaya hidup dan keterpaparan terhadap lingkungan, maka faktor risiko CVD itu bisa ditangani lah, kira-kira begitu. Oke, next slide. Nah, bahwa the importance of cardiovascular disease issues itu juga yang ketiga adalah penyakit jantung itu berkaitan dengan pencemaran lingkungan. Jadi penyakit jantung ini berhubungan dengan pencemaran lingkungan, merujuk pada fakta bahwa paparan terhadap zat-zat berbahaya di lingkungan seperti polusi udara itu dapat meningkatkan risiko terjadinya penyakit jantung dan kondisi kardiovaskular lain. Dan pencemaran lingkungan itu dapat memicu proses inflamasi, perusakan pembuluh darah, dan juga mempengaruhi sistem kardiovaskular secara keseluruhan. Sebagai contoh bahwa hubungan antara pencemaran lingkungan dan penyakit jantung itu dinyatakan dalam hal keterpaparan pada partikel halus, terutama PM 2.5 ya, 2,5 dan PM10. Nah, pengaruhnya partikel halus dari asap kendaraan misalnya, industri dan pembakaran bahan bakar itu bisa masuk ke dalam aliran darah dan menyebabkan peradangan. Nah, hal ini dapat meningkatkan risiko penyakit jantung koroner dan juga serangan jantung. Nah, ada satu studi kasus misalnya penelitian bagaimana menunjukkan bahwa peningkatan konsentrasi PM2,5 di udara itu dapat berhubungan langsung dengan peningkatan insiden serangan jantung ya. Dulu sering saya baca bahwa semakin tinggi cemaran udara, maka kunjungan penderita asma ke rumah sakit itu juga semakin besar begitu ya. Nah, gas beracun itu dapat mengiritasi saluran pernapasan dan menyebabkan peradangan juga ya, yang pada gilirannya dapat mempengaruhi kesehatan jantung. Jadi di daerah dengan lalu lintas kendaraan yang padat itu sering mengalami tingkat polusi udara yang lebih tinggi. Tentu ini berkontribusi pada masalah kesehatan jantung. Dan untuk pencemaran dari industri, emisi dari pabrik, industri itu bisa mengandung zat berbahaya yang mempengaruhi kesehatan jantung, di mana komunitas yang tinggal di dekat kawasan industri biasanya tingkat polusinya juga seringkali tinggi dan melaporkan angka kejadian penyakit jantung yang lebih tinggi. Begitu juga dengan perubahan iklim ya. Jadi perubahan iklim itu jadi pencemaran lingkungan itu berkontribusi kepada perubahan iklim, kemudian dapat berdampak pada kesehatan jantung melalui peningkatan frekuensi gelombang panas, bencana alam, dan juga dapat mengaruhi stres dan akses kepada pelayanan. Jadi ada yang sifatnya langsung dan sifatnya tidak langsung begitu. Next slide. Nah, this slide illustrate the ischemic heart disease that treat in 2021 by by Polytechnic ya. Jadi dari slide ini hasil analisis ilmiah menunjukkan bahwa polusi udara itu menjadi faktor lingkungan utama sebagai penyebab beban penyakit karena CVD. Ya. Jadi kalau kita lihat di baris kedua yang air pollution itu di tengah ada gambar sel, itu adalah sel jantung ya, kardiovaskular, di mana range atau luas dari jantung itu ada di posisi air pollution gitu kan. Jadi ini menunjukkan bahwa faktor lingkungan itu menjadi penyebab utama ya. Polusi udara itu merupakan faktor lingkungan utama sebagai penyebab beban penyakit karena CVD. Tetapi di luar faktor itu ada yang level ketiga mengenai high blood pressure, jadi tekanan darah tinggi itu menjadi yang utama untuk jantung ya. Oke. Next slide. Nah, jadi dari beberapa literatur dan publikasi jurnal disebutkan bahwa jadi dari beberapa literatur dan publikasi jurnal, polusi udara dapat menyebabkan cardiovascular disease. Jadi di mana reaksi tubuh terhadap pencemaran udara itu bisa berupa inflamasi ya. Jadi pertama adalah inflamasi, yaitu paparan partikel halus itu dapat memicu reaksi inflamasi di sistem pernapasan. Kemudian sel-sel imun diaktifkan untuk melawan partikel asing yang dapat menyebabkan pembengkakan dan kerusakan jaringan. Nah, yang kedua adalah reaksi sistemik. Jadi partikel halus yang masuk ke aliran darah itu dapat menyebabkan reaksi sistemik seperti peradangan di seluruh tubuh yang berkontribusi pada berbagai masalah kesehatan, termasuk penyakit jantung. Kemudian yang ketiga bahwa peningkatan risiko penyakit. Jadi paparan jangka panjang terhadap PM2,5 dan PM10 itu dapat meningkatkan risiko penyakit pernapasan seperti asma dan bronkitis, dan tentunya juga dengan penyakit kardiovaskuler. Ya. Dan yang keempat itu adalah berupa stres oksidatif. Jadi partikel halus itu dapat menyebabkan stres oksidatif yang merusak sel-sel tubuh dan memicu mekanisme terjadinya penyakit. Next slide. Nah, ini saya kutip dari papernya Max Miller ya. Tadi saya sekilas ada pertanyaan langsung ya bahwa apakah sudah banyak publikasi terkait ini. Jadi ini sangat banyak sekali. Makanya saya nggak tulis satu-satu. Jadi paling hanya 2, 3. Tapi review atau literature review terhadap hal ini itu sudah banyak sekali. Jadi bagaimana the mechanism of influence of air pollution itu dapat dilihat pada slide ini ya. Jadi intinya bahwa mekanisme biologis yang menghubungkan partikel yang dihirup itu dengan morbiditas dan mortalitas kardiovaskular di situ. Jadi beberapa hipotesis itu sudah diajukan, jadi mengenai cara partikel yang dihirup itu akan mempengaruhi sistem kardiovaskular. Jadi ini termasuk perjalanan mediator biologis, misalnya tidak hanya mediator inflamasi, tetapi juga mediator yang tidak teridentifikasi, yang bukan merupakan stokin tradisional. Nah, itu dari paru-paru masuk ke dalam sirkulasi. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah aktivasi reseptor sensus alveoli yang memicu serabut saraf afferent ya, yang dapat mengubah aktivitas sistem saraf otonom atau pelepasan molekul endokrin. Nah, serta perjalanan langsung partikel atau bahan kimia yang terlepas dari partikel masuk ke dalam sirkulasi yang secara langsung mengganggu fungsi kardiovaskular. Nah, jadi di sini bahwa terdapat interaksi yang signifikan antara keempat jalur yang ditunjukkan ini ya, dengan peradangan dan stres oksidatif, khususnya memiliki kemampuan untuk memperkuat berbagai tahap dari masing-masing jalur. Nah, diagram ini juga menyoroti bahwa particulate matter ya di perkotaan itu bisa menyebabkan banyak perubahan patofisiologis pada berbagai aspek sistem kardiovaskular yang pada akhirnya itu bisa meningkatkan morbiditas dan mortalitas. Lanjut, next. Nah, ini saya ambil dari Sanjay Rajagopalan ya dari India dalam paper yang berjudul Air Pollution and Cardiovascular Disease. Itu disebutkan bahwa inhalasi partikel pencemaran udara itu akan menyebabkan inflamasi melalui sehingga terjadi oxidative stress ya. Nah, ini bisa karena memang ada direct translocation atau yang biological intermediates. Jadi seperti itu yang terjadi ya. Oke, next slide. Jadi mungkin di sini saya langsung menyimpulkan saja bahwa pertama, pencemaran udara itu secara literatur, secara publikasi, ya, hasil penelitian itu telah terbukti menyebabkan beban penyakit, ya, baik analisis global burden of disease maupun dari penelitian-penelitian khusus polusi udara terhadap jantung, ya. Di mana pencemaran udara itu terutama partikel halus seperti PM2,5 dan PM10 itu memiliki dampak signifikan terhadap kesehatan jantung. Dan paparan jangka panjang dapat menyebabkan peradangan, meningkatkan tekanan darah, dan mengganggu fungsi jantung. Tadi sudah disampaikan juga di pemakalah awal, dan ini berkontribusi pada berbagai penyakit kardiovaskular. Yang kesimpulan kedua bahwa penyakit kardiovaskular disease ini itu merupakan penyakit penyebab utama kesakitan dan kematian, ya. Tadi secara ekonomi itu paling banyak beban biayanya, dan secara proporsi penyebab kematian itu juga paling tinggi, ya. Dan penyakit kardiovaskular ini meliputi bisa jantung koroner, bisa infak miokard, bisa aritmia, bisa gagal jantung, dan penyakit arteri perifer. Jadi merupakan beberapa kondisi yang dapat dipicu atau diperburuk oleh polusi udara ini. Dan yang ketiga, bahwa upaya pengendalian pencemaran udara itu menjadi salah satu solusi di dalam penurunan prevalensi cardiovascular diseases, ya. Dan kita juga harus memahami atau harus paham bahwa kelompok rentan seperti usia lanjut, anak-anak, dan juga individu-individu yang komorbid itu perlu mendapat perlindungan dari penyakit ini karena memang tingginya pencemaran udara. Oke, next slide. Jadi dari uraian di atas dapat direkomendasikan hal-hal sebagai berikut. Jadi ada beberapa hal yang mungkin ingin saya sampaikan. Pertama dari sisi kebijakan publik, bahwa pemerintah memang perlu mengimplementasikan regulasi yang lebih ketat terkait dengan emisi dari kendaraan dan industri, dan juga sebetulnya penggunaan bahan bakar yang aman di rumah tangga untuk mengurangi pencemaran udara. Ini termasuk peningkatan standar emisi dan promosi penggunaan energi terbarukan. Dan ini sebetulnya sudah dilakukan pemerintah, tetapi kurang masif dan kurang didukung gitu. Karena misalnya begitu beralih dari kayu bakar ke gas, ternyata gasnya juga susah begitu ya. Jadi ini yang mungkin harus dari sisi kebijakan. Nah, dalam hal nomor 2 mengenai kesadaran dan edukasi. Jadi memang masyarakat harus diberi edukasi tentang bagaimana dampak pencemaran udara terhadap kesehatan jantung dan bagaimana cara mengurangi paparan itu. Apakah dari sisi waktu atau dari sisi kesempatan dan juga tingkat paparan. Dan kampanye kesehatan publik ini itu penting untuk membantu meningkatkan kesadaran masyarakat. Rekomendasi ketiga terkait dengan apa yang sudah disampaikan juga barusan mengenai promosi gaya hidup sehat. Bagaimana kita mendorong masyarakat untuk mengadopsi gaya hidup sehat, perilaku hidup bersih dan sehat, termasuk di situ diet seimbang, aktivitas fisik, penghindaran merokok, ya. Ini dapat membantu mengurangi risiko penyakit jantung, terutama bagi mereka yang terpapar pencemaran udara. Yang keempat juga memang perlu pemantauan kualitas udara, ya. Hal ini penting, jadi bukan hanya di outdoors gitu, di ambien, tapi juga di indoors ya sebaiknya. Jadi bagaimana pentingnya untuk meningkatkan sistem pemantauan kualitas udara dan memberikan informasi yang transparan kepada publik tentang kondisi udara. Sehingga individu dapat mengambil langkah-langkah pencegahan apa yang mesti dilakukan atau yang sesuai dengan kondisi daerahnya. Dan yang terakhir mungkin ya sebelum ditanya juga tentang penelitian. Jadi di Indonesia memang belum banyak. Saya kemarin dengan Prof. Bambang dari Rumah Sakit Harapan Kita akan merencanakan bagaimana kita melakukan penelitian dari kasus-kasus jantung bukan jantung, ditelusuri kondisi lingkungannya. Jadi kami sedang berpikir untuk membuat semacam kolaborasi riset ya. Ini diperlukan untuk lebih banyak memahami bagaimana mekanisme yang tepat di balik hubungan antara pencemaran udara dan jantung, serta untuk mengembangkan strategi intervensi yang efektif. Barangkali itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Jadi ini hanya sekedar informasi karena memang di Indonesia belum banyak penelitian yang dilakukan, tapi dalam waktu dekat kami akan melakukan kerjasama ini dengan Rumah Sakit Jantung Harapan kita. Barangkali itu Pak Moderator, Pak Andi ya. Terima kasih. Jadi kalau ada pertanyaan bisa nanti dikirim ke email atau WhatsApp yang ada di panitia. Baik, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Prof. Dede Anwar. Tepuk tangan Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, untuk paparan dari Pak Prof. Dede Anwar. Ini membuka wawasan terus terang. Walaupun tadi pada akhir slide memang disampaikan bahwa kalau untuk di Indonesia masih belum banyak penelitian-penelitian terkait hubungan antara air pollution dengan heart diseases, masih akan dikembangkan lagi. Pak Prof. Dede, kalau misalnya masih memungkinkan waktunya, ini di kolom chat ini ada yang berdiskusi tentang EDC, endocrine disruptor chemical. Apakah waktunya masih memungkinkan untuk menanggapi sedikit Pak Prof. Dede? Mohon ininya Pak, izinnya Pak.
Ya mungkin sedikit saja bahwa kita jangan berpikir bahwa semua unsur zat kimia ataupun cemaran udara itu akan masuk ke saluran pencernaan dan terbuang melalui feses gitu ya. Jadi kita harus berpikir bahwa setiap zat, setiap unsur itu punya target organ sendiri. Dan ini juga tergantung pada entry point dari zat kimia itu. Jadi ada yang ke ginjal, ada yang ke saraf, ada yang ke jantung, ada yang ke mana begitu ya, pembuluh darah dan sebagainya. Jadi setiap zat itu punya kekhasan. Jadi mungkin teman-teman yang ingin mendalami ini bisa baca dari buku mengenai zat, saya lupa judulnya ya. Jadi zat kimia sebetulnya itu lebih ke bukan toksisitas, di dalam kesehatan kerja itu bagaimana pengaruh zat kimia terhadap tubuh. Jadi di situ disebutkan bahwa semua zat kimia itu atau bahan berbahaya itu punya target organ sendiri. Ya, kalau zat ini biasanya nyerangnya ke jantung, kalau ini ke saraf, ini ke ginjal, ini ke mana gitu ya. Jadi itu mungkin yang bisa saya sampaikan Pak Andi. Jadi terkait dengan endokrin tadi ya. Jadi pada dasarnya memang kita tidak secara khusus bahwa oh ini akan menyebabkan ini gitu ya. Tapi dari membaca buku itu saya kira nanti bisa dipelajari lebih lanjut.
Ya, baik. Tapi mungkin barangkali kalau untuk meminimalkan efek ini, langkah bijaksananya adalah pencegahan mungkin ya Pak Prof. Dede ya.
Siap,
dengan pola hidup sehat seperti yang Pak materi sebelum yang tadi Pak Prof. Adi sampaikan tadi, bahwa dengan pola hidup sehat kita bisa meminimalisir sebelum masuk, kalau bisa dicegah dulu, nggak usah masuk gitu barangkali ya Pak Prof. Dede ya. Iya, oke. Ada penyerahan? Iya. Iya, sebelum kita mengakhiri sesi ini, before we end this session, Pak Prof. Dede, from the committee we had a appreciation for your time and your great presentation of topic. We will give you a certificate, and the certificate is like
Oke,
this.
thank you
Yeah.
Pak Andi and organizing committee for this certificate.
Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, then once again we give a big applause for Prof. Dedet. Prof. Dedet, thank you for your kind presentation and thank you for your time in the middle of your tight schedule. You already give us the new knowledge about air pollution. Again, thank you and we will end this session. Terima kasih sekali lagi. Kita akan mengakhiri sesi ini. Saya akhiri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat sore. Makasih Pak Prof.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Andi dan Bapak Ibu semua peserta, baik yang ada di ruangan maupun di link Zoom. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Izin.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, kayaknya waktunya MC kerja lagi ya kayaknya ya. Silakan Nurul Fitra, segarkan suasana kayaknya.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all our valuable discussion with our incredible speaker. Now we will move to the next agenda. It's time to quiz session. We invite Bapak Kader Ramadan SKM MKM to lead this session with me. Baik Bapak Ibu, kita akan adakan kuis yang mana hadiahnya ini berupa hadiah dari para sponsorship yaitu Unihealth, Maxima, dan Wardah Kosmetik. Kami ucapkan terima kasih banyak juga untuk sponsor yang sudah mendukung penuh kegiatan kali ini. Terima kasih banyak atas support dan kontribusinya. Baik, kami informasikan bahwasanya kuis kali ini berhadiah the prize untuk peserta online dan offline. Untuk peserta online akan dapat voucher e-wallet sebesar Rp100.000 buat 5 orang. Dan untuk peserta offline kita akan bagi hadiah dari sponsor, ini hadiah fisik. Ada dari Maxima, Unihealth, dan Wardah Kosmetik. Baik, ini bisa dilihat ya kuisnya. Boleh di-scan Bapak Ibu semuanya, silahkan di-scan. Siapa tahu beruntung kan dapat the prize dari sponsor kita yang luar biasa. Ada produk kesehatan yang tidak perlu diragukan lagi kualitasnya dari Unihealth. Ada juga produk kosmetik dari Wardah ya, brand make up yang sudah pasti dikenal oleh seluruh warga Indonesia, dan juga ada dari Maxima Laboratorium Palu.
Ini kalau Wardah bapak-bapak boleh ikut juga Nurul Fitra?
Boleh untuk istrinya kalau punya Pak.
Oh kalau punya?
Iya Pak, untuk istri.
Buat yang punya?
Ya buat yang
oh,
punya.
Iya. Bapak-bapak boleh ikut silakan ayo.
Bapak yang punya istri, anak perempuan
lumayan
boleh
loh buat buah tangan sampai di rumah.
Ayo, sudah di-scan ya? Sudah di-scan semuanya Bapak Ibu? Oh belum ya? MC boleh ikut juga nggak Pak?
Bapak Ibu harap menggunakan nama yang sebenarnya ya. Iya, karena kita akan cocokkan nih. Ya? Oh, ulang-ulang. Oke, kita munculkan ke panggilan.
Diulang.
Nah, silakan di-scan.
Silakan di-scan.
Mendekat. Boleh mendekat.
Boleh
mendekat boleh.
Ini ada puluhan hadiah menarik ya. Nih, yang juara satu nih. Kalau yang online e-money ya. Kalau yang offline ini hadiah langsung dari sponsor-sponsor. Sudah? Oke, 45 orang sudah bergabung, silakan.
Silakan bergabung, Bapak Ibu, teman-teman peserta.
Oke, silakan.
Gunakan nama asli ya.
Jadi nanti soalnya akan muncul di layar handphone masing-masing. Apa ulang barcode? Oke, ulang barcode.
Diulang.
Silakan.
Kayaknya peminatnya banyak ini.
Oke,
Sadar.
Iya, Pak.
silakan.
Semua mau cantik ya.
Semuanya mau cantik dengan Wardah Kosmetik.
Kecuali Pak Ami. Pak Ami nggak mungkin cantik.
Ayo silakan ibu-ibu.
Pak Ami buat istrinya.
Ini soalnya ada 14 soal dari materi-materi yang disampaikan oleh para narasumber.
Ya. Kalau tadi memperhatikan tadi bisa menjawab.
Ya.
Kalau tadi bobo cantik berarti ya.
Kalau Bobo cantik tadi berarti belum bisa menjawab kayaknya ini, Pak.
Jadi satu soal itu 30 detik ya.
Satu soal 30 detik.
Soalnya vignette ya Bapak Ibu, kasus soalnya. Ada seorang pasien datang ke puskesmas
dengan usia Oke, ini 65 orang.
tanda-tanda vital.
66. Oke, silakan bergabung ya.
Silakan bergabung Bapak Ibu peserta. Ini kita akan menguji pemahaman dan fokus Bapak Ibu terhadap materi yang sudah diberikan tadi di kegiatan International Conference.
Oke, Ibu
hari
Ridla
pertama.
sudah join 70 orang. Baru gabung. Oke, silakan Pak.
Selamat bergabung kembali Pak Dr. Enrico Gozali.
Silakan ada di chat linknya ya. Jadi yang lewat Zoom silakan
ada di kolom chat.
Di kolom chat.
Untuk peserta online akan mendapatkan
Lumayan loh. E-wallet.
Ya, e-wallet 100.000 rupiah ya Pak ya.
Iya.
Untuk 5 orang beruntung.
Lumayan. Duduk-duduk pencet-pencet 100.000.
Ini berapa ini? Kita mencari berapa besar nih? 10 besar atau 20? 20. Oke. Jadi 5 orang yang tertinggi dari online itu Imani ya. Kalau pesertanya offline berarti mendapatkan hadiah dari sponsor. Oke, 73 masih adakah yang akan bergabung? Silakan. Sudah cukup?
Hitung mundur saya kayaknya, Dar.
Sudah cukup ya? Oke.
Hitung mundur ya.
Siap-siap ya.
Siap ya.
Jangan lihat di sini, lihat di handphone, lihat di handphone.
Lihat di handphone masing-masing.
3.
2.
Jadi Bapak Ibu tinggal lihat pilihannya ya, ada 4 pilihan. 3, 2, 1, mulai. Oke, silakan. 2, 1. Oke, silakan. Oke.
Oke, sudah dijawab. Waktunya 30 detik.
What is the leading cause of death globally? Oke, 45 sudah menjawab. Silakan menjawab ya, ini 30 detik soalnya. Oke.
Pakai data lah Pak Ami.
Ya, silakan.
Diisi dulu kalau begitu pakai data.
4, 3, 2, 1. Habis waktunya ya.
Oke. Kita lihat siapakah yang benar jawabannya.
Oke. Nah, ini adalah peringkat pertama. Elisa dia. Ini ketua panitia peringkat kedua ya.
Ketua panitia peringkat kedua ya.
Jadi jawabannya adalah B ya. Kardiovaskular. Oke. Lanjut ya.
Berikutnya ya.
Lanjut pertanyaan kedua. Oke, pertanyaan kedua. Which the following is a non-modifiable risk factor for cardiovascular? Oke, silakan. 53, ayo yang lain, silakan. 56 orang, 57.
Ayo.
10 detik lagi. Ayo.
8,
5,
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oke.
Salah.
Habis ya. Oke, ini peringkat. Oke. Wes.
Ketua panitia.
Wah, ini peringkat pertama ya. Jadi yang benar adalah umur ya. Umur. yang tidak bisa dimodifikasi. Oke, lanjut pertanyaan ketiga.
Pertanyaan ketiga.
Oke.
What percentage of deaths from coronary heart disease is caused by
Berapa persen
tobacco
kematian
and
yang disebabkan oleh tembakau ya, penggunaan
Iya,
tembakau.
tembakau.
Ini materi yang pertama tadi nih.
Berdasarkan WHO Bapak ya?
Iya.
Ayo dijawab Bapak Ibu.
Oke. Ini ya, 10, 20 atau 30 ya. Oke, selesai. Yang benar adalah 20 ya. Oke, 20% ya, yang betul.
20% yang benar.
Oke.
Oke, berarti ada 17 orang Bapak ya yang
Ada
sejauh ini
17 yang
paham.
benar ya, ada 17 yang
orang.
benar. Oke. Oke, lanjut ya.
Lanjut.
Oke, lanjut. Next question. Oke.
Which region is recognized as the heaviest drinking region in the world?
19. Ayo, silakan diisi.
Ayo diisi peserta, waktunya 10 detik lagi. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
Ayo, silakan
4,
diisi yang lain.
3, 2, 1. Time is up.
Oke, habis waktu ya. Habis
Oke,
waktu.
kita lihat berapakah yang benar.
Oke, kita lihat. Oh, Ibu Ridla. Number 1 ya.
Ibu Nibade Ritma.
Oke.
Ada 16 orang yang benar.
Oke, ini ya. Ibu Ridla pertama. Nah, ini makin seru nih. Oke, berikutnya. Tenang, ini puluhan, ini banyak hadiah. Oke, BMI rata-rata untuk mencegah penyakit kardiovaskular. BMI-nya ya, yang normal, berapa sampai berapa? Ini kalau salah nih dosen gizi, aduh ini.
Kayaknya
ini perlu
dosen
anu lagi.
gizi.
Oke. Oke, habis ya. Yang betul adalah
Yeay.
Oke, leader. Nah, oh, weh, Ibu Francisca Noya. Jadi yang betul adalah 18,5 sampai 24,9. Lanjut ya. Next. Oke. Masalah kesehatan yang berhubungan dengan nutrisi yang kurang setelah bencana.
Setelah bencana. Apa kira-kira?
Apa kira-kira jawabannya?
Apa ya? Ini yang perhatikan materi dari Dokter Nobuya,
Ya, ini dari
pasti
Jepang.
tahu nih.
Oke.
Apa ya?
Oke, jawabannya
adalah hipertensi.
Hipertensi ya.
Oke, lanjut.
Oke, ini masih bertahan. Hypertension. Oke. 40 orang yang benar ya, yang benar. Lanjut. Tenang, banyak hadiah ya. Ini bisa ambil 20 besar nih.
Ini ada 20
Oke,
besar bisa nih. Yang mana nih yang betul?
Oke. Kelompok yang ini ya, berisiko.
Kelompok beresiko.
Oke, habis. Yang benar adalah ibu hamil ya. Betul? Oke, ini Oke, tidak berubah ya. Tidak berubah, masih Ibu Francisca. Jadi jawabannya adalah ibu hamil. Yang betul 49 orang. Lanjut. Oke. Strategi yang penting untuk mencegah hipertensi pada
Hipertensi,
saat ini ya.
bencana ya,
Bencana.
disaster. Apa kira-kira
Mencegah hipertensi.
strategi penting untuk pencegahan hipertensi saat bencana?
Ayo 42 orang sudah menjawab.
Ini masih materinya Dr. Nobuya.
5 detik lagi. Ayo ibu-ibu yang di ruangan terutama.
Wardah menanti.
Oke, habis ya. Jadi jawabannya adalah benar ya. Ini kalau enggak ini berarti benar ya. Oh, Ibu Cika salah. Berarti oke, ada perubahan. Sekarang Ibu Elisa pertama. Oke, masih banyak juga yang salah ya. Oke, lanjut pertanyaan ke-9. Oke, makanan yang berhubungan untuk mencegah obesitas
Obesitas
setelah
ya,
bencana Jepang. Nah,
setelah
ini
bencana Jepang.
tadi di luar sudah dibahas ya.
Tadi dari materinya Dr. Nobuya sudah dijelaskan.
Mas Joko. Ini banyak nih di pinggir jalan di Palu nih. Oke, habis waktu. Oh, ini kayak
Jawabannya
ada ya.
seafood ya.
Ada seafood. Oke. Oke, pertanyaan ke-10. Lanjut.
Nanti diulang ya.
Karakteristik makanan selama bencana.
Oke, kira-kira kalau makanan yang harus
Ya.
dimakan saat bencana itu harus seperti apa karakteristiknya? MC juga ikut menjawab, Pak.
Oke, ini harus benar semua nih. 5. Oke, 50 orang sudah. 3, 2, 1. Jawabannya adalah bisa disimpan di suhu ruangan. Betul ya? Ah, betul.
Oke,
Aman-aman.
jadi harus bisa disimpan di suhu ruangan.
Oke, ini belum ada pergeseran di 10 besar. Oke, lanjut ya.
Lanjut pertanyaan berikutnya.
Strategi utama untuk apa nih? Apa artinya tuh Fitra? Oh, ini
Apakah
materinya Prof
strategi
ini.
utama untuk membangun resilience community? Tahanan masyarakat untuk mencegah cardiovascular disease.
Jawabannya adalah PHBS. Nah, ini kalau salah nih, Prof Samara nih.
Oke, lanjut pertanyaan berikutnya.
Oke, ada pergeseran lagi. Lanjut. Oh, ini 56 benar ya. Banyak yang benar ya. Berarti tadi
Banyak
memperhatikan
yang
betul.
perhatikan Prof menjelaskan.
Oke. Komponen kunci PHBS untuk mencegah penyakit kardiovaskuler. Ini harus benar semua juga nih harusnya. Ayo 50, ini cepat ya. Ayo yang lain silakan. 57 sudah menjawab. Ini dari 82 ya. Ini banyak yang ini tidak menjawab. Oke, habis waktu. Jawabannya adalah ya, aktivitas fisik. Jadi harus bergerak ya, 10.000 langkah. Oh, 49 orang, oke.
Lanjut,
Lanjut.
pertanyaan berikutnya.
Pertanyaan terakhir, yang kedua terakhir. Oke. Kelompok yang paling terdampak
Polusi
udara. Nah,
kelompok mana,
yang
Kak?
paling rentan.
Ini dosen
Ini dosen Kesling
lingkungan.
nih harus benar nih.
Dosen Kesling harus benar jawabnya.
Ya. Ini tolong panitia hitung ini berapa besar yang kita mau ambil? Oke, yang betul adalah wah ini sudah
anak di bawah 5 tahun dan
ya Ibu.
perempuan.
Oke, ini banyak yang benar ya.
Pertanyaan terakhir Pak? Atau?
Pertanyaan terakhir.
Ya, pertanyaan terakhir.
Pertanyaan terakhir. Bismillah. Ini pertanyaan terakhir Bapak Ibu. Dampak utama polusi udara bagi kesehatan. Nah, ini harus benar nih. Sesuai dengan topik kita ya.
Iya. Ini udah dikasih kisi-kisi Pak ya.
Ya.
Sesuai dengan topik kita. Kita lihat.
Oke, 55 orang sudah menjawab, silakan.
56 orang sudah menjawab, 57.
Oke, nanti tolong dihitung itu berapa? 20 atau 30 Bu Nun? Oke, baik Bapak Ibu, sekian ya.
Sekian, oke sekarang prankingan ya. Ini untuk berapa
Oke.
orang Bu Kristi?
Oh, ternyata di pertanyaan terakhir ada pergeseran ini ya pemenang. Oke, coba kita lihat mana nih pemenangnya. Leader.
Kita
Ini
lihat.
tolong panitia catat 5 orang. Ini Gerardin, selamat.
Gerardin.
Ya.
Oh, ada Pak.
Mohon dicatat ya.
Gerardin, Elisa Dian Pramesti, Nimade Ridla
Oke,
Nilasanti.
Nimade Ridla ini yang offline ya.
Ayo di foto.
Ini bisa di-download
Jadi
nanti.
kita akan bagi-bagi hadiah untuk 10 peserta offline dan 5 peserta online.
Oke.
Jadi 5 peserta online dengan nilai tertinggi akan dapat voucher e-wallet Rp100.000 dan untuk peserta offline sebanyak 10 orang akan dapat hadiah dari sponsor. Ini dari
Unun 10
Unihealth,
besar.
Wardah dan Unihealth.
Oke. Ini yang offline Gerardin, Elisa, Lulu, ini Umi Ibu Wadir ya. Oke. Berarti Rama Pradipta dan Parisa Fitriani ya. Jadi panitia 5 orang untuk yang mendapatkan voucher Iman ya.
E-wallet Rp100.000.
Ya. Gerardin, kemudian Elisa, Lulu, Rama Pradipta dan Parisa Fitriani. Nanti mohon menghubungi panitia. Dan ini yang kita tunggu-tunggu ya, ranking untuk yang offline.
Nanti boleh maju ke depan ya.
Silakan. Yang pertama adalah peringkat pertama Nima Derila, silakan ke depan.
Oke, Ibu Nibade Lydia Nilasanti.
Silakan Ibu ke depan.
Ibu, kami persilahkan untuk maju ke depan.
Kemudian Ibu Nurmiati, Ibu Wadir silakan. Peringkat kedua untuk yang offline ya, silakan.
Kemudian Ibu Fira Franciscanoya.
Ibu Cika silakan ke depan. Tepuk tangan ya, ini tidak jauh-jauh ini dari Poso ya. Bisa bawa pulang hadiah. Oh Poso ya. Oke, keperawatan Poso dan kebidanan Poso.
Ibu Fira Faisal.
Oke, Ibu Kajur silakan. Tepuk tangan ya untuk Ibu Kajur. Banyak paket, tenang, semua dapat.
Ibu Rama Pradipta.
Itu online.
Baik.
Ibu Astuti Usman, silakan.
Dari Kebidanan Poltekkes.
Ini kebidanan menyala ya. Silakan. Oke, ini tidak disangka-sangka ya. Ibu Nun, silakan.
Peserta yang tidak disangka-sangka.
Dan satu-satunya pria, Pak Adianti, silakan.
Pak Adayanti, kemudian.
Oi, Pak Is, silakan. Mantap.
Perawatan.
Pak Is Munandar.
Yang tidak dapat hadiah nanti beli sendiri ya, produk Wardah Unihealth-nya.
Berikutnya Ibu Siti Hadijah Baco. Kaprodi. Ada? Oh, oke, ternyata silakan naik Bu, nanti Ibu dari ini, dari Wardah.
Dari Wardah.
Kemudian siapa yang terus terakhir? Ibu Christine, silakan ke depan.
Ketua panitia, ini juga
Ini sudah
peserta
berapa
yang
orang? Ini sudah berapa orang?
tidak disangka-sangka.
10 ya? Sudah ya? Ini cukup ya? Atau lagi?
1, 2, 3,
Oke,
4.
atau mungkin dibagikan dulu yang 10 ya? Oh, satu lagi, oke. Oke, sudah ya?
Sudah.
Oke, silakan pemberian hadiah. Ini yang wakil siapa? Oh, Ibu Wadir 3, silakan. Mohon
Kami
kesediaan Ibu Wadir
kesediaan
3
Ibu
untuk
Wadir 3.
membagikan ini.
Hadiah dari para sponsor.
Pak Bimo tolong ini di Ibu Dian tolong di ini
Saya mohon
dibantu.
bantuannya Ibu Dian Mega untuk bisa membantu di sesi penyerahan hadiah kali
Ibu
ini.
Lilis, Ibu Dian mohon ke depan. Ini dari yang pertama ya? Oh, dari pertama aja. Dari yang besar ya?
Ini sponsor
Oke.
dari Maksimal Laboratorium. Jadi
Oke,
untuk
tepuk tangan untuk
Bapak
Maksima
Ibu
ya.
tamu
Ini
undangan,
setia mendukung ya
ini
dari dulu sampai
Maksimal
sekarang.
selalu ya.
Oke, dokumenter Pak Muas mohon. Bu, Pak Muas mohon bantu dokumentasi.
Bapak.
Oh, mana dia?
Oh, Ibu Tarisa, peserta offline. Oh, adik Tarisa.
Oke, yang keberapa tadi?
Kakak Tarisa.
Ah, sorry ya. Ini yang keberapa tadi ya? Oke, Tarisa setelahnya Pak Adi. Silakan. Oh, jadi posisinya Tarisa setelahnya Pak Adi, diantaranya dengan Pak Is. Oke.
Baik, Kak Tarisa mungkin boleh bergabung?
Oke, sudah.
Sudah ya, oke. Jadi
Mantap.
untuk Bapak Ibu nanti yang mau penelitian, terus ada pemeriksaan lab, boleh periksa di Maksima Laboratorium. Selaku sponsor setianya kegiatan Poltekkes. Ini semua event Poltekkes hampir rata-rata Maksima membersamai ya.
Bapak Ibu, karena tadi Tarisa ternyata offline, berarti yang di online tambahannya adalah Wahyu Pujiastuti ya. Wahyu Pujiastuti. Jadi yang pertama adalah Gerardin, yang kedua Elisa Dian, yang ketiga adalah Lulu, keempat Rahma Pradipta, dan yang kelima adalah Wahyu Pujiastuti. Ya, selamat kepada pemenang.
Ini ada hadiah dari Wardah ya, selaku sponsorship kita. Nanti buat Bapak Ibu yang pengen cari produk kecantikan, boleh merapat ke booth Wardah Kosmetik. Dijamin produk-produknya tidak mengecewakan, berkualitas, bagus, dan bisa bikin ibu-ibu, kakak-kakak, adik-adik cantik maksimal. Terus terakhir ini ada sponsorship kita, Uni Health.
Wah, ini
ada hand body dan juga deodoran ya dari Uni Health. Buat Bapak Ibu yang mau cari produk kesehatan boleh merapat ke display Uni Health. Banyak produk-produk kesehatan mulai dari lotion, multivitamin, deodoran yang tentunya berkualitas untuk menjaga kesehatan tubuh kita.
Mantap Pak Is.
Ada pertanyaan untuk menghubungi panitia ke nomor yang mana ya? Nanti akan dijawab di kolom chat.
Bapak Ibu yang offline nanti akan yang online ya. Panitia akan mengirimkan nomor yang bisa dihubungi untuk mengklaim hadiah. Silakan foto bersama.
Kita foto bersama.
Semoga bermanfaat ya.
Dahulu.
3, 2, 1. Senyum manis. Walaupun sepanjang hari tetap fokus ya memperhatikan materi-materi dari narasumber. Oke, aplaus.
Kita. Terima kasih Wardah Kosmetik, Maxima, dan Unihealth.
Berarti sisanya gimana? Oh, besok ya. Oh,
Iya.
tidak dihabisin hari ini aja.
Jangan
Besok.
sih, besok
Oke,
masih ada
baik.
lagi hadiah dari para sponsorship.
Besok masih ada 2 materi lagi ya.
Iya, betul sekali Bapak. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada para sponsor yang sudah mendukung kegiatan kali ini. Kami informasikan untuk para pemenang online untuk bisa menghubungi nomor panitia yang di-drop di kolom chat untuk klaim hadiahnya. Terima kasih. Baik, kami informasikan bahwasanya untuk acara besok adalah oral presentation atau presentasi dari para presenter dan yang akan hadir di hotel itu hanya presenter yang mendaftar secara offline. Jadi untuk yang mau nonton itu boleh melalui link yang sudah dikirimkan oleh panitia yaitu link hari ini. Jadi kami informasikan untuk kegiatan besok akan diadakan di hotel ini. Bagi para peserta yang datang adalah peserta yang sudah melakukan registrasi atau pendaftaran secara offline yaitu para presenter untuk kegiatan oral presentation besok. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our first day international conference. It has been an incredible journey filled with insightful presentation and valuable discussion. Thank you very much. We would like to extend our highly appreciation to all speaker, moderator, and participant. Thank you for your participation and see you tomorrow to continue our next agenda. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mohon izin Bapak Ibu sebelum kita kembali ke rumah masing-masing, mohon kesediaannya untuk kita foto bersama dulu di depan sebagai kenang-kenangan untuk Second International Conference of Health Polytechnic of Palu. First day. Oke, baik Bapak Ibu, silahkan kami undang dulu yang dari PSDKU. Silahkan Ibu Wakil Direktur 1 kami undang ke depan bersama Ketua Panitia dan teman-teman dari PSDKU. Bapak Ibu kami undang Ibu Wakil Direktur 1, Ibu Ketua Panitia dan teman-teman PSDKU, Wakil Direktur 3, mana Wadir 3? Ibu Wakil Direktur 3, bersama Ketua Jurusan, Ibu Ketua Jurusan dan Sekretaris Jurusan untuk bersama-sama di depan berfoto dengan teman-teman dari Bapak Ibu yang dari PSDKU. Ayo Bapak Ibu, ayo PSDKU, ke depan nanti beres-beresnya bisa nanti. PSDKU bersama Ibu Wadir, Ketua Panitia, Ketua Jurusan, dan Sekretaris Jurusan. Kami persilahkan. Ayo Ibu Christine, di samping Ibu Wadir, Ibu Christine. Ya, 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi ada foto resmi dari panitia. Baik, terima kasih. Selanjutnya kami undang Ibu Wadir 1 tetap di tempat bersama Ibu Ketua Panitia. Kami undang Ibu Kepala Pusat. Ibu, mana Ibu? Ibu Kepala Pusat Penjaminan Mutu, Kepala Pusat Penelitian, Kaprodi, dan Bapak Ibu dari kampus utama. Kami persilahkan. Nanti setelahnya habis itu panitia. Iya, kampus utama. Ibu. Satu, dua, tiga. Salam sehat. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oke, dan yang terakhir teman-teman panitia. Teman-teman panitia, kita foto bersama dulu di depan untuk hari pertama. Ayo teman-teman panitia. Teman-teman panitia, silahkan ke depan. Ayo, ayo. Supaya ada logbook.
Iya. Kalau logbook karena pakai HP.
Oh iya, suruh kanan foto dulu kan. Siapa itu? Ibu Ina. Ibu siapa di namanya itu? Eva. Kak Eva. Besok foto akan itu orang betul. Iya, iya nanti Karina kirim. Ayo dengan saya. Ya, terima kasih tepuk tangan buat kita semuanya.